Guys ready? Okay. Sam, are you ready? Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It is afternoon, right? Yes. Welcome to our second public hearing. We are covering quite a scope of quite a scope here. We've got some very technical issues that we're going to be looking at, and we have some more really emotional and heartfelt testimony is ahead of us. And I know that many of us are in multiple places at once today, but I would implore my colleagues to check in on the recording afterwards, because I think you're going to hear some things that are really important and are going to be impactful in how we move forward with any of this legislation. So with that said, I would like to turn this over to my co-chair, if she has any remarks.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be here and good to see a full room. As many people know, legislators will be in and out. There's a full schedule, as we can see from the very full atrium out there. Lots of committees doing the good work of the legislature and hearing from the public at other public hearings. So just be mindful of that. If a member isn't here, they're certainly, as my co-chair mentioned, either tuning in remotely or reviewing testimony after the fact. So glad that we have so many great people here to testify today. I do just want to, and we'll hear from families, but I do just want to also, express my deep condolences again to the Domenico family, as well as the Pelletier family, to really tragic losses that we had on Connecticut's roadways. And we're trying to address some of these things in legislation. We'll hear from the commissioner today. We'll hear from family members today, but just mindful that this is really difficult to talk about. And so just my heartfelt thanks for being here to those impacted by these tragedies. Also, on a much lighter note, just want to give a shout out to my good friend and colleague, Representative Mushinski. I happened to be sitting next to her in an environment hearing last week, and I said to her, "Wow, look at you with your bees on." We were hearing a piece of legislation on pollinators and pesticides, and she said, "Well, you need some train brooches." And I said, "Well, I don't have any train brooches." And what appeared on my desk in the chamber yesterday but 2 train brooches from Representative Mushinski. So I am representing here all of our rail bills before us, particularly Shoreline East, which is near and dear to me. So I just had to give a shout out to Representative Mushinski. And with that, I will turn it back over to my co-chair.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'm very jealous of those brooches. Our ranking members are present. Rep. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. As good Chairwoman said, this will be a little bit of a difficult day, but just keep in mind one thing, that safety is the utmost of to each and every one of us. Every day, each day, we all travel the highways and the roadways, and safety is the utmost concern of all those. And hopefully the legislation that we passed this session will address those issues. So thank you all for being here, and I thank you for your testimony ahead of time. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Kennedy. So just to run briefly through our process, we are going to be hearing from a number of commissioners today. They do have unlimited time to speak. Of course, they're very good at this and won't take all day, I'm sure. And we are going to adhere to our 3-minute rule for the majority of the rest of the day. And let's just be mindful of the fact that we have a lot of people who are waiting to speak. And if we're listening and not duplicating questions if possible, that would be greatly appreciated. And with that, I would like to get to our very first speaker. We have online, I believe, we have Tom Chapman from the National Transportation Safety Board. Are you there?
I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
Well, good afternoon to you and to members of the committee. My name is Tom Chapman, and I have the honor of serving as the 46th member of the National Transportation Safety Board. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 1376. This important legislation would lower the state's per se BAC impairment threshold from 0.08 to 0.05. Since 2013, the NTSB has recommended that states establish a per se BAC limit of 0.05 or lower. In 2018, Utah became the first state to do so and subsequently saw reductions in both its fatal crash and fatality rates relative to the rest of the United States. Passage of 0.05 legislation in Connecticut would make it the second state to embrace a change that will save lives and cut the number of senseless and completely avoidable crashes. In 2022, there were a staggering 13,524 alcohol-impaired driving fatalities in the United States. That is the highest number since 2008, and it represents 32% or 1/3 of all traffic fatalities in 2022. Connecticut alone lost 127 lives to alcohol-impaired driving in 2022, representing 35% of all traffic fatalities in the state. In Connecticut, alcohol-impaired fatalities increased 8.5% from 2021 to 2022. Alcohol-impaired fatalities in Connecticut are up 30% since 2019, from 98 in 2019 to 127 fatalities in 2022. Various countermeasures to combat alcohol-impaired driving have been tried over the years, and some have made a significant difference. Still, the number of crashes and deaths remains stubbornly high. More needs to be done, and research suggests that lowering the legal BAC limit to 0.05 will reduce fatal alcohol-related crashes by an estimated 11%. More than 100 countries have established a BAC limit of 0.05 or lower to reduce alcohol-related crashes. The benefits of lower BAC limits are well documented. Because we know it works, we at the NTSB strongly support legislation that will lower the legal BAC per se limit to 0.05. Addressing impaired driving on America's roads requires bold leadership, and we applaud all of you as lawmakers for considering this key step. That concludes my statement on behalf of the National Transportation Safety Board, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. I appreciate all of the data. I am eager to know what your understanding is regarding enforcement in Utah. Did enforcement increase with the reduction in blood alcohol, or has there been more of a natural deterrent because of the law? What is your interpretation there?
What we have found is that it has actually served as a deterrent. We've not seen an increase in arrests or a dramatic increase in enforcement activity. What we've seen instead that is that the 0.05 limit tends to act as a deterrent. And actually, the state of Utah worked hard to make people aware of the change in the law. We think that effort, in combination with the lower BAC, was very important in helping people to become more aware of this, to think about their behavior, and to make plans before they go out to ensure that they have appropriate transportation. In today's world, that's easy to do. We have ride shares, we have cabs, but in Utah, what we saw was rather than increased enforcement, we saw a public reaction that indicated that people were much more aware, and it served as a deterrent.
Thank you for that. Do you know if any other states are currently actively discussing this same reduction?
There are a number of states, and we're active in all of them. Hawaii, Washington State, New York State, Connecticut, North Carolina is considering a proposal. I may have left someone out, but we have 5 or 6 states right now that are actively considering proposals.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think most of those states were also talking about this last year and in previous session years. Is that correct? No one
That's
is.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. And do you know what kinds of barriers they're meeting when they're talking about changing this legislation in the other states? Have you seen any specific testimony or any particular resistance?
Yeah, there are commonly concerns expressed by the hospitality industry specifically. Those are concerns we certainly understand. We're sympathetic to those concerns. I think the Utah experience is instructive there too. We did not see any impact on tourism, on revenues, on tax revenue, so what we think the Utah experience tells us is that you can do this, and you can do it in a way that doesn't negatively impact the economy or businesses that rely on alcohol sales.
Thank you. I appreciate all the detail there. I do believe my co-chair has some questions for you.
I do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being with us once again, and thank you to the NTSB for all they do to keep people safe out on our roadways. Appreciate all of that hard work. And certainly in informing us about the recommendations and the research associated with various things that can keep people safe out there. This being one of them, certainly. And just to follow up on what my co-chair had asked about in terms of opposition, we hear frequently that the hospitality industry is concerned about this. But in fact, the research that we've received out of Utah is striking. In the 6 years that they've had this law on the books, they've actually seen a change in alcohol sales increase 28%. In fact, it's increased year over year, total alcohol sales. So to your point, it seems like there's a deterrent effect that's not impacting sales or necessarily folks' ability to go out and have a good time or even stay in and have a good time, but really, making sure that they're taking advantage of ride shares, public transportation options, designated drivers, and the like. I also, to that point, I want to just make another point. You talked about enforcement in response to my co-chair's question. We get a lot of pushback on, will there be strain on police? And in fact, we've heard here in the state of Connecticut that police are largely supportive of this legislation. They want to see the BAC lowered. And there's been questions about strains on law enforcement as well as equity issues and profiling, pulling people over unnecessarily at a lower BAC, when in fact we've seen the opposite is true in Utah. I wonder if you could speak to a little bit, another piece of pushback is, how many crashes are we seeing between the 0.05 and 0.08 level? And that may be beside the point, and I'd like to hear you speak to that a little bit. And I'd also like to hear from you, while we may be leading the forefront here in the United States with lowering the BAC, we are certainly not alone in terms of other countries where the BAC is much lower. In fact, I think it's over 100 other countries. So I just wonder if you could speak to those things a little bit.
Sure. Well, to that point, yeah, you're absolutely right. In fact, we are bringing up the rear on this issue. There are more than 100 countries worldwide that have adopted 0.05 and have had that standard in place for quite some time. And their experience is part of what we have drawn upon in terms of our own belief that this is an important tool for helping us address impaired driving. With respect to crashes occurring between 0.05 and 0.08, we looked at some statistics on Connecticut so that we can give you some hard numbers there. And what we saw, these are 2021 and 2022 numbers. also up in that range, 0.05 to 0.08. 12 fatalities in 2021 involving an alcohol range, a BAC range of 0.05 to 0.08, 9 fatalities in 2022. Those numbers are up over the last 10 years. But just for comparison purposes, 12 between 0.05 and 0.08 in 2021, with 117 fatalities at 0.08 or higher. In 2022, 9 fatalities between 0.05 and 0.08, with 127 fatalities over 0.08. So certainly the number of fatalities in that lower range is less. It's not zero. It's certainly not zero. Our philosophy, frankly, and with regard to impairment, is that impairment really begins with the first drink. And you can be impaired at a level below 0.05. 0.05 or 0.08 really serves as sort of an evidentiary rule in terms of what sort of evidence has to be presented to establish impairment, but you can be impaired at a level lower than 0.05.
Thank you. And you bring up another point about enforcement of this, because the 0.08 has been the standard for a number of years now here in Connecticut. And, law enforcement as well as drug recognition experts have tests to perform that help them indicate whether somebody is probably at 0.08 or above. Certainly a breathalyzer confirms that assessment, but are there tests, appropriate field tests, field sobriety tests that could indicate that somebody's above a 0.05? And what would be some of the indicators that law enforcement would notice somebody perhaps being erratic on the roadways? Are they the same at 0.05 as they are at 0.08?
They are the same. They are the same. And whether it's 0.05 or 0.08, people aren't randomly stopped and tested for alcohol. Law enforcement will observe behavior, driving behavior, trouble staying between the lines, other erratic driving behaviors. They have to have a reason to pull you over before they're able to test whether it's 0.05 or 0.08. The same tests that are used today in terms of field sobriety tests are and would be applied at 0.05 that are applied today at 0.08. The difference is that the per se standard in terms of what is presumed to be impaired would be lowered to 0.05, and that frankly smooths the way in terms of proving impairment. Again, it's sort of an evidentiary rule. That's the way I look at it.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chapman. I always have a lot of questions on this, but I'll leave it to my colleagues to ask some others. And back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rep. Kennedy, I believe, has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being here. We really appreciate it. This is such a sensitive topic, but I just do have one question just for clarification. When you mentioned Utah, a good part of Utah is also a dry state. So when you take into fact the statistics that you were quoting, how is that taken into account when you skew and put out those statistics?
Yeah, we've not seen that as being a major factor. And one of the things to keep in mind is that Utah is also a state that relies very heavily on tourism. I grew up in Colorado myself, kind of a sister state in terms of the tourist industry. So tourism is very, very important to Utah, and that often obviously involves restaurants and drinking and that sort of thing. We've not seen that significantly impacting the study.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I've actually skied a good part of Utah, so I do know that you can go from one ski area to another, and the laws do change. But I appreciate that. I know my colleagues have other questions. I thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Kennedy. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you very much for your time, and to all your colleagues in regards to raising awareness and your analysis and data points to help us do our job on roadway safety. It is of the utmost priority in this committee, particularly in Connecticut with the fatalities that we've had that are preventable. But you talk about the first drink being impairment. I think one of the data points that I've gotten is most of the violations or incidents that occur exceed 1.0 in regards to intoxication. What do you say to that from a standpoint of safety measures? You go from one drink being impaired, but you've seen a rash of the danger on the road when kind of documented over 1.0. So where do you see point A to point 5 as being the rationale?
Yeah, no, listen, that's a very good question. It's one we get all the time. We are not suggesting that 0.05 is the complete answer to impaired driving. Impaired driving is a very complex problem, and certainly those that, and sometimes they're habitual offenders, those that are operating vehicles with very high BAC, that's a real problem on our roads. There are other tools that we advocate and that are being implemented that help us address those elements of the problem. One of the things that NTSB has recommended and is recommending are in-vehicle technologies to detect alcohol impairment. There are technologies being developed and some that are actually available today that go a long way towards addressing that part of the problem, addressing essentially detecting impairment before someone goes out on the road. So 0.05 is not the complete answer. It is a very important tool. And one of the most important things that 0.05 does, and I've talked about this already, is it serves as a deterrent. It helps people be aware of what they're doing and to modify their behavior and to plan ahead to ensure that they're not out on the road drinking and driving.
I appreciate that answer because you're right. The conversation is to bring awareness and to bring awareness that impairment occurs with any drink and that there are precautions that people can plan and make appropriate measures of safety. But one of the other points is in regards to our laws about enforcement, of supporting more staffing in law enforcement, more road checks and kind of awareness programs combined with law enforcement. We don't have enough of that, in my opinion, in our state. Would you think that be another very important tool to complement, whether it's 0.08 or 0.05? The reality is we have laws out there that we aren't able to enforce effectively. What would you say to that as part of a critical tool that we need to supplement to reducing danger on our roadways?
Enforcement and public awareness are very important components of making something like this change in the law effective, the 0.05 change. And so enforcement is a part of that. Public awareness is a part of that. I referenced the effort in Utah to essentially advertise the fact that this change in the law was being made, but enforcement is certainly a component.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just the third point question. Your background's kind of interesting for me, not only from your agency work, but also being from Colorado and Utah. Utah being 0.05 and Colorado being one of the first states that have legalized marijuana and the impact on our roadways. Can I ask of your input and thoughts of how that has impacted traffic safety on our roadways on a positive, possibly in Utah at 0.05? And possibly in Colorado, and increasing dangers on our roads by legalization of marijuana and that substance impact on our roadways?
Well, again, as I indicated, impaired driving is a very complex issue, and an element that is increasing that complexity is the increasing prevalence of other drugs, other impairment from other drugs, cannabis being chief among them. I want to commend to you a safety research study that NTSB released in 2023 that focused on this very issue, the impact of other drugs and frankly polydrug impairments. What we found in that study, and we can provide that to you, we can make it available to you. What we found in that study is that by far alcohol is still the biggest problems in terms of impaired driving. A close second, frankly, is cannabis. And maybe even more significant is what we found in that study is that the combination of alcohol and cannabis is a real problem. Those two substances tend to magnify the impairing impact of the other. And we're seeing a lot of combined impairment, alcohol and cannabis. So cannabis is certainly a problem, other drugs as well. Alcohol, though, still very much our biggest problem in terms of impaired driving.
Well, thank you very, very much for your time, and I do support the consideration of the lowering of it, but I think there's so many other factors that I think we as a state need to address. So I appreciate your time, and a little shout out. I know our commissioner of DOT is going to testify along with our public health commissioner. I think we're looking forward to working with them, and they've been true advocates. So I want to give a shout out even before they present that. We're all working together to try to find solutions, and I appreciate the data points that your agency provides. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we're going to have Representative O'Day, followed by Rep. Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chapman. Just taking a look at, as I understand it, in Utah, actually, they did have a decrease the first year. The numbers were, on average, from 20, am I correct that the law went into effect as of 2019, January 1?
That's, I believe that's correct, yes.
And there was an average of 33 drunk driver deaths per year in Utah, as I understand it, from 2016 to 2018. Does that sound about right to you?
It does. I would have to look specifically. There is a study on the Utah experience that does detail those numbers.
Yeah, I've got that. The last study I could find was 2022, the 20th annual DUI report to the Utah legislature. And to be clear, everyone here wants to see a decrease in deaths on our highways, which have been in record numbers. And I assure you, no one more than me. My understanding, though, is that Utah, it hasn't worked. In fact, yes, the deaths went from an average of 33 from 2016 to 2018. In 2019, it went down to 27. But in 2020, it went up to 48. And then in 2021, it went up to 61. And in 2022, they had a record 69 alcohol-related deaths. Are you aware of that?
My understanding is that the numbers did go up during the COVID timeframe, as they did across the country for lots of reasons that we're still trying to understand, but that the numbers have now declined and that they're back down in a more positive range in Utah, a better range than they are across the country.
All right.
And we can check those numbers. It doesn't sound like your numbers are squaring with the numbers that I've seen, but we can certainly check those and provide them to you.
Thank you, because that is different from the numbers I've gotten. And in talking to experts, going from 0.08 to 0.0, or I'm sorry, from 0.05 to 0.04. So 0.04 is pilots are allowed to fly with a BAC of 0.04, correct?
Well, no, because pilots aren't allowed to consume alcohol at all within 8 hours of flying. There is also this sort of parallel standard that says that your BAC can't be higher than 0.04. But if you have complied with the rule that says you can't consume alcohol within 8 hours, there's no way you're going to have a 0.04 at the time you get behind the controls.
So if the federal regs say you have to, I stand corrected, it's 0.04 or higher is you're not allowed to have. But pilots, as long as their blood alcohol is less than 0.04, they're not breaking the law. Is that?
No, that's not correct. If they have consumed alcohol within 8 hours, they are breaking the federal regulation. They're in violation of the federal regulations. If you have complied with that regulation and have abstained from consuming alcohol within 8 hours of flying, there's no way you're going to have a 0.04. It's a sort of odd anomaly in the law that they have the two standards, But the rule that really applies is the 8 hour. It's called the 8 hour from bottle to throttle rule. Pilots are required to abstain from alcohol within 8 hours of flying.
I understand, but what does the law say about BAC content for a pilot?
Yeah, there's this odd anomaly in the law that says that you can't have higher than a .04, but if you've complied with that 8 hour rule, there's no way that you could have a .04. If you show up with a .03, it's gonna indicate that you have violated the 8 hour rule, and that's gonna get you in trouble.
So, the people I've talked to, experts in BAC content, differ with your opinion on as far as 8 hours eliminates all alcohol in your system. I think it depends on your size and weight. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, it depends on your size and weight. I don't think you're gonna have a .04 after 8 hours.
Um, and as far as I know, I hear the good chair about police officers wanting this, and the officers that I've talked to, are concerned that they can't tell the difference at looking at somebody between a .04 and a .05. Are you aware of the physical characteristics someone would display going from .04 to .05 if there's a real difference, at least for police officers able to detect?
The point of this change in the law is that police officers would have the ability to administer a breathalyzer test on the road, essentially, and measure that specifically. So if you blow into it and you turn up a .05, you are then presumed to be impaired. You can be impaired below .05. It's not necessary for a police officer to distinguish visually between .04 and .05. They can still determine that you're impaired, but the .05 is essentially an evidentiary rule. You're presumed to be impaired at .05.
Do you agree that the stat that I got was that 92.5%, according to the NTSB, of motor vehicle accidents in which BAC is involved, 92.5% of it is the BAC is .10 or higher. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, as I indicated, we still have a very big problem with crashes and fatalities involving high levels of alcohol. .05 is not the only tool. .05 is a very important tool, again, because it serves as a reminder and a deterrent. But we have other tools that we are advocating, including in-vehicle technology, to determine impairment, to essentially ensure that people with those high levels of blood alcohol concentration are not driving.
I appreciate it. And I won't waste the time on here, but I did go through the NTSB's list of ways to the state's progress on implementing alcohol impaired driving recommendations. And you've got recommendations H13-5 is the .05, correct?
That sounds right. I would have to look. I'm not certain of the number, but that I know it's a 2013 recommendation. Yes, and the 13 signifies 2013.
And then you've got, there's one, the H1245, 13.9, 13.10. There's a lot of them that obviously states could implement, and Connecticut has not implemented a number of the NTSB's other recommendations, which is not relevant here today. But with regard to the marijuana, I believe your testimony was that's a particularly problematic situation when you've got both alcohol and marijuana mixed, as I understand your testimony, correct?
What our research found is that a growing problem on the roads is a combination of impairing substances, most significantly alcohol in combination with cannabis.
And has the NTSB taken a position on Connecticut's law that allows people to, in the statute, being smoking marijuana, and that is in the car while driving, and that is not sufficient probable cause to pull someone over while driving? Did you know that?
We've not had an opportunity to take a position on that, but certainly we would have concerns about consuming any sort of impairing substance while driving.
I would believe going from .08 to .05 certainly would help, but don't you think that preventing somebody from smoking marijuana while driving would be even a bigger help?
I certainly wouldn't argue with. Well, I don't know if it's a bigger help. It certainly would be a help. I think these are parallel problems. Impairment from other substances such as cannabis and impairment from alcohol are parallel problems. What we're seeing is crossover often now where you have multiple substances. We think there are a number of tools that should be implemented to address all of these issues. 0.05 is only one of those tools.
And finally, would you agree with me that if someone was drinking a beer as a passenger in a car, that would not impair someone who was driving the car if they weren't drinking that beer, correct?
Not that I'm aware, no.
However, if someone is smoking marijuana in a car as a passenger and the smoke is filling up the car, that secondary smoke could impair a driver, correct?
That's certainly possible. We've not done research ourselves on the impact of secondary smoke, inhalation of secondary smoke, but that's certainly a conceivable scenario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your work on making our highways safer and appreciate your testimony here today. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Good questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. O'Day, and I appreciate the Mr. Chapman's answers, really highlighting that this, whether we're talking about polydrug impairment or alcohol related specifically, this does require multimodal solutions, and I appreciate you highlighting most of those. Rep. Farrar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being with us. I did want to ask a question because I know some of the questions I've heard from my colleagues really dive into Utah. But I am aware, I think, that there's any number of other countries in the world that have pursued this effort around a reduction in blood alcohol level. And I was wondering if there are certain countries you'd recommend we look at for more of the longitudinal effect of this type of policy.
We can get back to you with some specifics on that, but I think the thing to keep in mind is that there are more than 100 countries that do have this standard or lower. There are some countries that have a zero tolerance standard. I like to reference the experience we see in Europe, where I don't think any of us would deny that drinking is certainly an important part of the culture in a number of European countries, and yet they have adopted 0.05 or lower as their driving standard. And we don't see the same sorts of, frankly, just tragic results in terms of alcohol-related fatalities on the highways in those European countries. We can get you more specifics on that, but as a general matter, our experience with regard to international application of this standard is a very positive one.
Thank you. Thank you for that further information. And then secondly, I wanted to come back to, I think, something you shared earlier about the further development of technology, and wanted to hear from you about the particular timeline we might be looking at in regards to our cars or vehicles of the future, including a mechanism in which someone who is impaired could not drive.
Yeah, we have recommended that National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, which is one of our sister federal agencies, NHTSA, establishes the vehicle safety standards, and those standards have to be complied with by manufacturers. We have recommended that NHTSA require integrated in-vehicle technology to detect alcohol impairment, or driver monitoring systems, which some vehicles do have today, capable of detecting impairment, or a combination of those two technologies, that those technologies be required on all newly manufactured vehicles. There is not yet such a standard. There is a lot of focus on this issue, including congressional focus on this issue, but it is going to take some time before we see that technology in our vehicles. My belief is that technology holds great promise for helping us address not only impairment, but another scourge on our highways, which is excessive speed. Technology holds great promise to help us address that challenge as well.
Thank you for that. I was going to ask what, in our role as state legislators, we could potentially do to push that forward, but I think you answered it a bit by acknowledging that our conversations potentially with our congressional delegation could help towards those ends. So thank you for illuminating that. I think there, as you said, is a lot of promise in us pursuing what technology can do for us in solving this problem, but it's on us in the meantime to make sure that we make decisions that can save lives. So thank you, Mr. Chapman, for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Farrar. It looks like online we have a question from Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do apologize to my fellow members and to Mr. Chapman for not being there in person. Just to follow up on Representative O'Day's question, sir. He talked a little bit about the marijuana smoking and driving. It certainly seems, I mean, you said, I believe, that there weren't any studies done that you're aware of that have talked about the marijuana use while someone is driving, even if it's not by the driver. Is that correct?
NTSB has not done any studies. There may be some safety studies that have been done. Our experts can take a look at that and get back to you with information about that. I'm not aware of any, but we have some folks that are probably better informed on that. NTSB has not done any such studies that I'm aware of.
Thank you, sir. And in your expert opinion, though, do you think it certainly would enhance public safety, in my common sense opinion, not my expert opinion, if we, as a legislature, were to address the fact that someone drinking and driving a beer would be a violation and certainly be a detriment to public safety? Seems to me it would be logical that someone smoking marijuana and driving would also be a detriment to public safety, and it might be something we should pursue. Would you agree that would be a detriment to public safety if I was driving down the street billowing smoke out of the car?
I share your concerns. I think any possibility that there might be an impairing effect on the driver is cause for serious concern.
I thank you very much for your answer, sir, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Callahan. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony today. I am combing through some of the data that you provided from Utah, and just a couple of quick questions. I'm looking at it and trying to figure out where maybe some stats have been done on this data. So as I'm looking for the overall crash data, when we look at 0.04 and below and 0.05 to 0.08, looking at those numbers, and they look very similar. So we're basically looking at something where we believe the effects of alcohol might be negligible to where we're looking at now with this bill. Do we have any statistical analysis on any of these numbers?
I'm not sure which numbers you're looking at. The numbers that we pulled together for today's testimony come from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which does track those numbers. I think the thing to point out here is if a crash has been essentially logged within the statistics as involving alcohol, a fatality involving alcohol, that alcohol was a factor in that crash. And alcohol can be a factor certainly at levels below 0.08, between 0.05, 0.08, but at levels lower than 0.05 as well. Alcohol impairment, we begin to see that well below 0.05.
Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at the data that you provided, and so it looks at overall crash data when we have alcohol 0.08 and above. You're in the consistently in the 500 range, and when we go down to 0.5 to 0.79 and then even to 0.04 and below, you're in the 30 range for both of them. So I guess my question is trying to figure out where there's any sort of statistical significance between the 0.4 and below to the 0.05 to the 0.8 number. it's hard to understand if we're going to be pulling someone over and we're expecting this to be a big effect when the numbers don't really differ from a negligible amount of alcohol.
Well, again, I think the thing to emphasize with regard to 0.05 is one of the big benefits of 0.05 is the deterrent effect. And we've seen that in Utah, and the study that was done by the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration established that there was a significant impact in terms of deterrent effect of the 0.05 standard.
So thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not sure that I actually see those numbers in Utah, because to me, I can see where the numbers maybe dip down initially, but from the data that you sent, I'm not necessarily seeing that number when we go to total alcohol-related crashes of 938 versus 849. Again, I guess I would like to see some stats on that number to see if there's anything else involved. And when you talk about deterrent, I guess I would be curious to understand if you think the deterrent might be more of the campaign to let people know that driving while intoxicated is a problem, or do you think it's the particular number? Like, could we move forward and actually see some sort of statistical change in the crashes and the people that are actually driving intoxicated by just doing a campaign letting people know the effects?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think the 0.05 standard serves an important role as a deterrent. I also believe that public education is an important tool in terms of addressing impairment, and those things need to be ongoing on a regular basis. You probably see from time to time NHTSA, again, our sister federal agency, NHTSA has drunk driving campaigns from time to time on television through advertising. Utah did engage in a public awareness campaign regarding the 0.05 standard before that standard went into place. I think these are complementary tools among others to help us try to address this complex problem.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Mara. Rep. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of, well, really just one question, and I apologize if I missed it, Mr. Chapman. Can you give us the states that have the 0.05 blood alcohol versus anything higher? How many states are at the 0.05 right now? Do you know?
The only state with 0.05 so far is Utah. All of the other states across the country are at 0.08. There are, again, it's 5 or 6 states that are currently looking at 0.05 very seriously, including Connecticut.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And the
Thank
states, by the way, that are looking at it right now: Hawaii, Washington State, New York State, Connecticut, North Carolina. We are aware of a couple other states that are at least in the initial stages of examining this, but those are the states where there are active proposals.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just want to, just a real quick comment, and I think we have to be very careful when we use Europe as an example. I lived in Europe for many years. They have a huge, robust public transportation everywhere you go in Europe. So it's tough when you compare a state like Connecticut to Europe. We have some very rural areas, as you may know, like Colorado has, whereas Europe is a very different animal. So I do appreciate it. They have a wonderful public transportation there. I wish we had it here. However, I think we have to be very cautious when we hold up Europe's standards and look at it for the United States. But I do appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much for being here today. And that's all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Hall. It sounds like you're going to be on board for supporting all of our expansion ideas on rail and bus, and so I'll keep that in mind. I see no other hand. Oh, I see myself telling you lies. Rep. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chapman, just a couple questions. If we adapted this new standard to .05, would it make sense to have a lower penalty for infractions .05 to say .079 that don't include the installation of an ignition interlock device?
I would say we would generally be uncomfortable with that approach. Our recommendation is to simply reduce the standard from .08 to .05, not to reduce the penalties. And the reason that's a concern is that we end up with what effectively becomes a driving under the influence light approach at times in terms of law enforcement or in terms of, frankly, judicial enforcement, where we see sometimes repeat offenders with penalties reduced. We think that that creates a potential danger where this becomes essentially kind of a tool in plea bargaining.
Last question. The ignition interlock devices, as used in Connecticut and probably most states, I think require a random check while the person's driving, where they have to blow into it. Do you have any concerns that that causes a distracted driving situation? Thank you.
That's a fair question. I'm not aware that we've seen that as a potential distraction, but I think you raise a fair point. I would emphasize actually, though, that interlock devices are among the other tools that we think are important and that we support as a tool in addressing this, again, very complex problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Anderson. Mr. Chapman, I appreciate the driving under the influence light. What we're highlighting here is that we shouldn't be counting the number of drinks that we consume before we determine whether or not we're ready to get into the car. And I think that that is precisely what this is shooting at deterring. So thank you for that thorough and comprehensive session of Q&A. I appreciate it. Seeing no other questions from any of my colleagues, I do believe that is the end of your time with us. So thank you again.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the good questions.
Fantastic. All right, so we're moving on to our number 2, Senator Hockadell. I see you back there. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger-Jaballo, Ranking Member Senator Huang, Representative Kennedy, and esteemed members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jan Hockadell, and I'm here to testify on HB 7060, an act concerning transportation worker safety. On the morning of this past June 28th, Andrew DiDomenico left home to go to work at Connecticut's Department of Transportation and was hit and killed by a drunk driver as he worked on the highway. He was 26 years old. As a mother, I can't imagine receiving such news. It's every mother's worst nightmare. So at this time, I would like to introduce one of the strongest women I know and cede my time to Andrew's mother, Sherry.
Thank you. Chair Senator Cohen, Representative Berger, Travallo, Ranking Member Senator Wong, and Representative Kennedy, and honorable members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Our names are Sherry, Sal, and Vincenzo Di Domenico. And our son and brother, Andrew, was tragically struck and killed by a motorist while working for the DOT on June 28, 2024. We're here before you today to testify in strong support of HB number 7060, an act concerning transportation worker safety. Andrew loved his job and was very dedicated to both his position and his coworkers. He was struck and killed while conducting lawn maintenance and ground operations on a state highway. While this is an important job, no one should lose their life performing these duties. It's our family's mission to honor Andrew's memory by advocating for policy changes that will hopefully prevent further work zone tragedies from occurring. HB 7060 includes a number of policy changes we believe will help further protect state highway workers. Section 3 establishes a required work zone and roadside safety training course for anyone applying for a Connecticut driver's license and for anyone convicted of violating the state's move over law and/or endangerment of a highway worker. By improving awareness and education about the state's work zone safety laws, a required training course for new and offending drivers has the potential to increase compliance with the laws and therefore save lives. We applaud the DOT and committee for taking this proactive approach. HB 7060 also increases penalties for these offenses and makes distracted driving on a limited access highway a reckless driving violation. We need greater penalties to signal the seriousness of the crimes to Connecticut drivers. Finally, HB 7060 proposes to designate a portion of a highway in honor of Andrew in his hometown of Meriden. We appreciate this recognition of Andrew's dedication to his job and hope it'll serve as a reminder to slow down and move over for work zones. Additionally, we strongly support a bridge in honor of State Trooper First Class Aaron M. Pelletier, who also lost his life while working to keep Connecticut highways safe. We would like to thank the DOT Commissioner Eucalito and the entire DOT team for proposing this legislation, the Transportation Committee for raising and drafting the bill, Senator Hackadell for assisting us with testifying today, and members of the Meriden and Wallingford delegations for their ongoing advocacy and support. We urge the committee to support passage of this important legislation, and we thank you for your consideration.
Sherry, thank you. As a mom, that was very difficult to listen to, and I am so impressed that you were able to get through all of that. To you and to Sal and Vincenza, we extend tremendous condolences and are truly grateful for you coming here to share your support. I would simply ask you if there was anything else that you wanted us to hear, anything else that you wanted us to know outside of that beautifully written testimony.
Just that the driving behavior in the state is just out of control. Especially, for work zones, we need to look at what we're doing to protect our workers on the side of the roads. And just make sure that, we can keep them safe. Because unfortunately, the way things are going, I can see this happening again. And I would hate to have another family endure the pain and suffering that we've been going through.
Thank you for that.
Mhm.
I believe my co-chair would also like to say something.
Thank you, Ms. Di Domenico, for being here and for reliving this horrific incident that I just, it's unimaginable. I too am a mother, and I just don't even, I can't even begin to fathom what you and your family's been through. I know he was a son and a brother and certainly a friend to many. And I know that his brothers and sisters at the DOT also mourn greatly for the loss. And I just want to thank you for being here because it is so important that we do whatever we can do as this committee. It is incumbent upon us to make sure that this doesn't happen again, to make sure that our workers are safe on our roadways. And I'm just so grateful for Andrew and what he's done. I know he's smiling down, just so proud of you right now. How could he not be? So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Rep. Kennedy.
Thank you. And thank you again for your testimony today. Again, as a mother as well, and my son's the same age as your son, it really hits home for all of us. So you being able to, excuse me, share your story means a lot. And we offer our deepest sympathies and strength as you move forward during such a difficult time. But I hope that the memories and the honors that we bestow upon Andrew, that even though it doesn't bring him back, we thank you for sharing him with us and we wish you all the best going forward. So thank you
you.
very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Rep. Kennedy. I see no other hands. I just want once again to say thank you very much for being here and
Thank you for your time. Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Okay, we are moving on to our third speaker, who I believe is in the room. We are looking for Commissioner Ugalito. See him. Take your time while we all pull ourselves together. So we are going to have Commissioner Ugalito speak, and after the questions are done and he has been released, we will start alternating between the general public and the rest of the elected officials on our list. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Jaballo, Representative Kennedy, Senator Wong, members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Garrett Ugalito. I have the honor of serving as Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Thank you for bringing forward ConnDOT's legislative proposals for hearing this session. I know we submitted many pieces of testimony and many pieces of legislation for your consideration, and I appreciate your willingness to consider those. The majority of them are safety packages, and I'll walk through some of those items. So I'm just going to touch on a few of those to try and save time for the many other people registered to testify. Starting with SB 1377, has numerous provisions requested by ConnDOT to help conform our state statutes to new federal rules, make changes that allow for service improvements internally at ConnDOT. There's a bunch of different sections, so I'll just touch on a few and happy to answer questions on others, but most of them are pretty technical. The first one is updating the Connecticut coordinate system, which is used for surveying and map production purposes to align with the newly published National Spatial Reference System. And I have subject matter experts here to help answer questions on that one. The second is cleaning up some sections dealing with crosswalks, eliminating some outdated special crosswalks no longer in use in our state or I believe in the country, and bringing our statute on crosswalks in alignment with the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. Third, we're looking for clarifying changes to the statute to allow us to administer federal grants received directly by municipalities who are seeking our support to administer those federal grants. Federal funding is very complicated to administer. And we do have the staff expertise to support those municipalities in interacting with the federal financial system, but we need some statutory changes to allow us to do that. Lastly, we want to repeal a provision on transit district funding that was passed a few years ago, but doesn't achieve what we believe the intent was. The language in statute today would actually reduce funding to many of our small transit districts across the state, And with our proposal, we just go back to the statutory language that allows us to continue to support transit districts in alignment with the appropriations bills that pass each year. Turning to 1375, an act concerning highway pedestrian and cyclist safety. This has several of the safety provisions requested by Conduct. We have requested to increase the penalty for endangering pedestrians in the crosswalk. We continue to see drivers speeding through crosswalks while pedestrians are present, ignoring the law changes that the legislature passed several years ago related to pedestrian safety. We believe this will help deter individuals violating the law. And as someone who was struck by a driver while in a crosswalk, it's something I'm passionate about raising awareness to. Second, I want to, this bill helps clarify state law to align with what many people already presume to be clear in our state statutes, that the left lane on a multi-lane highway should be used for passing and not for camping out. Too often we see instances where drivers are weaving in and out of traffic to get around someone in the left lane who may be traveling below the speed limit. And while that's perfectly safe to travel below the speed limit, the expectations of other drivers are that individuals traveling at or below the speed limit will be over in the middle or right-hand lane. So this unexpected instance will aggravate drivers, creating reckless behavior, weaving in and out of traffic, and ultimately leading to multiple crashes. With this law change, we'll be able to expand signage across the state and do an education campaign to make this more explicit for people. Next, we want to clarify existing law regarding the use of electronic devices while driving a motor vehicle. Currently, devices are being sold online that allow you to stream from your phone to your in-dash display. That is something that our statutes have not kept up with that technology. The legislature has passed for many years ago, laws prohibiting TVs or DVD players from being in a position where the driver can watch those programs while driving. We need to update our statute to align with new technology. And lastly, motorcycle helmets is in this bill. I know that each year we approach this committee to discuss this issue. We have that discussion, and we have heard from the committee and the public testimony loud and clear the past few years. So this year, I am proposing a compromise that I hope the committee, as well as the CMRA, can get behind, which is to only adjust the helmet rule to capture those up to age 21. I know that many of our seasoned riders feel passionate about this, as do many of the employees at Conduct who are riders themselves. But when we are coming off a year where we had 76 motorcyclists killed, the highest number since 1985, I felt it was necessary to try and propose a compromise that could protect those of our youngest riders. Next, I'm once again asking the legislature to advance an effort to lower the BAC from 0.08 to 0.05, which is included in SB 1376. I appreciate the committee raising this proposal. Conditions on our roadways have not improved since the first time this came before the committee. We continue to be amongst the worst in the nation when it comes to drunk driving rates. And we are seeking anything possible to help reduce drunk driving in our state. The facts are that driving impaired is illegal. The likelihood of being in a fatal crash is 7 times higher for drivers with a BAC over 0.05 than for drivers with no alcohol in their system. Lowering the BAC is proven to be effective. I was here for the conversation with Member Chapman, and lowering the BAC does not stop someone from going out and having wine with dinner or a couple beers while watching the game. Lowering the BAC shifts behavior and it acts as a deterrent, and it encourages people to plan ahead. I often hear the argument that passing this bill does not address drug impaired driving, and that's true, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do something to save lives of people who are killed by drunk drivers. Every day, 37 people in the United States die in drunk driving crashes. That's someone every 39 minutes. Alcohol continues to be the main source of impairment on our roadways. Should those 37 people keep dying every day because we haven't found a silver bullet for drug impaired driving? I don't think so. I think drunk driving is a selfish choice made by the driver. It's not an accident. And lowering the BAC, we can save lives and we can help everyone get to where they're going safely. And I want to end with HB 7060. an act concerning transportation worker safety. Uh, it can't really top what Sherry had the courage to talk about. But that day in June was the worst day of my life. And it's something we never want to see happen again. But it's not just our employees at ConnDOT who are at risk every single day. Crashes occur in our state every day, all over the state. When you're in a vehicle and you get in a crash, you have tons of steel protecting you. When our employees, when construction workers, when fire, when EMS, when police officers, when our inspectors for engineering inspectors or utility workers are on the side of the road, they have nothing protecting them. So that's why we are passionate about safety. That's why we're passionate about doing what we can to stop crashes from occurring in the first place, because we don't have the protection out there that someone in their car has. We think about this every single day, and every day we are terrified that one of our other colleagues will be killed. First, we need to educate drivers. The number of people I see every day not moving over when they see a vehicle on the side of the road or workers on the side of the road is unacceptable, and it's terrifying. But most people don't know that's the law. Even though every board we have on the highway tells them it's the law, they ignore it. So we want to copy what Oklahoma just did a couple years ago. Oklahoma passed a law requiring a work zone and roadside vehicle safety course, similar to the alcohol and drug education course that's required of new drivers here in Connecticut, which you have to take before you get your license. We would like that to be the case for anyone wanting to get their license. They have to take this course to educate them on the risks for the people working on the roadside. We also want people who are convicted of violating slow down, move over, or endangerment of a highway worker to have to take that course. We want to increase the fines for violations of those two laws, and we want to expand the definition of reckless driving to include the use of mobile device while driving on a limited access highway, or what we all call a highway. This is really just the start of what can be done to try and improve safety for our workers. It's not enough. The main tool we need to improve safety for workers and every driver out there is more enforcement. And I look forward to this summer when we're going to go live with a permanent work zone speed camera program. I know there's other proposals in other committees aimed at supporting state employees and their surviving family members, and I appreciate all the members who are raising those concepts and the strength of the family members who have raised those, and I look forward to supporting those efforts. So I know there's many things on the agenda that I did not touch on, and I appreciate the opportunity to summarize my testimony here and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. As thorough as we expected, and I would imagine we're going to go pretty deep on some of what you already talked about, as well as some of the things you haven't mentioned yet. So I just have a few questions that I'd like to start with. I'm going to kind of bounce between each of the bills that you mentioned. So if I can start with 1375, talking about the left lane for passing and not camping. The signage that already exists, what's the difference between that and what you're proposing to change? Because I know that I see some on 84, some of my colleagues have seen it in other places. What is that, and what will you be doing that's different?
So it already is in statute that it's on a 2-lane highway that you're supposed to stay to the right. On the multi-lane highways, it's less clear in statute. And so when we looked at, anytime I go on a radio show or talk to the public or we have town hall meetings, this comes up as an issue that frustrates drivers. And when we've looked at the statute, it's not very clear that that is the case in Connecticut, that it's intended to be for passing unless there's congested conditions or other conditions on the roadway. So clarifying the statute will give us the comfort. Our conditions are very specific, and they like to so engineers are very specific and want to make sure that, any signage we're putting up there and any educational campaign we do through our highway safety office conforms to what the statute actually says.
Thank you. I know that some of the smaller signs that already exist tend to be on the highways where there are very specific right lanes for slow moving. So this is going to, this will have overlap with that, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So there are different cases with different markings where if there is a slow vehicle lane designated, we're in for instance, on a hill, that's a climbing area. That's different from a 3 or 4 lane highway where there is no specific designated lane under the definition of the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to bounce oh no, I want to stay on there for one moment. Speeding through crosswalks, you mentioned that you're seeing an increase in folks speeding through them. Is that being recorded through increased enforcement catching that, or is this an anecdotal just sort of understanding and reports from communities? Where, what do we know about that?
So it is not coming through enforcement. It is coming through reports in to our office, reports from the local traffic authorities telling us, complaints coming into city halls and police departments. We have been supporting efforts to do increased enforcement in that area to try and educate drivers around the new laws. We ran a large educational campaign when the pedestrian safety rules changed several years ago, and we continue to push that. But drivers over the past 5 years have become impatient behind the wheel compared to previously. I mean, they've always been impatient, but much more so now, and they are putting people at risk.
And sort of hand in hand with that, is there increased opportunity for municipalities to use the beacons, the lit crosswalk signs, things that will call better attention?
Absolutely, yes. So we do have resources and support available for municipalities to do. Rapid rectangular flashing beacons for mid-block crosswalks where it's not at necessarily an intersection, but others, there are tools available to do things, what's called leading pedestrian interval, where you have a pedestrian have a few seconds head start before the drivers get the green light. So that way the pedestrian is further along in the crosswalk and the driver, if they are turning, will see that pedestrian there. And that's an effort to try and raise awareness for the driver when they turn their head to turn, the pedestrian's already in the crosswalk.
Okay, so now, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you. This is the kind of thing that we are asked to help in our municipalities with all the time, and it's important to understand that. So kind of overlapping now between 7060 and 1376, really getting back to sort of a crossover between the impairment and the work zone safety. You said very clearly when we were talking about impairment, it's not an accident. And I would argue that when it comes to work zone safety and driving fast and through that space, that's not an accident either. So when we're getting into the nitty gritty here, you spoke to us a couple of days ago, you spoke to the committee, and you mentioned that the crash vehicles, I think it was, the vehicles that respond to these crashes, those are even being hit on these scenes. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Yeah, so our DOT employees have equipment that, their trucks have crash attenuators that can be attached to them, or specific ones where the crash attenuator can fold down and be behind the vehicle. And that's intended to absorb the impact in case a driver is driving unsafe and crashes into a work zone. And actually, while I was here last week testifying you, and I mentioned that it occurs every couple days, we had a crash truck hit while I was sitting here. And so our bureau chief of highway operations shared that email with me as soon as we got back to the office. It was, I think, around the same time we were having the dialogue about that very issue. And so we continue to buy equipment and replace equipment and repair equipment that's being hit every few days.
That's absolutely astonishing. Thank you for, well, the detail on that is always shocking, but I think when we realize how it's happening in real time, it really highlights that. The only thing I want to ask is really sort of more general before I hand it over. I really don't want to take too much more of your time. You mentioned the MUTCD, and I think for some of the folks who are either new to the committee or who are tuning in, can you just talk about that a little tiny bit and how that sort of sets the standard for a lot of the things that you determine here?
Yeah, so federal highway requires every state to have a controlling document as to what signs and signals or markings are allowed on roadways. And the Federal Highway Administration publishes the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And that really is any signage, any pavement markings, anything that is going to be controlling driver behavior or sending signals to the driver has to conform to either the federal MUTCD as the bare minimum, or a state can adopt their own MUTCD, which I'm only aware of less than a half dozen that have ever done that because it is very labor intensive and difficult to do so. But the MUTCD is essentially the gold standard that every state complies with, and that determines what. And the reason it exists is because we are a nation where people are traveling amongst states, and you want a uniform pattern of, I know no matter what state I'm in, a stop sign is going to look like this. A pavement marking indicates this. I mean, when you go to Representative Hall left, but when she was talking about Europe, when you go to Europe, you have different standards of what the signage is. And so if you're going to drive over there, you have to like try and figure out what that signage actually means. Whereas in America, we know every single state has the same exact signage and pavement markings.
I appreciate that. Even walking in Europe, you're not really sure which direction you're supposed to be looking. The signage looks a little different. So to have that uniformity, I think, is important. And I just wanted it to be a little kind of clear that when you bring some of these suggestions forward, or when we're getting into compliance with some of these things, it is not Connecticut specific. It is really to be in alignment. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to hand this over to my co-chair, who I know has her own extensive list of questions.
They are extensive, but I'll try to keep them. I'll try to keep them brief. And especially knowing that we have a great relationship with the commissioner and the department, and you guys are great about making yourselves available for the committee membership as we try to deliberate these bills and figure out how to perfect the proposals further. I want to talk about 1375 a minute in terms of crosswalks and pedestrian safety. And just ask you, we've had several discussions about the blinking lights in crosswalks. And I just wonder if you could speak to that a little bit. Is that a requirement now? Where are those going? How do they work?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to like the rapid rectangular flashing beacons or a flashing light. Those are generally not used at an intersection. Those will be used where there's a crosswalk in between an intersection, what we call a mid-block crosswalk. Those are a proven safety countermeasure. We encourage the use of those. It can be expensive if you have to trench and deploy power to that site. That obviously increases costs for installation of that. The other component is purchasing the equipment. We have federal funds available for municipalities that would seek to do so. And we support many municipalities doing that, and we encourage that where possible. We also have changed our design standards inside CONDOT, where now crosswalks need to have light. For a long time, we did not have a standard where there had to be overhead lighting the crosswalk area, and that is very risky for a pedestrian that is in the crosswalk if the only light in the area is going to be a vehicle's headlights. So we want to try and daylight that area for whether it's at an intersection or a mid-block crosswalk. But those flashing beacons essentially are very beneficial in improving safety for individuals trying to cross a crosswalk while there is no stop light or red light there for a driver.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As somebody who represents a town that's had, and I think nobody's immune to this. Unfortunately, we're seeing, I believe you said in your informational hearing to us that, we've seen an increase in pedestrian strikes and cyclist fatalities, which is really concerning. So anything we can do there. There's been obviously a number of recommendations from the Vision Zero Council that have not seen passage in the legislature. Some of them are highlighted in 1375. and some of them you didn't touch on today. So I'm just going to ask a little bit about, because I think this is really interesting in terms, especially of open containers in vehicles. How much money is Connecticut essentially paying in penalties because we are essentially defying federal standard?
So that I don't know the amount per year, but I believe the total so far since the enactment of that was $188 million have been transferred out of construction into other uses, safety investments.
So at this point, Connecticut could have had $188 million to be spending on our roads and other uses, but instead we've been paying that in penalties.
That's correct.
And we could change that by ensuring that we don't allow open containers in vehicles. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also, would love to talk to you about something related to BAC. I know, we have, if somebody is a repeat offender of driving under the influence, sometimes there's an interlock device that's placed in the car. I know we talked a little bit about technology and vehicles. In fact, I know the commissioner has had a vehicle that has new technology that won't allow the vehicle to engage if the driver is over a certain limit. And I wonder if you could sort of speak to that. Is this something that seems to be coming down the pike? How did it work with you? Are you still driving that vehicle? If you could just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, so that is a passive alcohol detection system. It's been being tested for several years now. It is not it's different from an ignition interlock device where you don't have to have a concerted breath into the device. It's constantly monitoring your breath, and we are a part of a federal research study where we have it installed in not just my vehicle still today, as well as a demonstration vehicle we take to schools and to events to teach the public about it. But it also is now we're up to another additional 6 vehicles we're contributing to the federal study. And Virginia and Maryland also are participating with some of their state vehicles. Mine is set at 0.02. So really, if it detects anything over 0.02, which is the lowest threshold it can really go with the laser system installed in it, it will not engage. Essentially, the vehicle won't start, and then it's constantly monitoring. So the way it's set up is if it begins to identify impairment or a BAC level, then it will eventually like throttle back the vehicle and slow it down slowly over time. So there was the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act did pass language mandating that be in all new vehicles beginning in 2027. Unfortunately, that requires a rulemaking from NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. So there was hope that this would becoming to all vehicles in our country. At this point, though, with rulemakings being pulled back and NHTSA failing to advance that rulemaking, I have lowered expectations as to when that may occur. In fact, we just saw a rulemaking on automatic emergency braking canceled, which was going to be required in all new vehicles, which will save lives as well. And now that's being scuttled. So, it's a little concerning that this technology is not going to be deployed nationwide anytime soon, but we're still participating in the federal pilot program to show the efficacy of it and to the calibration of the lasers. And it's constantly feeding data back to the researchers on where I'm traveling and what my breath is telling them every time I'm driving.
That's really helpful. Thanks. Along the lines of that, and sort of similar, I guess, to the interlock program would be, we've heard of another state who's implemented speed governors in vehicles where the person has had multiple offenses of driving in excess of the speed limit. Could you speak to that? It's also in the bill in terms of having the DOT study it. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think so. Commercial fleets have been using speed governors for quite some time. The technology is proven to work. The difficult part is the retrofitting vehicles. Oftentimes, that may be the most difficult part, but maintaining it is necessarily not a problem. So, like if I own a fleet of trucks, it's to my benefit to have those installed in my fleet because it reduces the number of crashes, it reduces the tickets or fines that may be imposed on me as a fleet operator and my drivers. So it's proven to work. I'd be interested in seeing some research as to how it could be implemented here in Connecticut.
And is it Virginia that's implemented a program? And if so, do you know anything about their program? And have you had contact with their transportation commissioner?
I will have to get back to you on that. I forget exactly which state it was. I do know New York City has installed speed governors in all of their um, municipal fleet, several thousand vehicles. But I'll get back to you on which state it was that is rolling it out.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you for that. Also, wanted to just, and this will be my last for now. I think. Uh, um, in HB 7058, this requires the DOT to take a look at automated traffic enforcement safety devices, particularly speed cameras on our highways. And I just wondered what the commissioner's feelings were on that.
Yes, so I'm definitely interested in looking at that. I tried to do some initial research. So there is a federal research entity called the Transportation Research Board, on which I sit as a committee member, and I tried to do some digging into whether there has been any research on the use of safety cameras, not just in work zones, but on a limited access highway. From a brief look, I haven't found anything yet, but we are definitely interested in the potential of that technology because we know it works in work zones. We know it works on local roads. I think the way it would be deployed would be different, but it is absolutely worth looking into.
Yeah, it seems to me we have a speeding problem on our highways, a reckless driving problem, and seems to me that these cameras are working elsewhere, and we see them being deployed in other cities across the country, which is how we landed with our automated traffic safety device program that is, currently rolling out statewide. But in discussions with leadership, we thought, we should really be taking a look at this. And if we can be a leader here, I think we should be, because people are dying on our roadways. So that's it from me. Thank you for your time and testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Wong has some questions for you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and welcome, Commissioner Euclid. As I'll repeat, I appreciate your leadership and your constant dialogue with us and your leadership on Vision Zero. We're very lucky to have you in our state, so thank you. I'm going to begin by asking in regards to 7057, the sound barrier. I think in your written testimony, you cited the fact that even though we did the study and you had the allocated locations, that you didn't have the staffing or the means to be able to move forward on this. I wanted to be able to have you elaborate a little bit more because this is not a new initiative. It's one that we have asked from many of the communities that have been impacted by sound barriers, but also the clear cutting that occurred. The vegetation study was a important part for many of the colleagues on the transportation and throughout the General Assembly. To hear, it's disappointing to hear that you do not believe we should move forward. Can you form some basis and kind of allay our frustration in that? Because many of our constituents have offered, their lives have been changed. The sound decibels study that we've gotten, I studied that, is noticeable. It is impacting people's quality of lives. And could you elaborate how we can find a compromise and move forward to addressing some of the issues in the locations that you've designated, and if there are any locations that you designate from a priority list, as we've done with many other projects that your department has done such a wonderful job in communicating the priorities of transportation projects. There's probably a lot loaded into that, but I'm sure you get the gist, sir.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to ask Kim Lassay, our Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning, to come up to help me answer this question. But any projects that we're being asked to do, we need resources to do that. So if we're going to add an entire new capital program, because this does not exist today, we would need engineers and planners to help design this, and we'd need the funding to execute. My priority is to repair the sound barriers that exist today that are falling down or have already fallen down. That those are decaying and decrepit, and if you travel on, I think, Route 72 through New Britain into Bristol, there's entire sections missing. So that's our priority, to repair those. We definitely did this study. There was the type 2 noise barrier study. Kim can go into details about how specifically that looked at prioritizing based on the initial sound receptors. But I do, I understand residents are frustrated, but I want to continue to stress removing a few feet worth of trees does not change sound levels. It's scientifically proven. You would need a couple 100 feet of dense trees depth to have any impact on sound decibels. So, it's a psychological issue, but we hear it from legislators up and throughout the state every day. Our legislative office hears issues on this topic. So, we continue to stress that. Our sound experts continue to stress that. But I'll let Kim talk about the study.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Kim Lassay, Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning at DOT. Again, thank you, Senator. Just to outline some of the challenges that we presented as far as funding. This study was an important first step to get that priority list. And if you recall from last year, we had some discussions about this model. This is a very flat model. It does not take into account topography. So for each site that's been identified, we would have several extra steps, I'm sorry, I should take that back, several more steps that need to be taken to move that forward. So we would need to get survey for each of these sites. We would need to conduct a more in-depth noise analysis for each of these sites. And then we would look at design and construction. So we did provide some numbers within our testimony that I'm more than happy to go over. But again, we could certainly develop a schedule, but we wanted to make the committee aware of the challenge that we have both resource-wise and funding-wise to continue to move forward.
And I appreciate that. There's a challenge with every project that we undergo, and the issues in regards to priorities. Although, Commissioner, I think your suggestion that it would take significant clearing to have a noise decibel difference, I can share with you that within my district, in the Fairfield arena, there were significant clear cutting, and I do believe that there were significant noise differential. I have heard it in the neighborhood, and if there is a counterpoint to it and it's documentation that you've done the noise analysis, then perhaps, if indeed it is perception, but then perception becomes reality in the regards to quality of life that's
My
impacted.
husband is Jewish. My daughter is Jewish. And yet we are not learning about different communities and different religions because we don't have.
Education committee. Well, why does all the Zoom and technology snafu happen to me? but well, it's hard to recover from that. The vegetation study that we pushed for as a committee, was that considered into this prioritization list?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Again, Kim Lassay, Bureau Chief of Policy and Planning. Vegetation was not part of this study. Again, as we move forward with these projects, if we can find a path forward, a more in-depth noise study would take more readings that would be existing, and then for a proposed condition. So Right now, the study that we did, again, was very high level.
Westbrook, Kevin C. Shea of Madison.
Representative readings throughout the state. The noise study does go into those. I can certainly point those out and provide a summary, but it does not go into a full depth analysis for each site, and it does not take into account topography or any sort of future lane changes or traffic changes. So it's really, I would describe it as more of a heat map. So it does not get into that much detail.
Well, then it seems that the top level study, as much as it was appreciated, did not fulfill, in my belief, the mandates that were provided by this committee in our past bill to require that study. So if it seems it was a top level heat map analysis, I truly would like to ask the committee to consider that we give more specific details. And I think vegetation needs to be a important part of the analysis as it regards to not only replacing the necessary deteriorating sound barriers, but to be able to consider that whatever the noise level that occurred with a clear cutting that occurred that still exists to this day in the communities that I represent and down border, that we consider that. There are many other issues we want to consider, but my hope is that this committee will work with the leadership, which I've professed to have great respect for, to place a priority in understanding this impacts the quality of life of our constituents. And even if it is perception, it is real to those people that we represent. So I hope that this is one bill that the department will take seriously and incorporate all the necessary impact factors into a potential another study to ensure that we are moving forward and not simply saying that we don't have enough information and we don't have enough resources. Allow us to kind of get that study determination that includes all the information that would make a decision possible and not just a top level heat map. So if I may, I through the chair, I'd like to move forward. In regards to 7058. Sure.
I'm sorry, Senator. I do.
I just want to also just because we're kind of having, it is very much related to the sound barriers, but I do want to remind membership that we had a bill last session asking UConn to do a study on vegetation management for the committee. And UConn is undergoing that work right now. And once we receive that back from UConn, which should be mid-session, we will review it as leadership, both rankings and leadership of this committee, to determine what path forward we'll take. But certainly, we received the information in terms of DOT's desire to have their vegetation management in place. But the study that UConn is undergoing is with respect to carbon sequestration, carbon budgeting for vegetation management, not just really pertaining to DOT, but also DEEP. And I know the good ranking member has been involved in these discussions as well. So I just wanted to make that point just while we were on that topic.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I do appreciate that that supplemental information. And so perhaps I'll edit my comment that when that report comes from UConn, that the DOT will strongly incorporate that when we're looking at sound barriers if possible. But I'll move on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that input because that is very important. The second point is regarding Bill 7058, the automated traffic enforcement safety devices. It's an important question. We, as a bipartisan basis, supported that bill as part of Vision Zero. I guess one of the questions I had for you is how many towns have adopted it and using the input of DOT, and how many are currently on the docket to be reviewed with DOT from the municipal approvals?
So currently there are 4 packages submitted to the DOT from municipalities. 1 has been approved to date.
Thank you. And something struck me, and I wanted to kind of get some legislative intent. One of the municipalities that I represent actually is considering the red light cameras and speed cameras as a supporter of the Vision Zero. I support that idea. But something troubling occurred to me when I reviewed one of the municipal budgets. The municipal budgets incorporated into their calculation almost $800,000 of anticipated revenue from the red light and speed cameras. It throws in one of the biggest questions when we debated this issue of it wasn't meant to be a revenue generation. It was intended to be a awareness prevention. I think one of the things we keyed up on was that there was going to be ample signage, awareness. The key was not to try to catch people speeding through those areas with a camera, but rather to deter these kind of abuses. It's troubling to me, and I'd like to get your input, Commissioner. When a municipality calculates over $800,000 of potential revenue, it kind of reinforces the fears that people have is you've already built in trying to catch people before it's implemented. What do you say to that? That
So I'd
defies the
have,
goal,
yeah,
right?
I would have to, Senator, I would have to look at how they're coming up with those expectations because, when we used work zone speed cameras on our highways, we we did not generate any revenue. The cost of running the system far outstripped any revenue generated, and that worked out the way I wanted it to, right? I mean, the intent was to be a deterrent to people. The fact that they received a warning first made them less likely to repeat that offense. And so I doubt that would be the case that any municipality would generate significant revenue. And if they do generate revenue, that means they have a significant safety problem on their roadways. And thankfully, this committee wrote the law to say any revenue generated has to go back into safety. It can't just go into the general fund of those municipalities.
I appreciate that, and I wanted to reassure those that objected to the red light camera and the Vision Zero concept that it violates their personal freedoms and liberties, and that this was purely a revenue scheme to kind of catch people and I want to reassure that, and that's why I asked the question, Commissioner, to kind of repeat. It wasn't intended to be a revenue maker, and if it is a huge revenue maker, we got a bigger problem at hand. Again, I fully support our red lights and speed camera, and I want to make sure that we make clear that it is not intended and put into a revenue source, which alarms people. So I appreciate that. Third, at the indulgence of the chair, quickly talking about rail, the hot box. I don't know if anybody's raised the question in regards to that. Is that different from our positive traction control within the trains? And is it kind of taking that system into the rail? And through your testimony, I read this is a significant increase of cost and implementation to the current track system. So could you elaborate the differential between positive train control, which we implemented, thank you very much, sir, to the hot box concept? And I noticed that our Shoreline East, as well as the Danbury line, has some of it within the tracks, and there is only one in the heavily used Metro North. So would you consider, could you explain that a little bit? But then also maybe look at one of the heavily used lines of Metro North may be considered for one or two additional of these hot boxes.
Yeah, so the hot boxes are, it's different from positive train control or PTC, I will call it, in that PTC is really about protecting the operation of the vehicle in case something happens to the engineer in the vehicle, in the train cab or lead car. I think in the old days, you would have like a dead man switch, which would, if the operator is not paying attention or incapacitated, the train would slow down. So if the train engineer is not paying attention, PTC will trigger if they ignore the speed warnings, essentially, right? If you are exceeding the permissible speed, PTC will trigger and cause the train to adhere to those rules. A hotbox detector is monitoring the temperature of equipment on the train, and it's really aimed at freight. It's less so because the M8 rail cars that we have on the New Haven line and the Amtrak trains already have equipment monitoring all the equipment in our train sets. So this has become a big issue across the country in states that have very large Class 1 freight rail. We've seen it in freight derailments, but it is not an issue where we have extensive passenger rail because the passenger rail equipment already has that installed in the passenger rail equipment.
I appreciate that clarification. That's extremely helpful. So thank you very, very much. I'll close by saying that your leadership on the blood alcohol content needs to be recognized, as well as the Vision Zero concept. That's constant. I guess my last question would be for those municipalities that are initiating master plans of Vision Zero, there are significant cost in regards to implementation, as well as roadway designs and lighting adjustments. Where do you say to those municipalities how DOT through state as well as federal funds, and that's the big if, can be a resource to them to initiate that? Obviously, do you think the COGS are a big part of that solution, or do individual municipalities need to undertake that kind of liaison and interaction with your department?
Senator, thank you for the question, and thank you for your leadership on safety as well. It is all of the above. So we need municipalities who want to take the initiative to improve safety on the roadways. And if they're ready to do that, the state DOT is here to support them, and their council of government as well is there to support them. And I think collaboratively, we can all work together to develop the resources. The state, we have a solicitation out right now for municipal projects for the connectivity grant program, which the legislature consistently funds each year in the budget, grants to municipalities directly for safety. We have other grant opportunities at the state level, and we'll see if the federal grants continue. But I think through those efforts, as well as programming through the Council of Governments, they bring up safety projects to us directly, because local governments and the Council of Governments, or what are called metropolitan planning organizations, they're synonymous, they have a part to play in all of the transportation planning that occurs. And so if they bring safety projects forward, we're able to work with them to incorporate that into our capital plan. And many of the projects you see in your communities are incorporated. It looks like a DOT project, but it bubbles up from the local level. And yes, it may take time to get there and be implemented, but most of them come up from the local level.
Thank you very much for your explanation. And again, I'll close by saying my gratitude and appreciation to you and all of your staff for being readily available, even though we may not always agree. I think your expertise usually wins out the day. So compliments to you. And again, thank you for your time and answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Rep Kennedy, who will be followed by Rep O'Day, if he still remembers his question, since he raised his hand about an hour ago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be very brief because we are now 2 hours into this public hearing, and we have about 44 more speakers at least. Commissioner, thank you for all your work, to you and your staff. I know this morning, it was a difficult morning for you. I remember that June day because I think I reached out to you almost immediately. So I do thank you for that. I just have to give a plug. I'm looking at House Bill 7060 in Section 10, and it's talking about the, I lost my page, 6-inch, oh, sorry, go back, 6-inch expansion of the lanes on 6 inches on each side of the roadways. And as I look through the the Federal Highway Administration's booklet, hopefully that is going to give us some safety. And my understanding of reading through this, the benefits for safety are about 37%. And in the language that's currently before us, that'll be around October of 2025. I do hope that we can find a way to get that done and get it done sooner than later, because of all the other information that's in these bills. I think that's going to help us the most. You know, I look at the penalties and some of the other sections of these bills, and I don't know if it's arrogance or what it is, but I feel like some people, they don't care. It's like, they'll pay the three. That's not what someone's life is worth. I just, as a mom of two kids, I'm just going to do a PSA for everybody's listening. We need a societal change. And you had mentioned that there'll be education for those people that violate those laws in this worker safety zone. They can be, I think they should just go to jail, quite frankly, but that's okay. We're not going to get there. Okay. So I'm sorry. I get really about that. It's very, but let's just, if I could just say, I know it's late, let's just all look down. Let's look inside each other and let's just slow down on the roadway. We all have someone that is waiting for us to get home. Okay. And whether it's your mother, your grandmother, your child, we have to all look within and just stop thinking about yourself. Don't leave your house when it takes 45 minutes to get there and you're left with 30 minutes to get there because you're not going to get there on time. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I've said that before and I apologize for ranting, but it's just infuriating. And last, just really quick question. I do applaud the idea of the left lane safety. I guess I'm pretty old. When I learned how to drive, you drove slow in the right-hand lane, the middle lane for as you're traveling, the left lane was a passing lane. How do you anticipate that'll be enforced?
I don't necessarily think it will be enforced. Law enforcement has many other things on their plate, including dealing with impairment on the roadways. It's more about education, right? So we have extensive resources at our disposal to education campaigns on TV, radio, social media, and that's where we believe we can raise awareness around that, and also continue to educate in the driver's education courses.
And I'm glad you said that about your education programs because your campaigns have been wonderful. And I look forward to this newest campaign that you'll be putting out. And hopefully we can reach mostly all of our younger drivers. We just had in my town where I live in Milford, 22-year-old, I believe he was, driving 120 miles an hour. Okay, that's, I don't know how we stop that. Again, it's a societal change, and hopefully with enough education, let's not put any other families through what some of the other families have been through. So thank you, Commissioner, for all you do, and thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Rep. Kennedy, and we're all with you on being truly and deeply motivated to make some changes. So thank you. Rep. O'Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Just to follow up briefly on the good chair's comment about the quote penalty, I think you testified that 188 million out of the construction pool had to go towards directed to safety. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's not a penalty as much as it is a redirect of the monies. We didn't lose the money. We were specifically told by the feds that we had to spend it on safety, training, and education, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And has your safety budget on education, I've heard you testify, we need to spend more money educating drivers on particularly marijuana use on the highways. Would you agree with that?
Yes, we are doing that today. Thankfully, the budget that is past two biennial budgets has directed a small portion of the cannabis fund to us for that purpose.
And are you cutting the education budget or increasing the education budget, safety budget?
We have not requested increases. The federal government has increased our NHTSA funding slightly each year in the formula funds that we receive.
As you sit here today, do you believe we spend too much money on safety?
We can never spend enough money on safety.
I agree with you. Just so the public is aware, and I certainly would defer to my good chair, we're not losing that federal money. The feds, because we have the open container allowed law, they're directing us, we have to spend it on safety. And as I understand your testimony, you don't believe we spend too much money on safety. We need to spend more on it. Is that fair to say?
That's true. I guess it determines what type of safety investments. And our hands are tied because of this. We're restricted in being able to flex funds as much as we would like to.
And I get it. We always want funds unrestricted completely if possible. But at the end of the day, my question to you is it your testimony to sit here today that we have shovel-ready jobs that we don't have the funding for, that if we had that $188 million, that we would have redirected that out of safety and into construction?
Yes, we would have.
Can you get me those numbers, exactly what would have been redirected out of safety? Because we spent, I want to make clear, I don't think we've spent enough money on safety, to be clear. So I want to know what money was spent on safety that the feds required that you would have redirected to construction and kept out of safety. So if you could,
I can't do that for you, sir.
I know you can't do that for me now.
I can't do that for you. I can't look back and look at what decisions previous commissioners made that I disagree with. I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you don't know what, if any, monies previous administrations was spent on safety that you would have spent on construction. Is that fair to say?
I don't feel comfortable making that decision because it's contextual. Each year, a department makes a decision based on the needs. There are plenty of projects. If you look at our capital plan we've published, there are things that are on the over program list, which means we don't have funding to do those projects. We push it out a year. But I can't go back and say what this previous commissioner, their capital plan, they made the decision because I was not in the room when that decision was made.
Fair enough. So what I'm asking you to do then is, while you've been commissioner, I want you to provide, not now, but provide us what monies out of you didn't have a year over year of the 188 million out of the construction was moved to safety per the feds. So I'm curious because I need context for me in voting. I want context on the amount of money that was shifted from safety that you would have, as commissioner, shifted from safety as required by the feds to construction that were not otherwise shifted because of the open bottle container. Is that clear?
Absolutely. We can give you a breakdown of the year. I can tell you every single year we fight and beg law enforcement departments to take the money we have available to do overtime shifts for enforcement. So if they are, we spend a lot of staff time asking law enforcement departments to do more enforcement and overtime shifts for distracted driving, for seat belts, for drunk driving. And so, that is one area.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you. So as I understand it, now moving away from that, and I appreciate it. And Commissioner, I am not, please don't take any of my questions. I know how passionate you are of the safety of the residents on the highways, and I share that passion, believe me. My intent is not to diminish that passion at all. I appreciate it greatly. Please, the entire department, I have the utmost respect for. I just want to know numbers so that I can make a decision from a legislative standpoint. The number one priority to me is safety on our highways, and it is not working. What we're doing right now is not working. We can all agree on that. There's not a person in this room that would raise their hand and say, there's no more we can do. I know that. My concern is we're going after the 0.08 to 0.05 when there's so much lower hanging fruit that we can spend our time on. And to that point, I heard Mr. Chapman testify that there were 127 lives lost due to alcohol-involved fatalities in Connecticut. Is that what you heard in 2024?
Well, 2024 numbers are not yet finalized. We have estimates because not all the medical reports are submitted.
Fair enough. In the research that I had, there was 313 fatalities in Connecticut, not necessarily involving anything other than fatalities, up to, I think, mid-December. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, as at the end of December, we had 328 people killed on our roadways that we're aware of.
And so the year before, as I understand it, 2023, there was 308 lives lost. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
And out of those, either 2023 or 2022, how many involved alcohol, if you know?
Well, do you mean impaired over 0.08 or just any presence of alcohol?
So I was going to break it down after any presence of alcohol, because then I was going to break it out from there.
Yep. So we have those numbers. We update that monthly. 2023 numbers show that no alcohol was detected in 45% of the fatal drivers. That's all the data we have. We don't have all the crashes because not every crash is tested, unfortunately. So this is the, I will say, this is the problem with trying to discuss this issue is we don't have the information we need. Not everyone is being tested. And if we had more information, we'd be able to do more targeted safety measures.
Well, and so therein lies where I'm going. In Utah, we've seen an uptick in even more than after the law was passed. There was an increase in fatalities, dramatically, quite frankly, which doesn't make sense to me, but there it is. And so they had, for a period of a 16-year span, there were 35 fatalities with BAC of between 0.05 and 0.07 in Utah. Again, different, I understand. But out of those 35 in over 16 years, 2/3, according to this study, had corresponding drugs and excessive speed as a major factor in the accident. And so, as I understand your testimony, we don't know how many fatalities involve BAC levels between 0.05 and 0.079. Is that fair to say?
Not entirely. So we have many of those numbers, but not all of them. So if there is a fatal driver, in the majority of those cases, they are tested by the state medical examiner, but not all of them. And I will say, yes, Utah did see an increase. Connecticut saw an increase. And when you talk about Utah, you have to look at it in the context of every other state and what was their increase in comparison to the other states and what was their decrease in comparison to the other states. And they are better performing any other states.
Okay. How is there, and we're going to get to this with another person that's going to be testifying, law enforcement. We've got a problem in Connecticut with there's a lot less vehicles being pulled over by the police. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and I presented that to the committee last week.
Yes. And in Utah, I understand as a comparative to other states, it had less of an increase. I don't know exactly how you compile that, but if you have those information, if you could send that to us, that'd be great. I know you send us a lot of information, and I greatly appreciate it. But in Utah, they had more than double the amount of fatalities involving drugs than alcohol. Is that consistent with your understanding of what Connecticut is like?
No, Connecticut has very different toxicology profile.
Okay. And I will tell you, I used to vote against, generally speaking, the speed cameras because of accuracy and whatnot. But is it your understanding the speed cameras work, correct?
Yes, every documented research shows it works.
And so I'm here to tell you that I am 100% in favor of funding and increasing the number of speed cameras, particularly those around construction zones. So I appreciate your efforts on that. That to me, I was wrong to oppose it, and I am 100% in favor of it. Mike, and before I forget, the funding, as I understand it, there's going to be an increase in speed cameras throughout the state of Connecticut, correct?
Well, since the law became effective, we've only had 4 municipalities apply and 1 approved. So, but in the work zone speed camera program, the committee has or the legislature has authorized us to go up to 15 locations at one time maximum. So I don't think it will be a significant increase because it is a cost to the agency, and we'll be using federal funds to execute the program. So you won't be seeing them everywhere.
Please, I mean, I don't know if you have the numbers now. What is the cost to get to that 15? Because I want to fund that tomorrow.
Yeah, we can get that to you. We don't know. I mean, it's federal funds, so we're going to use federal funds to run the program.
Right. So are you confident then you can get to the 15 max within this year?
So our goal is to have the first ones live by the end of the summer.
Okay. So how long do you think it will take to get to the 15? If finances were not an issue, if we were to say, don't worry about the money, we got you.
Construction season of 26 is our goal to have the full deployment.
And if you had your druthers, you were the ultimate decision maker. How many? So we got a max of 15. How many would you want?
I'd love it on every single crash truck that we have out there.
And how many crash trucks do you have? I'm not kidding.
Several hundred, but I mean, that's not feasible. What ideally we would have is we would have, you know, the concept that the committee has in one of the proposals to look at deployment of speed safety cameras in other aspects of the highway where people, the problem with the speed camera is if it's a fixed location, someone knows it's there, they slow down because we have multiple signs telling them it's approaching. They get past it and then they speed up. There's a different utilization called a point-to-point, where it's a corridor, and you have signage before you hit the corridor and when you're leaving the corridor, and there's a camera at the beginning of the corridor and at the end of the corridor, and based on how long it takes you to get through that corridor, you know how fast someone's driving. And so that's something we'd like to research potentially using, because that will cause someone to actually slow down through the entirety of that area.
That's fantastic. Please keep us posted on what we can do to help you on that. Before I forget, are there any monies in your budget to increase the freight train service?
There is not. I believe we have there are some funds available to do the next round of freight rail improvement project grants. We think is an extremely valuable grant program. Getting freight to move in an efficient manner through our state is critical, because we've seen freight traffic through the truck and the rail side continue to increase. And as we've seen with our passenger rail, you need to invest in the infrastructure to make sure it's effective and efficient.
And I know we've been talking about the open bottle container and reducing BAC. Has the department taken a position on Section 18 of Public Act 21-1 that legalized recreational marijuana? And I'm going to read, except as provided in Section C of this section, the existence of any of the following circumstances shall not constitute in part or in whole probable cause or reasonable suspicion, and shall not be used as a basis to support any stop or search of a person or motor vehicle, the odor of cannabis, or the smoking of cannabis. That, to me, Commissioner, is outrageous. If a police officer sees me drinking a beer, I want him pulling me over. Okay, that's dereliction of me as a driver. If somebody sees me smoking marijuana joint while driving, they should be pulling me over. But under the law, and I'm an attorney, I don't do criminal work, but I'm told, and the way I read the plain language, you're not allowed to pull somebody over. You could literally smoke a joint and wave to the officer, and he's not allowed to pull you over unless there's some other reason to pull you over. Is that your understanding of the law?
So I'm not a criminal attorney either. I know I absolutely understand your concern there. I have heard from other law enforcement officials who say they still have other potential probable cause to pull someone over for suspected impairment. I will say, we at the Department of Transportation try and root everything we propose to this committee on federal research. And I think you heard Member Chapman talk about that. On that area, there is lack of research in terms of, I'm in my 40s, so I'll use a term, hotboxing, right? We talked about hotbox detections on the railroad where with cannabis enclosed space, right?
What's I just asked, what's a hot box?
So, if you have an enclosed space and someone is consuming marijuana, will that impair them? So,
I apologize. I'm that naive. Okay.
No. So that's where, we need more research into exactly, the federal government needs to be doing research in this area. And Member Chapman is one of the NTSB board members. The chair of NTSB, Member Hamidi, has been very vocal. And I'd encourage anyone on this committee to go reach out to her. But she is now going around the country talking about the dangers of cannabis on our roadways. But until there is some federal research behind specifics as to this situation, we at the Department of Transportation are not comfortable bringing forward changes to the criminal code on that. But I am very concerned by cannabis use on our roadways.
Thank you. And look, you and I had an exchange, I don't know if it was a couple years ago, about, look, and I just had it with Mr. Chapman. And it was, and again, it's not, I don't mean to make humor of the situation. In this job, there's very few times we can kind of try and laugh with one another, and this is a very sad day. So I please don't, and I know you're taking the spirit in the way I mean it, and I take you in the spirit, I know you mean it. But nobody on planet Earth has ever got intoxicated because somebody sitting in the passenger seat has drinking a beer. That's never happened and will never happen. However, I have a new term now, hot box. But I don't think you really need a study to know that if you're bellowing out of the car like Cheech and Chong out of a van, that the secondary smoke is getting you high. That's just not, it's common sense. So I greatly appreciate your efforts on everything that's going on. I wish the low-hanging fruit in this to me is this public act, this statute is outrageous to me. And so going from 0.08 to 0.05, I get it, because, well, if we go to 0.00, as long as we've got enforcement, right now, we're lacking enforcement. And so until we know, Utah did the studies. They knew how many people, there were 16 deaths, or I'm sorry, there were 35 fatal accidents over 16 years involving 0.05 to 0.079, but the vast majority of those involved drugs and excessive speed. We don't even have those numbers here in Connecticut. So I hear you, but until we get those numbers, let's get rid of the pot in the cars. Let's increase enforcement. Let's get more money on these speed cameras. Let's do some things we know will stop the problem that we have right now. And I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
No, I thank you, Representative Day, and I appreciate your focus on safety. We do have some numbers, so they're just not official. So we will get you the numbers we have. I have a chart in front of me showing by each year exactly how many people, fatal deceased drivers, if they were tested, what their BAC was, broken down by lumpings of that, and I will get you that.
Thank you. And the NT, I didn't get a chance to ask Mr. Chapman, but you understand the problem with some of the NTSB numbers are the BAC involved fatals could be a passenger or the decedent who wasn't necessarily the cause of the accident. The causative factors aren't necessarily the alcohol. It's that it exists. Is that fair to say?
The numbers we use are deceased drivers.
Okay.
So that's why I've been very specific where if a driver is deceased, that we are more likely to actually have data from that situation. So that's what we use.
Fair enough. And do your numbers have the BAC amounts?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you. And how many of those are between 0.05 and 0.079? In what time frame?
So like in 2021, there were 9. In 22, there were 5. In 23, there were 7. In 24, so far, we have 10.
Between 0.05 and 0.079. And were there any other drugs or illegal substances in their system?
We would have to go through and run that system. Unfortunately, and this is the problem with drugs, the presence of drugs doesn't indicate impairment. And that's why we need more data and we need more tools. And that's why we don't actually know what's occurring on the roadways, but the presence of drugs in your system, oftentimes in your urine, that's waste. It means it's already passed through your system. In the blood, you may not be impaired by it, and that's unfortunate.
And talk about an old fuddy-duddy that I am. My understanding, my kids tell me, Dad, gummies are where kids are getting high now. And what tests do we have for gummies with THC?
So it would still appear. Yes, it would appear in your blood, and that's I know that's another issue on the agenda.
Yes, so I won't get you there. But at the end of the day, there's a lot going on our roadways, and I don't think the 0.05 to 0.08 is going to make a dent, in my humble opinion. But again, I'm learning, so I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you, the chair.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you didn't forget any of the questions that you were going to ask. Maybe came up with a few more in between. Thank you, Representative. Rep Farrar, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how to follow that, but I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here, for your leadership, and especially your humanity today. I did want to go back to the bill proposal around transportation worker safety and this suggested new course for new drivers, and simply ask what does the department think is most effective around how we build greater education awareness for current drivers, and are there any further public education campaigns that you think would be effective?
The current driver's ed courses fall under the Department of Motor Vehicles, so I would want Commissioner Guerrera to talk about the current education programs. I will say in this situation, we think having these courses and having it uh, where the students can hear directly from victims and their surviving families, I think is most impactful. That's what Oklahoma has done. We think that would be powerful for people to hear from those who are directly impacted by violations of slow down, move over.
Thank you for that. So just kind of following up on my initial question, are there any current public awareness campaigns the department is currently running related to transportation worker safety?
Yes, we are doing several ad campaigns around slow down, move over. We partnered with Colchester Fire Department and the town of Colchester, and it's been on TV. It was on during the Super Bowl. It's been on the radio as well as on social media. And really, our highway safety office does micro targeting certain demographics where we know they're more likely to be unsafe drivers, and so we are able to use people to help drive those campaigns to certain mobile devices.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Because I think kind of following up with Representative O'Day's comments, the more that we can make the most of what we know is working with these campaigns, the better. So thank you for illuminating that. I did want to get to your testimony and a couple questions on, I believe, the bill that I'm looking for is 1375, and the section 9, which refers to kind of further attention to complete street standards or policies in the state, and was hoping you could share your thoughts on that particular bill section. I saw some commentary in the testimony, but hoping you could share a little bit more.
Sure. Yep. So when we saw this section, we obviously fully support the intent of it. We have established a new active transportation unit within our department, which is brand new within the past 2 years. We also have the community connectivity grant program. We are funding road safety audits, and we have a safety engineering team within the Bureau of Engineering and Construction. And really, this type of, with our new Complete Streets Directive we issued from the chief engineer, mandating that every project must have pedestrian and bike and transit facility incorporation. Complete Streets are basically embedded in the department. Our main concern was just statutorily delineating what staff must work on, because it may tie the hands of future. We don't want to have to come back in the future and change things as technology changes or definitions change, and be in non-compliance with the state statutes.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I think, one of the thoughts about trying to address this in some form is, as you mentioned, and we've talked about today, there are certainly a lot of crashes and injuries and fatalities on our roadways. So we've talked a lot about those in regards to our highways today, but we know that a lot of those are also occurring on our roads that aren't highways, and a lot of that has to do with the general design of those roadways. And I know that there's been some frustration that only so many communities in the state have taken on complete streets policies or complete streets studies, and really would just like to know from you how we can better incentivize that uptake on behalf of our municipalities, because we can pursue some of these policies at the state level, but until sometimes there's money or some more further thought behind incentivizing at the local level, it feels like we're kind of stuck.
I appreciate that. So I think the state is taking the steps to do the incentivizing. So we have, it's not being mandated, but we are trying to incentivize local governments in taking these steps. So what we have done is through the expansion of the community connectivity grant program. I think the last budget increased the funding for that. We have more funding available to local governments for these types of investments. And in order to be eligible to apply for that, you need to have a complete streets plan or policy in effect that we have written that into the application. So we're trying to encourage local governments, if they want to get access to funds to make capital improvements, you need to have done the effort up front to develop the plan to improve safety on the roadways.
And in regards to the community connectivity, mouthful, grants that you all have been providing, how have you been seeing the application interest in those? I know when we had spoken, when that idea had just come forward, you definitely had more than you could necessarily get funding out the door for. Is that the same? Do we need to look more closely at how much funding we're allocating to that?
So demand always outstrips availability of funds. So I think we should wait a couple of years and see how this new current funding level meets the demand, because there's always going to be applications. It doesn't mean the applications are quality applications, right? Or they may lowball their numbers because they're not used to doing capital projects of this size or complexity sometimes. So that we often are in the situation where there's a very good application that comes in, and we need to talk to them about, hey, your estimates on what you think it's going to be to design or build this we think that's a lowball number. You should really increase it. Otherwise, we're gonna award a grant and then they can't actually build it, which is not what we want. So I think we need to go through this biennial budget and see this most recent round that is closing in a couple months, see what that demand is like, and then be able to get back to you on details.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. And just, I think it would be helpful to also understand, if you're willing to provide the, list of potential towns or municipalities that may have applied, because, how we're keeping up with making sure that these complete streets policies are adopted more across the state. Joining those two things together, I think, could help paint a better picture of how we're making progress in that area. And you mentioned some of the staffing that you have on your team already to support municipalities. I'm kind of curious, do you feel like municipalities know everything that's at their disposal to take on some of this work locally, or is there something more we could be doing to just elevate their knowledge about how to take on these particular projects?
I know local governments have a lot on their plates, so I don't expect them to know all of these resources available to them. And that's where, by working with the Council of Governments, so one thing I did not mention is we did form a new intergovernmental policy unit, and their job is to work directly with the COGS as well as every municipality. So similar to how we have a legislative liaison unit in our agency, we also establish a municipal liaison unit, and their job is to be talking to the municipal CEOs constantly, talk to the COGS on a daily basis, and ensure that there's basically a cycling information amongst all three parties. And so we continue to try and push information at multiple touch points, because we know that municipalities have a lot going on trying to run the day-to-day business of the town or city.
Thank you for that. And thank you for highlighting earlier the work of the department to adopt a more robust complete streets policy. Just curious if your agency has engaged with other agencies, such as Department of Housing, for instance, on how to better link what's happening around transit-oriented development, for instance, with complete streets.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. So, DECD has been in touch with us quite a bit through the SIF grant application that generates up from the legislature and local governments. We have constant engagement on those, and that is something we report to DECD on when there is a transportation nexus. We look at the complete streets characterization or characters, but also Department of Housing and other entities. We have a deputy commissioner, Leisha King, and then we just hired a new staffer who is our transit-oriented development officer, and her sole job is to try to look at where we can do more transit-oriented development on state property, and working with local governments trying to do TOD and how to make those connections and working with developers that are looking at it as well.
Thank you for that. And I would just say, as you all kind of continue this work, if there are certain levers that you think we can address from a policy perspective to better create these linkages, I think we want to be kind of open ears to that, so we keep moving this forward, since we know, as I said, so much of what we see on our roadways and the crashes and injuries and fatalities has to do with the design. So thank you for those updates and really welcome the further conversation on this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Farrar. And thank you for all of those plugs for a group that you and I both are quite familiar with and support. And if any of our colleagues, if I can give a little plug, are interested in learning more about Complete Streets, it's really worthwhile, and it will help you to help your municipalities. Truly valuable. I do believe we have a question waiting from Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming here today and for your testimony. My question is with regard to 1376. So, I mean, we all know drunk driving is a huge problem, and a man, father in Westbrook, was killed by a wrong way driver who was heavily intoxicated at about 8 p.m. So, you know, I understand the 0.08 to 0.05. One of the things I'm thinking is people who are right now probably trying to stay within 0.08 are the ones that are going to really focus on trying to stay within 0.05. My concern is with those who will not. And we have tons of people who just completely disregard 0.08, and they're going to disregard 0.05. There's probably not a whole lot from a policy point of view what we can do to prevent, you know, drunk driving from happening, period. It's more, I guess what I want to ask you is really about awareness. With cigarettes, when I was a kid or when I was a teenager, everything was about how bad tobacco is for you. Everything. And I would imagine, and I believe, people in my generation smoke far less than the prior generations. And I say a lot of it is because of that. So with regards to this, I mean, I see billboards, I see on the highway, you know, how many driving fatalities there are. You know, sometimes public safety will put up a billboard about drunk driving. But I see DOT, DMV, DESP, Department of Public Health. Is there any collaboration among those departments to try to pursue a robust education concept around how bad drunk driving is in the state of Connecticut and what it can do to your life? I mean, you could kill someone, you could die yourself, you could go to jail forever. So is there anything like that being done?
There is. So we do have an impaired driving task force internal to the agency, which has multiple non-agency partners that meet routinely, almost monthly. So many different state agencies as well as outside parties. We also have by federal rules, we have to have a strategic highway safety plan, and there's an executive committee. And that committee is made up of myself, DMV, DESP, DPH, and education. And so we meet routinely to try and set the direction for how we are going to try and address safety on the roadways. And a big part of it is impairment. I am very frustrated by the lack of breakthrough on this topic. And it's not just impairment, it's on all roadway safety issues. When a plane crashes and 60 people are killed, that's headline news for weeks and weeks and weeks. In this country, we had 40,000 people killed on our roadways last year. And it's not treated like a crisis. In Connecticut, we had, in excess of 300 individuals killed last year. A couple of years ago, we had 366 people killed. And that's a crisis. That is 2 planes crashing in our state. And so I do hope that there can be a better breakthrough. We try to get into the schools, but it just seems like people take for granted that, okay, someone's going to die. It's not me, though. That's the impression I get from people on the roadway. They don't seem to care. And so what we've proposed here is what we have seen work. I mean, putting aside Utah where it's been working, but let's talk like Australia. People in Australia drink a lot and they drive a lot, and they're not doing it together, and they don't have that much mass transit. And same with Canada. Like Canada and Australia are very similar to the United States, wide open, and they have similar drinking habits, similar driving habits, but they're not doing it in conjunction with each other. And they both have lower BAC levels. So that's why we think it's worth trying, because I don't know what else we can do to deter. It's not going to stop someone who's at 0.2, but it will deter people from making the bad decision and encourage them to plan ahead. But I agree with you, it's not breaking through. And we said this organization I'm a part of all the state DOTs we've been talking about for the past year or so, the same message is no longer breaking through. And I don't know if it's because the media habits have changed. People are not watching TV as much or reading the newspaper. They're getting their information on TikTok and Instagram or other social media platforms. So that's, I think that's where we're trying to advertise, but it's not getting through.
All right, thank you very much for that answer. I truly appreciate it, and I'm happy to work on this with anyone that wants to, because you're absolutely right. This really does need to change. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative Carney. I really just want to come back to one tiny little thing, and then we're going to let you go, I think. Well, let me get through it quick. Actually, it was one of the questions that my good friend Rep. O'Day asked when we were talking about the speed cameras in the work zones. And it triggered a question also inspired by some conversation with my co-chair. It's really less of a question and more of I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to do to explore those speed cameras outside of the work zones. And here's why. Because that camera that is at the end of the work zone, right? It's almost a trigger, like a horse out of a gate. And what we're seeing, I mean, I'm sure everybody has observed this, is as soon as you get outside of that work zone, it's like a rocket. So it's certainly something that we need to be looking at, not just in, obviously the work zones are critical, but outside of that I think is really important. So thank you for your willingness to work with us further on that, and know that this is, I think it's been very clear that it is a committee full of folks who are very concerned about this particular type of roadside safety, but also in the broader context. So Commissioner, thank you very, very much. We appreciate all of the time that you put into preparing for this, as well as the amount of time that you've been in that chair. And I also want to thank your tremendous crew, many of whom are here today. You have a great support system, and they certainly support us in the work that we do. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your support. I'm surprised you didn't ask about our Connecticut coordinate system, so they got off easy.
Oh, wait. Okay, so we are moving on. We have gone well past our first hour when we would normally be working in some of the members of the public. So we're going to do that, and we're going to be going back and forth between elected officials and the public. Is Susan Feaster, do we know, is she online? Don't see her. I'm gonna.
She's getting her.
Is she is. Okay. Susan, are you here with us online? Susan Feaster? Can you unmute Susan? I feel like every time I ask this, I'm in a seance. Knock twice if you hear. I think we're going to have to move on. Chip Jengris, are you here in person? Ah, you are. Come on up.
All set?
All set?
Okay. Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Javallo, Senator Huang, Representative Kennedy, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chip Jengris, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 774, Act concerning offering price of a motor vehicle by a car dealer. I am president of Jengris Motor Cars and also serve as chairman of the board of directors for the Connecticut Auto Retailer Association. Jengris Motor Cars is a third generation family business founded in 1937 by my grandfather. I have been there for 31 years. Our headquarters is in East Hartford. We have 10 retail locations, employ over 500 people. In Connecticut, we're located in East Hartford, North Haven, Torrington, Plainville, and Fairfield. Connecticut has 250 new car franchise dealers and are proud partners with the Department of Motor Vehicles to process the majority of registrations in the state of Connecticut. Providing convenience to customers, reducing congestions at DMV, and taking most of the financial burden from the state vehicle registrations. Dealers originally funded the online system almost 30 years ago and took over the duties registering customer vehicles to assist DMV. We now do over 70% of all registrations in the state of Connecticut, keeping all those transactions out of DMV. The dealers also pay 60% more to process their registrations online than it costs to go to the branch. I believe that it has never been easier to research, shop, gather information on a vehicle, purchase it than ever before. The new car dealers and the new car manufacturers are constantly working with their retailers to make it easier for the consumer, removing as much friction in the sales process that existed in the past, making it transparent across all mediums. It's what the customer wants. The current reality of our business is like many, where feedback from consumers comes unfiltered and fast. We see it across Google, social media, manufacturer surveys, etc. I think there are between 2 and 5 ways which I can look at every consumer transaction in our organization and get feedback on the experience, positive or negative. As owners, it's an easy and efficient way for us to get spot areas where we can improve and to acknowledge and celebrate where we do a good job. A couple of years ago, a number of legislators, a few, mentioned that they were concerned about the dealer conveyance fee and that it was a hidden cost, which is contrary to the law. So I started looking into it. I had not heard of it in 31 years. We sell thousands of new and used vehicles every year, tens of thousands over the last 3 years. I cannot recall one instance where we received a complaint about the documentation fee, its disclosure, the fact that it's negotiable. I have not heard from Department of Motor Vehicles, our governing body, legislators of customers in the towns we serve, manufacturers, banks, Google reviews, or social media. I haven't seen one. I've offered members of this committee and others to come visit one of our locations anytime and see firsthand the ins and outs of our business so we can both better support our employees and the customers, which are our collective constituents. I am sure there are instances where some businesses across this state have made mistakes in advertisements or handled documentation incorrectly or on a third-party platform, or maybe did something that was against the law. I'm sure that has happened. But I don't have any large sample data from anyone that this is an issue. Current law allows DMV to enforce dealer conveyance fee law if a dealership fails to follow the required disclosures, or if a fee is unreasonable. The enforcement authority allows DMV to suspend or revoke a dealer license, which is a very significant penalty. To date, any enforcement action by DMV has been extremely limited. And when I asked the commissioner 2 days ago, how many complaints or violations happened in the year 2024, his answer was 0. We take great pride in the work that we do, that we offer to our customers in this state. I thank you for your consideration of my testimony, and I urge you to oppose Bill 774.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Gengras. I appreciate you for being a good actor in this arena and for acknowledging that there may in fact be some who are not. We certainly do hear from constituents and folks around the state who are less inclined to refer to it as a specifically outlined and very clear line on their bill. So I just want to ask you, in previous years and in other states, there's conversation about a capped fee, which we have shifted away from and just moved into asking for a very clear disclosure on the sticker for this specific conveyance fee. So when, obviously I understand the concern about capping the fee. Do you have equal trepidation to disclosing what this is specifically as was had to capping the fee?
So the current law states that we have to disclose it. We have to disclose it in our stores, in our advertisements, on our bills of sale, on our negotiating. So if you come into our store, it is there in front of you. You know exactly what it is. So I think the challenge for the legislators that have made the comment which you've made, that you have some constituents, is that there are probably people breaking the law somewhere. I find it hard to believe when we talk to our association members of new car dealers, which are held to a very high standard, not only by the state of Connecticut, but also by the manufacturers, that that is an issue. So I would say just follow the current law would be the solution. And its enforcing agency is the Department of Motor Vehicles. And again, if there were thousands or hundreds of cases that Department of Motor Vehicles researched and found that a particular business was violating the law by not having it posted, by not disclosing it, by not letting the consumer know it's negotiating, by not knowing what it's caused, then that would be an area of concern. But I don't have that concern because I don't see that information.
I understand your point of view on that. I really just wanted to be clear that it is really not, this is not so much about breaking the law. This is really about a consumer protection issue and being able to ensure that customers know exactly what they are paying for as they walk in. So thank you for that. And I do believe my co-chair has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gengras, for being with us today. I have to say, I'm surprised that the auto dealers are not with us on this. We have seen this bill a number of times, and as my co-chair mentioned, at one point we talked about a cap. Where we started was a complete ban on conveyance fees that was presented to us as a proposal a number of years ago, and all of these proposals came from consumer experiences. So when you say you've never heard of an issue with conveyance fee, I mean, we've talked about these issues on this committee for the past couple of years. So I mean, I'm not anticipating that you've sat and listened to our public hearings, but there are a number of issues that have come up during these public hearings on conveyance fees. And we really, I took it very seriously as leadership of this committee, trying to find, get to a collaborative point with the dealers on this, because I am concerned about the fluctuations we've heard about in conveyance fees, especially since they should really be around the same price point for people, given the given what those fees are meant to do. So again, as my co-chair mentioned, this isn't really about a violation that maybe a dealer doesn't have it posted. But what does happen, and what we've heard about over the past couple of years, is that folks will negotiate the sale price of their vehicle in good faith. They go to sit down, pick up the keys or whatever, go to sign the documents, and there's now a $1,200 additional fee after the bottom line. And the dealer will say to them, well, yes, that's not in the negotiated price. These are our fees. It is what it is. This is what we're paying out. We're just looking for reimbursement for these conveyance fees. And so it is not a budgeted expense for a lot of people. They don't realize that they're not, that they can negotiate it. Some dealers will say flat out that you can't negotiate it because it is what it is, right? These are the fees I pay as a dealer, and I'm just passing this on to you as the consumer of a motor vehicle that you're purchasing here. So all we're asking now is that we move the conveyance fee above the bottom line so that there's transparency for consumers. So we're not saying, dealers, we don't want you to charge conveyance anymore. We don't want you to recoup your costs, because we heard you loud and clear that you do have these costs, that there's many of you that are good actors. And so you shouldn't be punished because of the bad actors. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of folks in the region are capping their fees, as we heard about. We knew New York has capped fees. We know Rhode Island has capped fees. And the fees in Connecticut for conveyance are well above those caps in those states. And so I think what we've tried to do here as a committee, as committee leadership, is really come up with something fair for both the dealers, for consumers, so that they have the transparency that they need when they go in good faith to negotiate with the dealers the sale price of their motor vehicle. They know exactly what the sale price is. And that's where we've come to. So I don't know if you could speak to that a little bit. I am flabbergasted that the dealers are opposed to this, truly.
What I hear you say, Senator, is that you want it to be a transparent transaction so the consumer knows all the fees and the costs associated with buying a car, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, great.
We are looking to bring it up above the bottom line. And while I know that there's fine print required when you walk into a dealership, because I've gone to many dealerships and I see where it's posted. I've also gone on websites, sitting here in a public hearing last year, going on websites as the dealer was testifying, looking, scouring the website to find the conveyance fee that they told me was so apparent on their website. Couldn't find it anywhere. So what I am saying is that we want to bring it above the bottom line. Again, we're not saying don't charge it. We're saying go ahead, charge what you want for conveyance. If you have this fee associated with conveying the motor vehicle, then you should be able to charge it. But we're saying put it above the bottom line so that the customer knows it's there and knows that they can negotiate that bottom line. And the dealer knows exactly the wiggle room that they have to negotiate that bottom line. That's what we're saying. And so it sounds like you're opposed to bringing those conveyance fees above the bottom line. Is that correct?
Your term above the line is not the way I would use it. The way the current statute is written is that there is a documentation fee that a retailer is allowed to charge for processing a registration and transaction. Under the current law, the consumer needs to know that it is able to be negotiated. It has to be posted. It has to be available on advertisements. So if a retailer does not have it on his or her advertisements, they are in violation of that statute. That should be returned over to the DMV. The DMV should call the retailer and say, Mr. or Mrs. Jones, you are not staying true to the law. Please make sure that your documentation fee is as law provides you. I'm not saying anything different than that.
Okay, thank you. So you're opposed to having even more transparency of the conveyance fee?
It has nothing to do with
No,
transparency.
just asking, so you're opposed to this bill?
I'm opposed to the bill.
And why are you, can you just reiterate again why you're opposed to having the conveyance fees in the sticker price or above the bottom line as we have stated in the bill?
The conveyance fee is already expected to be displayed at every point that a consumer looks at a price of a car. It is true. That's the way the statute's written. So
I'm just
if
saying
someone's
it's not, and I actually was pulling, you and I can talk after, but I
Happy to do
can't
it.
find it on the website. We've had trouble finding it on
Understood.
several. So I'd love for you to correct me and show me where it is on your website.
Or you
But-
come into any one of our stores, you can see as we start looking at our buyer's order or negotiating, you see right there, this is what the fee is. This whole transaction is negotiated. It's upfront. It's not and that's the way I would imagine 99% of
No,
new
but
car
believe-
retailers do.
So,
I guess my question
yeah,
would be,
we've heard to the contrary.
I think why we're opposed is there is a law. If someone is violating the law and the consumer is being hurt, that's bad. Why is the governing body not hearing about it or doing anything about it?
Well, what's
That's-
interesting is that by changing this law, it should actually make it easier on you. You wouldn't have to have the same postings because we are changing the way you are displaying conveyance. So again, I'm not clear on what the opposition is, only because you're still able to charge the conveyance. So I don't, it's very unclear to me why you'd be opposed to this.
We have a current law that we think works.
Okay.
I acknowledge, I'm sure there are people, I'm not who they are, who don't follow it. We have a governing body that should hear about those complaints. Consumer protection should be a priority for everyone. Why create a new law if the current law is not going to be upheld? How will what will change? If we have a bad actor in the new law, it doesn't change anything. They can change the price. It just doesn't make sense to us. If you follow the law and the statute, you are creating a fee, presenting it, showcasing it, letting the consumer know it's debatable or negotiable. So I don't understand why we need another law because the current law isn't good enough. It doesn't make sense.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Again, I mean, this is sort of in keeping with the federal car rule, which recently got turned down because we have a new federal administration. Certainly, we all are aware of that. So, this is just something that we felt was very necessary in terms of consumer protection. And again, I'll say this again. I've said it for the past couple of years. We are more than willing to have the dealers come to the table and talk to us about this and figure out a way forward. We really thought that this was something that everybody could get behind. And so again, just perplexed at the opposition. So thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam chair. Rep Kennedy, I believe, has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dingus, for being here. Just for clarification, what you just said, you said that, that's why it struck me, because I wasn't going to ask a question. You said if we have people that aren't following the current law, how will they follow the new law? Is that what you just said?
The way this has been presented is that it's a consumer, the reason the bill exists is that it's for consumer protection.
Mhm.
That they want there to be more transparency, your word, not mine, in what the conveyance fee is, because the concern is there are some constituents who have gone in and had a transaction with an automobile. I don't know if it's a new car dealer or a used car dealer. And supposedly that fee was added at the end.
Okay.
That is that's not what the statute says should happen. So that person or that business is not adhering to state statute and should be held accountable. So if the issue is adhering to state statute, I would agree, let's do it. To create another law, which doesn't really seem to solve any problem by moving a number around, I don't think it, in our opinion as an association, it doesn't create more consumer clarity, because that clarity already exists under the current statute.
Thank you, sir. And you just said that something was kind of interesting. Are there big differences, do you think, between a new car dealership and maybe a used car dealership is doing something different and possibly not following the current? And
My opinion would be the standards that a new car franchise is held to from the federal government, the state government, their franchise agreement, and banks they do business with far exceed the standards that someone who sells 10 or 20 or 30 cars on the side of a road, which is a great business and God bless them, but different requirements. So it wouldn't surprise me if there are more infractions there where there's less to lose in a sense based on the regulations.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep Kennedy. We have Senator Wong, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gindris, first, let me start by acknowledging that the good work that you've done in the Fairfield community. to relocate a existing operation and rebuilding a brand new operation on Commerce Ave. I think that is sometimes lost when we have these kind of discussions because you're a local business. You employ, if I may ask, how many employees do you employ in the Fairfield operation and also in total? And also share with me, from my experience, the level of the workforce that you engage in from apprenticeship into the service department. I was very impressed by how many employment opportunities you provide to people within the respective communities in which you serve.
Thank you, Senator. Currently at our Fairfield location, we have about 56 employees. When we move to the new facility, which should be July, we will probably get up to 75. We have big expectations for that business down in Fairfield, so we're excited about our entry into that community. The great thing about the automobile business is you don't need a degree or any particular education to get involved. There is a lot of upward mobility in our organization and lots of opportunities to train, whether it's technical or sales training or accounting or human resource or IT or facilities. We have large buildings, lots of employees, and lots of opportunities for people to move within the organization. And I would say that of the 550 people that work for us, most people, I would say over 70% of people that are in leadership positions who have significant responsibility and have earned financial upward mobility have been promoted within our organization. And when I started, we had 50 employees in 1994, and now we have 550.
And particularly in the case of Fairfield, you do employ a lot of the employees from that general community and also into Bridgeport.
Correct.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on how much of a economic impact player you are in the communities in which you do business?
We're just starting to get familiar with Fairfield. We have grown differently than I thought. I thought we would be able to grow in the Hartford market. It's where my grandfather started this business, and we've invested a lot in the Hartford community, but we've had to expand in other parts of the state, and we're starting to learn how to be impactful in Fairfield and Torrington and Plainville and North Haven in the ways that we've been impactful in Hartford, not just through employment and job opportunities, but also giving back to the community.
And thank you to the chairwoman for allowing me to kind of explore the economic impact. And I think we have revisited this issue many, many years. And I think it's important that it's an economic impact issue as well in our communities. You're a large taxpayer, you employ people. So let me pivot and talk about this bill and its proposal as a consumer advocacy bill. We talk about the conveyance and the added cost. You repeated and offered that there is a law in place. In fact, the good fellow Senator Martin, who was the previous ranking and on this committee and serves on this committee, continues still, proposed a bill to create greater transparency, the posting and the discussions. Now, you've also heard that there are some bad actors that do not disclose and do not represent clearly, and you don't see it on display. There's a law in place. Are we punishing people for not enforcing it and creating new laws that creates complexity and challenges?
In our business, with any new law, I would imagine in most businesses, it causes you to do lots of new things, to train, to change technology, education, whatever you need to do to make sure you uphold the law. My point, and the reason that our association is against this bill, is whether you include it in the total price or you say and advertise and display that there is a fee that is part of a transaction, really is immaterial. It's the same thing. And therefore, I honestly have not, I have heard from Senator Cohen, I've heard from Senator Lamar that they have constituents that have concerned. I understand that Senator Martin had a constituent that it went the wrong way. I totally acknowledge that. The amount of transactions, if it went the wrong way on a regular basis or to a high percentage, the business owner, you would hear about it. it's not a good practice. It's against the law. So you get the information, the Department of Motor Vehicles would come in and say, what are you doing? And you'd say, oh, I made a mistake. It's not there, or I did it intentional, or whatever the case may be. But the new car dealers just do not see that as an issue. I'm not suggesting that Senator Cohen or Senator Lamar or Senator Martin don't have a constituent that had an experience. It's not what I'm saying. But we don't see it en masse, like in any way, shape, or form across the new car network.
I appreciate that. And let me go back again. Todd Ingersoll, up in the Newtown area, in Danbury area, has been very informative to me on this issue. And I think some of the services that are outlined here, I think one of them is motor vehicle registration, that you take a bulk of these new sales and you go to DMV and you're able to handle that transaction on behalf of the new car buyer. And I remember maybe years past, I don't know if it's present this year, the commissioner DMV said, this is a process that works for us. I would not want to see a flooding of people to go register their cars. So you charge for that convenience of service. And I think if you ask most of your car buyers, they would say for $150 or whatever the dollar amount, transparently, they would say, I'll pay for it.
Correct.
Now, one of the biggest concerns I have for this is we talk about internet sales and the web in how you attract buyers and potential customers. Now, if, as the good chairwoman, Senate Chairwoman articulated, that why wouldn't you just put that whole total tally on your bottom line? My question to you is, you add that additional conveyance price to a bottom line. You need to advertise that price on the internet. You're competing with New Hampshire, Vermont, other states, even though New York may have a cap. Are they forced to promote that pricing? I see a challenge where most of us on a first get-go, unless you live close to a dealership or you have a relationship, you're going to go online and price compare.
Of course.
And if you're forced to put the whole total tally, it puts you at a competitive disadvantage of being 3, 4, 5% higher on a pricing. You're not going to get those eyeballs to come into your storefront. I don't know if you contemplated that as a competitive disadvantage in your ability to compete in a kind of a regional marketplace that do not have these kind of restrictions.
I understand your question. We have stores in Vermont and Massachusetts as well. I would say it's like a hotel. If you know the hotel room is $499, and when you book it, you pay $575, because when you book it, you say this fee and this fee and this fee. We advertise, pick a car, doesn't matter. This car is $39.99 plus tax, conveyance, and registration. And in the tax, conveyance, and registration, there are the numbers. It's X, Y, and Z, and the total cost is B. And so, yes, most of our business is searched online. And because it is a separate fee, just like the tax or registration, you are able to say, Senator Wong, the Chevrolet Camaro is $39,995 plus conveyance, tax, and registration. Tax is X, conveyance is Y, registration is Z. Your total cost is B. That's the way we transact now. It's transparent, it's upfront. And if it's not on someone's website, again, they're supposed to have it on their website. They're supposed to have it on all documentation when they come in. Everyone should follow the law. If they're not, they should be held accountable.
This bill is saying that the state is saying you're not complying. You got some bad actors. What would you say to the industry, car, which I see some of your members that are testimonying present? Would you adopt some penalties of your members to be able to do this internally rather than a blanket legislative policy that overrides your business? Have you considered that as a industry governance to impose that? If you see examples of that and someone makes a complaint, as some of my fellow committee members have articulated, would you support an internal enforcement policy that is a cause of action for you to consider rather than for us as a state governance to govern and create laws to govern how you do business.
As an association, I think we want to make sure that we are transparent and relevant and following the law. It's the reason why we meet with the Department of Motor Vehicles and the commissioner once a quarter to ask what issues the Department of Motor Vehicles, our governing body who license us as a new car dealer, should we be aware of? Where are we violating? Where are we in risk of violation? And we met with him this week and we asked him on this issue because we knew this bill was coming up. And if the information he provided was different, my testimony wouldn't be here. He said, I've had no complaints, not one, to the Department of Motor Vehicles on conveyance not being administered as outlined in the statute. So that's what we went by.
I appreciate that. That's why we have a public hearing engagement, and what you just articulated as part of a testimony is very powerful. Would you be willing to submit that as part of your written testimony as well to share with committee members as we kind of review this process?
I think it is in my written testimony.
Thank you. I'll read that myself. But let me close by kind of taking a step back and reiterate my respect and value of local businesses. You're not just part of the tax-paying economic basis. You're in essence a integral part of the fabric of the community. I can't tell you how many nonprofits and little leagues you've all sponsored and community support, especially in these very difficult economic times for nonprofits. You've been there. You're part of the community. So I wanted to acknowledge that. But I also want to acknowledge the advocacy of my fellow chairs in this committee, as well as other advocates that want to advocate for their constituents that feel as though they've been violated. So I think my hope is that we get to a way where governance and lawmaking doesn't exceed the ability for you to do your business in a very competitive regional, if not a national marketplace. But I also want to acknowledge and compliment my advocates who are very passionate about this issue, because it's been repeated, and they are fierce advocates for their constituents, and I applaud them for it. My hope is that we can reach a compromise in which we protect an integral business entity, a community entity, while at the same time ensure that the laws that we have right now are followed and enforced. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to jump in real quick and just reiterate, this isn't necessarily about violations with DMV. I'm so happy to hear that there haven't been any blatant violations of the law as it stands now with respect to conveyance fee. This is really about consumers coming to committee chairs and other folks, right? Not on the committee, because the initial proposal a couple of years ago were from members that were actually not members of the Transportation Committee, who really shed some light on the issue for us. And we've been able to hear at previous public hearings a little bit about how this experience has been for other people. But this is really about sort of the surprise at the end, regardless of whether a dealership is following the law, right? You walk in and there's some message on a board when you walk in the dealership, and maybe somebody reads it, but perhaps not, right? And you've negotiated the price, and maybe somewhere in the print it said this doesn't include conveyance fees, which are $899, right? So you've negotiated the price, and then you sit down and there's this additional line under the sale price that you've negotiated. So I'm just reiterating that that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about whether or not that, there's been violations reported to DMV, because I've heard you drive that point home a number of times, and I'm so glad that that is not the case. What we're talking about here is just eliminating the surprise to consumers who think that they've negotiated their sale price and then discover that that's not the case, regardless of whether they missed it walking into the dealership on a sign, or quite frankly, like I said, I'm on several dealer websites today. It's a little fuzzy. I've had to, even on your website, I've had to click several times to find the conveyance fee. And on others, I can't find it at all. So I think it's a little bit fuzzy for folks. I'm pretty savvy. I'm looking for it right now, and I'm not finding it. So that's what we're talking about here. And again, we're not saying don't charge it. We're just saying bring it into that sales price. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, thank you for your testimony. Just to cut to the chase, you know, we're not here with this bill because of you. Okay. The issue we're here is that other dealerships aren't as obvious with their conveyance fees. Last year, or I think it was last year, I proposed an amendment. I won't do it again, I promise. Capping the fee at $750 and requiring dealerships to disclose their conveyance fees to DMV, and then DMV posting it somewhere. So there was basically a database for all conveyance fees. And so, hearing you, I did have to plug away a little bit to find your conveyance fee of $899 on the XC60 with an MSRP of $49.95. Again, you're not the issue. Okay, I don't think. I have not. Sorry, I haven't shopped at one of your dealerships. I bought a lot of cars for my kids and my wife, but I'm still driving an old Ford. But yours, I had to drill down too. But the issue is, how do we catch the bad actors, right? So, and use the current law, you can catch the bad actors. What I think the good chairs are saying is, how do we make it easier on consumers to know the fee outright in advance? And so a lot of times there's a gimmick where you do an ad. I'm not saying you. A car dealership will do an ad, $199, all in, and then you get to the dealership, and when you this and this and this, it's actually $499. So wait, where's the $199 car? Well, that doesn't exist. Well, so I guess my long-winded question to you is, would you be opposed to a database where you tell DMV, here's our conveyance fee, a range even, in addition to the current law, but there's a database where somebody can go and here's the list of conveyance fees for every car dealership. Is that something you would be amenable to?
Yeah, I think we suggested that last year. And I would encourage you, I know you're down in the Fairfield County area, if you want to come in, or Senator Cohen wants to come into our store to see how it's represented, you can see it online. And of course, a fee or a tax is going to be in small print. It's, but it's going to be there. When you come in, it's not a little sign in the corner that's dusty and not clean. It's just not the way it works. But I understand if that's the way it has come across by the people you've talked to. But I'd encourage you to come into one of the retailers. I'm here on behalf of the association.
Got it.
That's who I'm representing.
Got it. And I would encourage you and anybody coming up to testify, if the answer is the current law suffices, it's not going to be well received on this side of the table, so to speak. I think what we're getting at, the good chair's comment, you're not the issue, we're the problem, quite frankly. It's those that aren't as forthright in their compliance. And I agree with you, we need better enforcement, just like we do with speed and the highways. But I look forward to working with the chairs on making this more transparent, so to speak, and the association. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rep. O'Day. Representative Turco, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've been through this issue for a little while now, a lot of people on the agenda, but I have a few questions, if you don't mind. First, a couple of statements. Thank you, Mr. Jengers, for being here. So I think that you and other dealers in the association may not realize how big of a problem this is for consumers, because people don't know about this fee and exactly what it is to know the complaint. And the reason I know this is because it happened to me. I became a member of the Transportation Committee 2 years ago. And on the committee, we had this bill proposed from Senator Martin about this dealership conveyance fee. And I said, wow, that's a fee that's supposed to be negotiable? I never knew. When I bought my car, I spent hours negotiating the price, test driving, going back and forth, and we settled. And it wasn't at a dealership that you own, but I settled on the price of $15,000. This is a pre-certified used car. And I thought I was done. That's what I thought I was taking out the loan for. That's what I thought I was buying. Of course, I knew there would be taxes. I know everything you buy, there's a sales tax. But then there was this additional $500 conveyance fee. And when I said to the salesperson, you know, where is this coming from? Wait a minute, we just negotiated for hours. You went back and forth to your manager to get the rate lower, you know, to get the total sales price to be what I wanted to pay. Why are you throwing in this additional 500? He said, basically, there's nothing we can do about this. This is, you know, passed it off as if it was just a government fee, something you have to pay. There's no negotiation. It's just something you have to absorb. So I'll ask you if you think that was fair, what happened to me, and the lack of transparency around that. And I'm pretty sure you'll probably say no, because that would be against the current law. But I'll let you respond first.
I believe that there was an amendment to the law that made it negotiable. I think Senator Martin, I don't know exactly, I'd have to check. I don't think that's the way it was originally written. So if someone represented that it was non-negotiable when in fact it was with the rest of the car, then yeah, I think that's bad. That's not right.
Well, under current law, the dealership conveyance fee, the $8.99 that you charge, that Representative O'Day mentioned, that is negotiable, right?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that this is something that they do not have to be charged for. I could have said, no, I'm only paying that $15,000 we negotiated by. If you don't want to agree to that, if you want to add on this dealership conveyance fee of $500, the deal's off. I didn't think I had that option. So I think there'd be more complaints if people knew that. And the current system that we have, where people don't find out until the end on the actual printed paperwork that this is something that's going to be an added fee, you know, makes it really difficult for somebody to know that they even have an option. There's a total lack of transparency when it comes to the end. Now, I appreciate that you said in your dealership, there's signage, there's advertisement, it's better properly disclosed. I will say, though, as the chair, Senator Cohen mentioned, going on to different websites, you know, I looked at your East Hartford website while sitting here. Now I'm on Jengis Chrysler Dodge Jeep Fairfield, because the ranking member brought up your dealership in Fairfield. When I go into the initial part of the site, and this is for a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude, I don't expect you to know every single page on your site for all of your different organizations, but I'll just say, here's what I see as a customer. There's the MSRP, $45,000. Then there's your Jengris discount. Automatically, you're giving me an $8,000 discount. That's wonderful. And then it says your Jengris price, $37,000. Is that the total price? I mean, that says your price. So is that what I would pay? I'd be able to just walk in, say, I'm here to buy this car. Here's $37,000. Give me the car. Would there be anything additional added to that?
I'm assuming that you'll see plus tax, title, registration, and documentation fee.
Okay,
somewhere when you click on to get your price, and if we present a price, and again, I would encourage you to come into a store. I'm not sure where you bought your pre-owned car. I don't know how you present a discussion, a negotiation, without this fee being right there. It's on every single form. So when you come in and look at a used, new, doesn't matter, as we're discussing it, it's right there. So again, I only can speak for what's in our stores. If other stores don't have that fee, it's not something that just appears at the end that I'm familiar with. It may happen. I'm not familiar how that works, because it's on once you come in our store, and it's right there. It's printed. It's not something we get just at the end. It's just not the way the process works. But
okay, no, thank you for that. But from initially going your website and seeing what my Jengris price would be, that $37,000, that is not including the dealership conveyance fee?
I'd have to look at, but I'm assuming it's not including conveyance fee, tax, or registration, because I don't know where you live. I don't know how much the registration is going to be.
Sure. And then it says, if I want a lower price, start here. And then I can click here. So that assuming to me, that advertisement is saying, When I click here, I'm even getting a lower price. I'm not going to get added things that are going to cost me another $900. This should go down.
What we're trying to do with the consumer is start a dialogue.
Okay.
And so when someone inquires on a product, the first thing we want to do is start a dialogue and understand what it is you're looking for and tell us exactly what we have to offer. And so we use strategies to say, click here to unlock this price, click here to get your Jenga's price, click here now. Not to mislead, just to get engagement, because we know that when someone's looking for a car in Connecticut or any state, they're going to shop 15 places, which is great, fine, no problem. But how do we build a relationship? How do we understand what your needs are? How do we provide you a good service if we don't know anything about you and you're just some random person that we don't know who you are? So we're trying to get engagement. That's all. That's what we're doing. I don't know what other dealers, but I'm assuming that's what, when they present price or click here, they're trying to start a dialogue on what you want and what we have to sell.
Okay. And to be totally fair, when I do scroll down your page, in the fine print, it does say an $8.99 dealer conveyance fee is additional. So it is on the same website. I just have to scroll down to find it. If I don't get that far, though, because I get excited about the, I think you called it, what did you call it that makes me want to start a dialogue? If I get excited about starting a dialogue, because it says want a lower price, start here, and don't scroll in the click on the fine print, and then I start the dialogue, I may miss that there is this extra $899 dealership conveyance fee, at least at this stage, right? It's going to get me to perhaps go into the dealership. So what I wanted to ask you is, you have this advertising that doesn't disclose the price to start the dialogue. Do you believe, as representatives here trying to protect the consumer, trying to protect our constituents, that it's fair to be transparent to the consumer right at the start here and at least say there's additional conveyance fee with the initial advertising?
So if I understand you correctly, if under the price you described, if it was in big bold letters, conveyance fee is additional blah, that would be transparent. Not that you have to scroll down a half a page, a quarter inch, whatever it may be. That's what I hear you saying?
It would be more transparent.
Okay, so the text and its location, you're suggesting creates a lack of transparency. Is that what you're saying?
The current way the website's set up, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's what the bill is trying to do. We're trying to say, when you advertise this price and you say, this is your price, that there should be, at that stage, this is the conveyance fee. Sure.
One of the challenges in the new car business, because of federal manufacturer incentives, whether it's electric, you are eligible for rebates for the EVs or not, we don't know, as the seller of the product, what you qualify for. I have no idea if you're a vet, if you make over X, over Y, do you get the 5,000? Do you get the 2,500? I don't know. So it's almost impossible for me to give you an accurate price. I don't know if you're a farmer. I don't know if you're a college grad. I don't know if you owned this car before. It's so complicated, not by us, but by the manufacturer, to try to create ways to sell more cars. Are you a police officer? Are you a first responder? Without knowing everything about the consumer on the new car side, it's impossible to provide an accurate price unless the manufacturer says we only sell it at one price, which some have tried. And then they, next week, Tesla, for example, said everything's the same price. And then months later, they drop it by $6,000. So the people who bought it 6 months ago get upset for different reasons. But on the new car dealership side, the manufacturers, regardless of who it is, creates incentives to try to drive business for consumer benefit and to sell cars. And so it would be irresponsible and not accurate to show you a number because I don't know enough about you. And so I wouldn't say it's 45,000 and know that you're a first responder, college grad, and you qualify for the EV credit. So now instead of 45, it's 37.5.
Sure, I understand the price of the actual car might be difficult for you to know in the advertising, but the conveyance fee you do know, right?
Correct. And it's why it's maybe not in as big of letters as you want, and it's down 6 inches, but it's there. And if you were to come into our store and we were to start right down that car right there, we'd say, Senator Turco, here's what it is. It's $39.95, conveyance fee, registration. The cost of the car is $41,265. How does that sound? I can only spend 39,000. Well, I don't know if I can do that. And we'd have a dialogue and we'd decide yes or no. It's so I understand the way it's presented. It's not as big as you'd like on the internet, and maybe other dealers don't have it. I get it.
All right. Well, I think I appreciate your response to these questions. I think I've taken up a lot of the committee's time here, but we should definitely keep the conversation going. And I'm hoping the industry can find a way, whether this bill passes or not, to do a little bit better of job of being transparent and having the prices up front as best as possible. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I believe my co-chair has another question.
Yes, thank you. You know, you're in the hot seat because you're the first one testifying on this. So all your colleagues will have to give you a big pat on the back and big thanks. Can you tell me why the conveyance fee differs so much from dealer to dealer?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what other dealers have. I don't. I can't tell.
And are you, I mean, in your situation, do you make money on the conveyance fee, or is that purely a recoup of cost?
The conveyance fee was set to recoup the cost accompanied with retailing cars, registering, having the technology, having the people doing the work of Department of Motor Vehicles.
Okay, so I guess in theory, maybe it costs you more than somebody who's charging $400 for a conveyance fee? Or, and there's even some people that charge more, $1,200.
Yeah, I don't know that answer to that question.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing no other questions, it does seem that you are dismissed from the hot seat. Thank you, Mr. Chengris. And behind I do see him there, Senate Majority Leader Duff, please. Susan Feaster, you will be next.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee. I was actually going to come in opposed to the bill, but I didn't want to get Senator Cohen's wrath. So now I'm now for the bill. I was once opposed to it now. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. Actually here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 774, Act concerning the offering price of a motor vehicle by a car dealer. And frankly, you know, I heard all of the testimony and the questions and answers, and I can say very clearly that people understand death, they understand taxes, but they don't understand the conveyance fee. And that this is something that I believe, and I thank Senator Cohen and the committee for bringing this issue up, because as Representative Turco said, most of us who shop for a car don't understand the conveyance fee. We don't understand that it is negotiable. We don't understand that, you know, it comes at the end. And while there may be disclosure at some point, I think it is safe to say that most folks, when they are buying a car, they feel like the price that they negotiate is the price of the car. Simple as that. And that it's a stressful experience as it is when people go buy a car, and that folks should feel like they know the price at the end and not get the add-ons. And so as was said earlier by members of this committee, it's not saying that the conveyance fee has to go away. It doesn't prohibit it. It doesn't cap it. And those ideas have been debated over the years here in this legislature. All it is saying is kind of the work we're trying to do with junk fees, which is basically disclose or move them to the top from the bottom so that people have a clear idea of the fees that they're going to pay. Simple as that. And you know, if one place is $8.99 and another place is $500, another place is $600, consumers should be aware of that. And so I just think that it gives people the opportunity to make an informed decision on the prices that they pay. It increases transparency. And I think it makes the whole car buying process a little bit more pleasant than feeling like at the end, all of a sudden there's this charge that you may not know about. Because I truly don't believe that most people don't. And I'll give you an example. A car dealer, of course, and an owner of car, they're going to know all this stuff inside and out. My business outside of the Capitol is a realtor. I know how to explain to people commissions, or I know how to explain to people fees for not disclosing on a seller's disclosure, or I know how to explain to people what an attorney might charge for a closing. But that's my business, and I know that. People who don't do this every day don't understand and don't maybe know all those things. So it's just kind of what we're all comfortable with. And if you only buy a car once every 5 or 10 years, you really don't have that information, and you don't remember that maybe from your last transaction. So on behalf of a lot of the car buyers out there who may be confused or not understanding of all that, again, not saying to limit it, not saying to outlaw it, just saying to put that price at the top. Thank you for your attention to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. I think that what you did was highlight exactly how confused we can all be when we're not in that space of expertise, right? And comparing it to being a realtor and understanding those things, I dread the next time I have to buy a house, and I expect a text from me, please.
I can help.
I have a sister who's a realtor, and I still dread the next time. But I also think, even as we have explored this as a committee, we've been confused by what exists and what doesn't. And I wanted to come back to something that we said with our last speaker, which is nothing that we're doing is changing the law. It's not making this something that we can't enforce, we can't do. It's not changing anything like that. But what it's doing is it's making it very clear to the layperson, which I feel like I'm more of a layperson in all of these things than I've ever been, the more immersed we become. So I appreciate that comparison. I actually think that's very useful and something that I will probably be using as we move forward and explain this to our colleagues. I do believe my co-chair actually has some questions. Do you need a helmet or anything? 'Cause
We're good.
Oh boy, this is rough. Anyway, I don't have any questions, but I do want to say thank you to the Senate Majority Leader for being here today and for being such a champion on consumer protection issues. You've really, proven that to be true over a number of years, long before my short tenure here, and it still holds true today. So thank you for being here on this particular issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for your kind words, and you're doing great work too. Appreciate it.
And to be very clear, I don't think he needed a helmet. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much for your patience. We appreciate that you were in here and ready to go. Online, we have Susan Feaster next.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I'm gonna lighten the mood a little bit and talk about Shoreline East.
So I don't know if you know this, but your camera is not on. If it's
yes, I'm doing that for work reasons.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Greetings to Co-Chair Senator Cohen and Representative Berger-Javallo, Vice Chair Senator Lopes and Representative Brown, Ranking Members Senator Wong and Representative Kennedy, and all distinguished members. My name is Susan Feaster, and I'm the founder of the Shoreline East Riders Advocacy Group. I would like to submit my testimony in support of Senate Bill 714 and Act Restoring Service on Shoreline East Rail Line. Pre-pandemic, this train line was vibrant, running 40 trains a day. The trains were consistent, and this built a healthy ridership. Our numbers had dipped a bit between 2018 and 2019 due to an Amtrak undercutting project that caused constant schedule disruptions. But in 2019 and until March 2020, we were holding our own. The pandemic hit and the ridership plummeted. In 2021, during the pandemic, the state of Connecticut spent millions upgrading the overhead catenary to set the stage to run M8 rail cars. In 2022, the state of Connecticut again spent millions purchasing M8 rail cars for the line. And then the next year, in 2023, Governor Lamont decimated our operation budget, cutting our funding to just 44%. From 40 trains a day in 2019 to 16 trains a day in 2023. His reasoning? We did not have the ridership. All the other branch lines were fully funded and did not have to prove their ridership, just Shoreline East. In 2024, when we fought for more funding, his new reason was because we did not have enough transit-oriented development on the shoreline. We all know that is not true, as most towns along the shoreline have been building multi-unit housing adjacent or near the train for years. He was trying to strong-arm the shoreline municipalities to change their zoning laws to allow more building. Do you think the other train lines had to do this? The answer would be no. Our constant message has been trains build ridership. I speak to people every day who tell me that they would ride the train if there were more trains running. They tell me it is not convenient and would make them have to sit in a train station sometimes for hours until they could get a train home. During last year's short session, with the stalwart efforts of my group and many other advocates, Senator Cohen and many members of the Transportation Committee, we were able to secure $5 million in ARPA funding to add to the Shoreline East operational budget, which is now running at 50% of pre-pandemic funding. This influx gave us 2 more round-trip trains a day, along with a through train to Stamford. These new trains started running last fall in September, and here are the results. Changing from 2023 to 2024, our increase in ridership in September was up 32%. In October, 58%. November, 74%. And in December, 53%. These numbers are proof that people along the shoreline are not all working from home, contrary to what Governor Lamont and DOT Commissioner Euclid have stated. It proves that if we run the trains, people will ride them. The excuse that people are not riding the train will no longer be accepted. DOT Commissioner Euclid stated in his written testimony today that rail service should be based on ridership. Our numbers in the last quarter of 2024 show emphatically that our ridership numbers have exploded and more funding is warranted. The Shoreline East trail line is a tremendous benefit to those on the shoreline and beyond. Riders from within Connecticut and from other states come to visit, enjoy all our state has to offer, especially in the southeast part of the state.
Your thoughts?
That the train line serves a consistent train line will build strong ridership. Strong ridership will build vibrant tourism, and vibrant tourism will build a strong economy. On a somber note, and in closing, did you know that 314 people were killed on Connecticut roads last year? One of the most deadliest years. Imagine if we had better mass transit. Imagine if we had a fully funded Shoreline East train line. This truly could be a lifesaver. For these and many other reasons you will hear in the testimonies today, I ask you all to pledge your support of SB 714 to fully fund the Shoreline East train line. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And I don't have any questions for you, but I do want to thank you for all of your hard work and advocacy around this and really getting the riders of Shoreline East together on this. I know the cuts were really devastating to the Shoreline East community, especially on the heels of the pandemic. When people were just, trying to get back into the swing of things, and to have the line cut further when it hadn't seen the restoration that other lines had throughout the state was really devastating. So again, I just want to thank you for your leadership on this and your testimony today and your patience. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thanks for being here.
Thank you so much, Senator Cohen. I appreciate you working with us so hard, and also all of your constituents, and we'll continue to work hard until we get it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next, we have Representative Howard. And just so folks know, we're alternating now between electeds and members of the public. So after Rep. Howard, we'll go to Daniel Blinn, and then we will go to First Selectman Hoyt. Welcome, Representative.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you for having me. And I know you have a long night. I'll keep well within the 3 minutes. I have 2 bills that I want to talk to you about. One is Raise Bill 7060, specifically Section 10. As you know, as you all know, I've been a strong advocate for road safety in our state in the 4 years that I've been here. And of course, in my career as a police officer for 23 years prior to that. And there's been a lot of talk, and I always think that enforcement is a great answer, but there's been a lot of talk about infrastructure changes. And of course, those comes with significant price tags. What you raised in this bill, as far as wider edge lines, has some pretty significant data that supports that it reduces crashes. I have some of that with me, and this is straight from the Federal Highway Administration. 37% for non-intersection fatal and injury crashes on rural two-lane roads. There's a 37% reduction. 22% reduction for fatal and injury crashes on rural freeways. And they do a benefit cost ratio of 25-1, meaning for every dollar that we spend on doing this, we save $25 in cost of these crashes and whatnot. I'm just jump very quickly to Missouri, and I will say that Missouri's population is about twice ours, or about $6.2 million. So you just have to keep that in context with some of these numbers. But this is a conclusion of recommendations from Missouri Department of Transportation. I'm just going to highlight a few things, and I can share this all with you. But the striping and delineation program result in overall reduction of 16% in fatal and disabling injury crashes and 11% in fatal and all injury crashes. And this is when they went to 6-inch lines. Over a period of 5 years from 07 to 11, striping and delineation programs expect to reduce approximately 100 fatal crashes, 550 disabling injury crashes, 2,000 minor injury, and 6,700 property damages. I have some other data for you as far as cost, and I know that the commissioner testified earlier. I was busy in education and didn't hear it all, but I know that there's some concern about cost. The last analysis that I saw the DOT did, it only enhances their cost at an average about less than 1%. To have these wider edge lines, which I think are significant for safety. The last thing I wanted to say to follow up on the last individual is SB 714. I want to thank you for raising that. Southeastern Connecticut has so much to offer by way of tourism with our aquarium, our seaport museum, which is just amazing. The hospitality industry is nation leading. We had 2 individuals from our restaurants last year that were up for national awards for their culinary. And what we don't offer is wide streets and a lot of parking. So the ability to have Shoreline East extended with stops in Mystic would be amazing, because it would generate not only economy, but really foster the love for New England quaintness that we have down there. And lastly, just that on my town's side of Mystic, last year, $7 million in revenue came from sales, meals and occupancy taxes. Into the state's coffers. Pretty big numbers, and that doesn't include job creation and whatnot. So I want to thank you for raising. I really hope that we can get that over to appropriations and get some cooperation there. But I just want to thank you for those 2 bills. Right on.
Look at
Right
that,
on.
like a professional or something. Thank you, Representative. And thank you for all you do to keep people safe out on our roadways, both by introducing legislation, but as an officer out there as well. And I don't have any questions. Representative O'Day does, though.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony and for being here today. Just real quick, and I want to emphasize how appreciative I am of your service as a police officer.
Thank you.
Notwithstanding your great service as a state rep.
Thank you.
I don't know how much of the commissioner's testimony and Mr. Chapman from the NTSB's testimony you heard, but just briefly, you and I have talked at length on the fact that the fatalities on our roadways are at record highs, and we need to do something. And there was a proposal to lower legal BAC from 0.08 to 0.05. I've got concerns, frankly, with the speeds that are going on our roadways, a lack of stops, and the marijuana that's going on our roadways. Do you have a response on what is your explanation as to why the record increase in fatalities on our roadways?
Well, I think it's complicated. I think it's more than just one issue, but we can't ignore the fact that traffic stops have been significantly down during the time that we've seen this fatal crash spike. And I heard a bit of the testimony earlier, and a lot of people said to me, well, there's different driving since COVID, and traffic stops are down since COVID. Well, that's an accurate statement, but Representative, much to your pleasure, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. So if the Eagles won the Super Bowl and my wife said to me, hey, you forgot to get the mail yesterday, and I walked outside, slipped on ice and broke my hip, and then today walked in here limping and said to you, well, geez, Tom, I haven't been able to walk right since the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It's an accurate statement, but it's misleading. Because during COVID, we engaged in one of the most anti-police rhetorics in this country that I've seen in my 23 years and probably ever. And that is what is the reason for the reduction in traffic stops, among other things. But that is the main driver of this reduction in traffic stops. And they're still down significantly. I have the numbers. I'm happy to share them with you straight from Yukon and Ken Barone. There was a bit of a spike in 2022 in traffic stops. And then a bit of a dip in 2023 in fatal crashes, right? Because it takes time for folks to change their behavior. But I think enforcement is a big part of it. And the numbers are very relative to one another. Again, that's not the only thing. And yes, we did. You're right. We passed and legalized marijuana around the same exact time. And that is another, potential contributing factor. But I think enforcement is key. Where there's no enforcement, there's less compliance. And when there's less compliance, there's more crashes. And there's empirical data on this from DDAX and the DDAX report, which is NHTSA and the DOJ. It stands for Data-Driven Approach to Crime and Traffic Safety. Where there's more enforcement, there's a 28% reduction in traffic crashes.
If you could provide that information to the committee, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Representative, for your testimony and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I actually now do have a question.
Okay.
Well, a couple of things, actually. I'd love to just talk to you about that and wonder what you think about the addition of the phlebotomy language in the bill. I don't know if you've had a chance to review the bill, but there is a phlebotomy program, training program. I know there's 29 officers, I believe, statewide that are trained. Some of them who have gone through the training are DREs, some are not.
Yep.
There's no requirement to, certainly they go hand in hand and it's complementary, but they're not, one doesn't, preclude the other. And so I just wondered what your thoughts are on that program. And we heard that the inclusion of the electronic warrants was from who I think we may hear from later, but for the Police Chiefs Association, to enhance the training. If you are trained as a phlebotomist or you have somebody on your force that's trained and you want to get somebody, they've consented to a blood draw, then you want to be able to do that expeditiously, obviously, if they've used marijuana recently or what have you. Anyway, I'm going on and on, but the real point of this is to get your thoughts on that.
Thank you. So thank you for that question. And it's going to be a bit longer than I might like it to be. But I want to start by saying there's been some things that I've heard that are just not accurate. There's been some claims that police officers are going to be sticking needles in people's arms on the side of the road. That is not the case. And I think folks need to understand that in a typical DWI, you get pulled over and you're intoxicated. The police officer runs you through a battery of tests that are measured to a scientific standard of 0.10. DREs are a separate issue altogether, but if we just stay in the narrow lane of alcohol for a moment, it is only after you are under arrest that a breath test or a chemical test is performed. So the notion that we would stick a needle in somebody's arm to determine if they're intoxicated and then arrest them is just not how it works. What would happen in those cases is the individual comes into the booking room, they're offered a blood test, which under current law they can refuse, in which case another test will be selected. If they accept the blood and consent to the blood test, they then have to be transported to a hospital. And that's problematic because the statute also requires that the first chemical test be done within 2 hours of operation. So you stop a car at, say, 2 o'clock. You have to wait for another officer to come before you do the standardized field sobriety test. After you've determined they may be intoxicated, you run them through the test. Maybe you have to wait for a tow truck. Then you get them back into booking. You have to read them their rights. These things all take time, especially in rural areas. And now they say, okay, I'll take a blood test. Now you have to get them to the hospital all within 2 hours. So I support the program. I think it's moving in the right direction. And I think it will be a huge benefit, especially to DREs, because obviously a breath test is useless for screening for narcotics.
Yeah, and you sort of touched on one of the points that I think has, had us thinking, as we were screening and developing language around this proposal, which was, how do we get more officers trained? I think there is a little bit of a, misconception that suddenly officers are going to be on the side of the road, taking blood. I think officers, it seems that some officers have been reluctant to go through the training, and maybe that's because there's not enough information presented to them. And so we were kind of, tossing around how to make the information more available to officers and to, gain some understanding about the program, and get encouragement from maybe the Police Chiefs Association to go through the program, because the officers that have been trained, and I know on the Guilford PD, for example, we've got 2 police phlebotomists and they also happen to be DREs, and they've gotten positive results. I'm just trying to figure out how we can help you. That's really what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so thank you. I think that, to drive police officers' interest in that is, so we have a police recruitment retention issue in the state anyway. We're dealing with that over in public safety. Some police departments are down 25%. That's a massive number. Police training is another problem. There's been a major fall off in that in this state, across all disciplines. A lot of police departments they're down to do the minimum required training and not much beyond it. The other problem I think of police officers is they're very liability conscious people. And I don't want to relitigate old legislation, but it's lingering in the back of police officers' mind that they want to limit their liability in their state as much as they can. So, I think to perhaps, in this committee, if there was some way that the language could support them in liability issues, I'm not exactly sure. It's much complex. You have somebody here who can help you with that, I'm sure. But I think that may be one of the things that make folks officers reluctant to do it. Now, nobody said that to me, by the way. I haven't asked them. But that would be my sense. And again, I think that there's, that would be the interest. But then there's also a lack of opportunity in some places because, police budgets are very tight right now, just like education budgets, just like everything else, and in time. So if you send a police officer to school for a week for 40 hours, his beat doesn't go uncovered or her beat doesn't go uncovered. They have to pay somebody overtime to backfill it. We need to, in this state, and we're working on it over in public safety, expand opportunities for training in the state. And I think that's another part of it, Senator, that would probably help.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looks like Rep. O'Day he's putting up 2 fingers. I think that means 2 questions or second time.
No, just second time, just real brief. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, very much. Just real quick, going from, so the standardized field sobriety test is been developed over decades for 0.10 standard.
Correct.
Do you know how Utah does the 0.05 standardized test?
I don't know.
Presumably, as somebody who has been in the field and observed, I've been told, even by experts, that being able to see someone go, the difference between 0.04 and a 0.05 is impossible, even for experts. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes. Another thing gets lost on that, Representative O'Day, is that this 0.08 standard is prima facie evidence, right? So in our legal system, if I'm arrested for drunk driving while intoxicated, there's what we call, as you know, corpus delicti, the elements of the crime. So it's the responsibility lies on the state. The responsibility lies on the state. My computer does that too, Trace. The responsibility or the burden of proof, as we say, relies on the state to prove the elements of the crime, that I was operating a motor vehicle upon a public road and I was intoxicated. What prima facie evidence basically does, it says if I have a BAC over 0.08, I am presumed to be intoxicated. So the onus to prove that I'm not intoxicated then shifts to me. That's essentially how this works, okay? Very few places in the state of Connecticut, because it's inadmissible in court, use portable breath tests. So my point is, you don't know what somebody's BAC is until they are already under arrest. Okay, so, and those scientific standards are measured to 0.10. I am not aware of any standardized field sobriety tests that are less than that. So let's just say I pull over a person and he's wearing a shirt that says my BAC is 0.06. Okay, and I run him through the standardized field sobriety tests, and we don't use these words, but passes them, doesn't give the clues that you're trained to. It's a bad arrest. It would be a bad arrest because you didn't establish a probable cause. So if we're going to go to 0.05, we have to establish, in my opinion, a mechanism on the side of the road prior to arrest to be able to show that they're a 0.05. I just don't know if we have that. I'm not opposed to moving to 0.05. I'm just saying enforcement might be difficult. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions? It looks like we don't have any, so thank you, Representative Howard.
Thank you very
Good to
much.
see you. Next up, we have Daniel Blinn, followed by Matt Hoey.
Yes, hello, and thank you to the chairs and to the ranking members and the rest of the committee for allowing me to testify today. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 774 concerning dealer conveyance fees. I am the managing attorney of Consumer Law Group, which is a law firm that focuses on representation of consumers against businesses that have violated consumer protection laws. And the vast majority of the cases that we handle involve car dealers. And I've had personal involvement in dozens and dozens of cases against car dealerships that have not complied with the current dealer conveyance fee laws. And I can unequivocally state that consumers generally don't know about the fees, that they go into dealerships seeing advertised prices, thinking that that's what they can buy the car for. Sometimes they're surprised to find that there's an additional fee. Sometimes they don't know that there was an additional fee until I point it out to them. So there's definitely a problem. There's also a problem with the way the dealers are advertising the fees. As pointed out during Mr. Jengers's testimony, the conveyance fee was in fine print at the bottom of the website, but 14-62A requires that fee disclosure be in a minimum of 8-point type. So it simply is not being complied with. And putting it above the line is going to go a long way towards solving that problem. Now, I read the written testimony of the dealer representatives and heard Mr. Jengers's testimony. And one thing that they all say is that the current law prohibits unreasonable fees. And I'd like to point out that that's just not accurate. The Connecticut Supreme Court in the case of Small versus Going Forward Inc. in 2007 held that the language in the statute that says that the fee is a reasonable cost to reimburse the dealership for the cost of processing the paperwork is merely descriptive in that it does not impose any substantive limitations on how much a dealership can charge. And after that decision, fees have increased dramatically, where the plaintiff in Small was complaining about a fee of only $299. And now we have fees of close to $1,000 in excess of that. One question that was asked earlier is, why do some dealerships charge more than others? And I think that the reason why some of them charge a lot more is so that they can advertise smaller prices to bring somebody into the dealership. And once they're there, they're invested in the process. People may have taken the day off of work. They may have trouble having somebody watch their kids. And once they're there and they're presented with a fee, there's not a lot of upside to them to try to continue to negotiate or walk out after they've put that much of an investment into the process. I also want to briefly address a couple of other things that this bill would do that I think are significant improvements on the status quo. There are some dealerships that have taken to charge a processing fee in addition to the conveyance fee. And this bill would put a stop to that. I think that the requirement that dealers not preprint and I got a prompt. I think that my time is up. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to respond.
You can continue to summarize if you'd like, Mr. Blinn.
Yes, I just wanted to state that the prohibition against pre-printing other costs, such as a VIN etching fee, would be a significant improvement, because when consumers see these pre-printed costs on their purchase orders, they assume that this is just a standard fee. Many of them assume that it's going to be a government fee. Going the way that the CARS rule would have, by simply requiring that the total cost of the vehicle save only taxes and registration costs and extras that are voluntarily elected by the consumer for which they get actual value, is the way to go to ensure that the more vulnerable among us are not preyed upon by those that are less scrupulous than some of the other dealerships that may be operating in the state.
Thank you very much. Bless you, Madam Co-Chair. I have a question coming back to, you referenced the earlier testimony and how the question was asked, why are the fees so different from dealer to dealer? Have you, in your experience, been able to land on a clear process across dealerships for determining their conveyance fee? Have you experienced any sort of formula that is used consistently?
Yeah, it's interesting because the dealership that was involved in the small case, the finance manager was once asked at a deposition, what does the consumer get for that? And the answer is nothing. It's 100% profit. And what I think has happened is the dealers increase the fee so that they're able to advertise a lower price. And consumers that are doing comparison shopping, which is very easy to do online, are going to go first to the dealership that's offering something cheaper. So by advertising a lower price and a higher conveyance fee, they give the false impression that they're offering a better deal. And this unfortunately causes the good dealerships to raise their fees because it's necessary for them to do to appear competitive. Otherwise, they're at a disadvantage. And that problem is completely eliminated by simply requiring that that fee be included above the line.
I appreciate that. Are there any questions from my colleagues? I believe we are all set. Thank you so much, Mr. Blinn. I do appreciate your time and your patience.
Thank you.
And next up is Matt Hoey, also online.
Thank you. I didn't hear the most. I didn't hear the most often heard term of the decade, which is "you're still muted." But good afternoon. I'm Matt Hoy, and I'm proud to serve as Guilford's first selectman. And I'm equally proud of the great work that Guilford State Senator Christine Cohen has been doing up there in Hartford, and we're very proud of her. So. Thank you for the opportunity today to comment on Senate Bill SB 17, the Act Restoring Service on the Shoreline East rail line, and the current service levels and options available to those in our community who, in the past, have demonstrated strong support through ridership of Shoreline East Rail. I come to you today to express my and many Guilford residents' disappointment over the failure to fully restore rail service on Shoreline East. Many in our community have shared the hardships that previous reductions and limited options have had on their ability to commute to New Haven and beyond for work, education, and leisure, all in an affordable and environmentally sustainable manner. In April of 2018, the South Central Connecticut Commuter Parking Lot Survey showed that Guilford's train station, with a capacity of 176 cars, was 66% full. Today, the most recent numbers were taken in January. The numbers are 21%. We stand no chance of seeing those levels of utilization from 2018 and beyond unless schedules are restored to pre-pandemic levels. The primary reason, and appropriately so at the time, proffered in support of the cuts was low ridership due to the pandemic. While I fully understand the service reductions through the pandemic, not fully restoring those cuts is tantamount to creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ridership will continue to suffer because a limited schedule has not and will not be sufficient to meet the varied needs of our communities along the shoreline. In Guilford, we currently have 3 housing projects in various stages of completion, totaling 85 units underway within 1/2 mile of our station, one of which will be 100% affordable. With the statewide push for transit-oriented development, particularly for affordable housing, limiting access to rail transportation seems to be in conflict with the goals of transit-oriented development. Additionally, we have another 200+ units of new housing approved by planning and zoning, which will only drive more opportunities to grow ridership and take vehicles off our already congested highway. Most recently, there is a proposed project for 162 units of apartments, which our Planning and Zoning Commission will be deliberating on tomorrow evening. Guilford has and continues to make investments in shared transit, as we have 4 20-passenger buses used daily to support seniors and the disabled with rides throughout our community. We've recently seen great success via a micro-transit grant from Connecticut DOT with River Valley Transit, now providing on-demand bus service anywhere between Guilford and Madison for both towns' residents. Lastly, as a board member of CCM and South Central Regional Council of Governments, I am proud to say that both organizations support the restoration and expansion of service. I strongly urge you to consider expanding Shoreline East services for our region. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody had.
Well, hello, Mr. Hoy. Nice to see you, and thank you for those very kind words. And as you can see, it is 4:15, and you are number 10, so the chances of me making the town meeting tonight are very slim. So I'll just throw that out there now. But I do want to thank you for testifying on this important topic. And I know you have been at the forefront of advocating, and I know together with the SCROG as well, making it a priority to ensure that folks, residents in Guilford and beyond, membership towns within the SCROG and beyond can take advantage of Shoreline East, but we need to get the schedules back to where they were prior to the pandemic. And so it's promising to hear about the lot numbers since we have increased some of the funding in recent times. And I also just want to highlight, and I know you did this somewhat in your testimony, but for a long time, particularly over the past couple of years when the cuts came down, and when we talk about cuts, just a reminder that we're talking about service that was never restored during the pandemic and then further cut. So really, really devastating to this rail line. And we heard a lot, particularly from the governor's office, but from others, that there just wasn't the population density to support this line, that we weren't seeing the housing and the economic development. So I wonder if you just want to highlight a little bit more in detail some of the initiatives that Guilford in particular has undergone with respect to economic development, with respect to housing development, because I think they're significant and shouldn't go unnoticed.
Senator, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry about that. We had a little technical glitch.
Okay.
Welcome
Okay.
back.
Well, thank you. And again, the demand for the services is still there, but the demand is not being met because there are limited options for the people in our community to attend. And I'm comfortable that we will continue to see it rise as service levels increase and more options are available to our commuters and residents of the town.
I'm not sure that you ended up hearing me because I was going on for
I
a
did
little
not.
while. Okay. So I was just saying that, obviously the cuts were incredibly devastating. They were further cut from being cut back once the pandemic hit. So we were really the only line in the state that didn't see some restoration of service post-pandemic, and then to further be cut in the budget 2 years ago was just devastating. We obviously got that $5 million infusion last year, but I did want you to highlight, because I think what we heard over and over again was you just don't have the density to support a train line like this, that people do. You're just never going to see the ridership. We need to see more housing development. We need to see more economic development. And I think Guilford has been doing a really good job in that respect. So I know you touched on it in your testimony, but I wondered if you wanted to highlight anything in particular with respect to housing and economic development.
Right. As I mentioned, we have a significant number of housing projects either approved or on the board. The largest such growth that I've seen in, quite honestly, the 33 years that I've been involved in elected politics between the Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen. We've never seen this kind of growth in new starts, housing starts. So Guilford has always been a desirable place. I think for the post-COVID, it became even more desirable. And with the number of units that's available, that are going to be available in this community over the next 2 to 3 years, I think it will easily drive ridership on the Shoreline East if the service levels are there. I know that's the chicken and the egg thing, right? How do you ensure that they're going to show up? Well, we were in the 60 to 70% range with the parking lots being full, going back to 2015, 2016. The numbers are there. Now, if there are more residents in town, that means that we probably have more opportunities for potential riders.
That's right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time and testimony today. And maybe we'll be surprised and I'll see you at the town meeting later.
That would be my pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We are moving on now to still online, Jim Gilday, followed potentially by Parker Rodriguez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good
I
to see you.
wanted to make sure you guys could hear me okay. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Cavallo, members of the Transportation Committee. It's nice to be back so soon. It was a pleasure talking to you a few weeks ago. I am here to talk about and in support of Senate Bill 714, an act restoring services on the Shoreline East. I'm certain I'm not going to say anything you haven't heard, but I do want to offer my testimony and just retouch upon some of the key points. Certainly, I do believe in a time when we're talking about record-setting surpluses and record-setting tax decreases, we should be doing better from a service perspective, and that includes public transportation. With regard to the Shoreline East service level, this is the only branch or line, I know it's been said, but it has to be emphasized, it's the only branch or line that has not been brought back to its pre-COVID ridership. Without question, unequivocally, any public transportation person would tell you that the best way to increase ridership of public transportation is to provide steady, constant service. I'm a Waterbury branch commuter, proud of it, and I'm happy that we got the investment. I'm happy for all investment. But it's no surprise that when the Waterbury branch received a $110 million passing siding and then a 44% increase in service, it's no surprise that it was the first branch that exceeded its pre-COVID ridership out of any of them. It's also no surprise that the Hartford branch, soon to be slated for a $25 million investment, was the second branch that exceeded its pre-COVID ridership. And to date, those are the only two branches that have exceeded its pre-COVID ridership. And by the way, huge fan of the investment. Both sorts of situations certainly serve as examples of steady service attracting ridership. During the session of 2024, Susan Feaster mentioned this, and she's also a fierce advocate, and it's a pleasure to follow her. She mentioned the additional $5 million investment that we're so pleased that Senator Cohen was an advocate for, as well as the entire Transportation Committee. But the results of that increase and the results of the $5 million in just 4 trains, September had a 32% increase over September 2023. October 24 had a 58% increase over 2023. November had a whopping 74% increase over November 2023, and December 2024 had a 53% increase over December. Those numbers are irrefutable, and as the commissioner himself said, investment should be made where ridership has been proven. That the 4 months is just the tip of the iceberg. What will continue to come, we'll continue to share these numbers. But if you invest in the Shoreline East, it's crystal clear that it was once a vibrant line. It has the capability to be a vibrant line, and I certainly urge passage of Senate Bill 714. And I appreciate your time here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always good to see you. And that was only a couple days ago, by the way, not weeks.
Yeah, it's a life's a blur. Thank you.
Time doesn't really mean anything in this
Right,
building.
right. Well, listen, I've been here for 4.5 hours. I still have a job. That's good.
I believe Senator Cohen has some questions or comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, be sure to thank Cindy Bigelow for us for the leeway and letting you testify before us. And again, just want to offer my thanks for your time and advocacy, particularly just for not just in particular on Shoreline East, but for riders, both rail and bus riders across the state of Connecticut. Grateful to have you at the helm of the Transportation Council in Connecticut. And I just wonder, are you hearing from folks who are frustrated that the line is not where it was? You mentioned that it was once robust. We certainly know, while it had one of the higher subsidies, it was a much lower subsidy pre-pandemic than we're seeing now, which would certainly be the case if you're not bringing back the efficiency and connectivity that riders deserve and had counted on prior to the pandemic. So I just wonder if you're hearing from riders, if you're hearing from businesses, saying that they really need this in order to make it happen. I hear all the time about connectivity issues where Shoreline East lands in New Haven, and then a minute prior to when they landed at Union Station, the express trains already left the building to get down to Stamford and beyond. And so things like that have been frustrating, but I know the DOT has been great to work with in trying to solve some of those problems. But I'm just wondering what you're hearing out there.
I will tell you that, and to your point, I mean, it really wasn't that long pre-COVID where the Shoreline East was setting records. I mean, you could Google the Shoreline East and find news articles where they're having record-setting ridership levels. So I will tell you that there's still pockets of people who definitely reach out to us. Listen, the 4 trains were nice. But people have different work schedules. Yale's certainly a big employer, so we still do hear from people who don't take the line because they're looking for that additional service. They're looking for a train that doesn't exist. I will tell you, to your point, there have been some operational issues, but I think deep down, Department of Transportation wants to run trains. They want to do that well. Certainly, they have to follow the budget they're living with, but deep down, I'm sure they want to run trains. They do their best to make it work. And I do think that if there was more opportunities like every other branch has experienced, you would find more people on board who would take that. So I definitely agree with that assessment, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And think that, when we're hearing from businesses too, and you mentioned Yale, and if you look at the testimony that's been submitted on this bill, incredibly compelling from businesses, but also riders. But hearing you mention a business, that's always compelling to me because they want to be able to encourage their employees to get off the roads, to enjoy an easy commute, not sit in traffic. And of course, we all know the environmental benefits, but so I appreciate you highlighting that as well.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
if I could say one odd thing to your question, we're very fortunate here at Bigelow T. We're 10% of our, actually probably 15% of our folks use the train. And I think that's a really key point because as an employer at Bigelow T and as a company, as a business, there is few things greater to workforce development and workforce potential than transportation. It's by far one of the 2 or 3: childcare, housing, and transportation. Those are the 3 barriers to employment. So you're right, we do hear that from businesses for certain.
Thank you so much for that. And I believe Senator Wong is next. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jim, it's always great to see you, and please extend my appreciations in regards to your entire council for their tireless efforts. They're true advocates. Saying that, I really want to echo the champion of the Shoreline East sitting to my right here, Senator Cohen, but it is also a collective transportation committee support that recognizing that every one of our rail lines deserve support and funding. I live down in Fairfield, and I have always wanted to champion and advocate to the best of my ability, trying to rise up to the standards of Senator Cohen for the New Haven Metro North line. But every one of our lines deserves support. So as the chair of the Public Transportation Committee, Council. Where do we need to go from a commitment and investment level on mass transit to compare to Europe and a lot of the other entities and countries that utilize mass transit effectively?
Well, I would say a few things if I could. First, and again, this is probably a parochial view because I'm here talking about Shoreline East. But first, I think you have to improve the day-to-day experiences for the people who use mass transit. So I would tell you that I do think you have to provide a little bit more service on the Shoreline East, and that's a very critical part of improving mass transportation throughout the state of Connecticut. I would focus on a few things as well. I would focus on electrification. I would try to phase out the diesels on the Waterbury branch line. I would certainly try to electrify the lines that are not electrified. I would try to expand where we could. I would love to take the Shoreline East out through Westerly. I would love to take the Danbury line up through New Milford, and I would love to connect Waterbury and Hartford. Imagine being able to connect Waterbury to Hartford directly without having to go around. So I think that's all a big part of it. I think having more direct trips into Grand Central Terminal would be helpful. But I would also then focus on time for Connecticut, which is the program that would reduce the speed on the New Haven line. There's a number of different projects. Phase one is the Bridgeport to Stratford area where they're going to reduce L's, bolster bridges. I think you have to reduce the time that it takes to get places. Finally, I think that we do a really good job with transit as far as, increasing service there. I'd like to see us offer transit a little later to events like Yard Goats up in Hartford. And as far as mass transit, I like to keep it available to the masses. Then again, in a time when we're having record-setting surpluses and record-setting deficits, I'm not entirely sure that's the right time to be raising transit fares, nor do I think it's necessary.
Well, I think you made me realize, it's baseball season soon, and one of the great efficiencies in the Metro North line is the Yankee Clipper line that takes us right to Yankee Stadium. I can't tell you how much that has helped us to go to Yankee Stadium and taking us off the roads. But I'm going to take a curveball here in the indulgence of the chair. Public-private partnerships. Is there ever a possibility for a privatization of our rail services? I got to think we are one of the most lucrative rail lines in the country. Is there even a possibility of taking a look at an open marketplace, private-public kind of dynamic to increase efficiency and the improvements that are desperately needed for all of our rail lines?
I'm always a fan of competition in most cases. I think that the Hartford line is incredibly well run, and I think Tassie took that over and they came out of the blue where no one ever considered them. So whether it's privatizing, whether it's open bidding, I'm a huge fan of competition. I usually think that drives better service. And so, yeah, I would tell you that, yeah, in most cases, I'm definitely a fan of competition. I think Metro North does a good job, but they're the only game in town, and that frustrates people. And it frustrates people from a response perspective, and so, yeah, I'm a fan of competition, Senator.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildea, and thank you, as the good Senate Chair mentioned, thanks to Cindy Bigelow, and as the Senator for Fairfield in the 28th District, we're very, very grateful that Bigelow is Fairfield's own and pride and joy. So thank you very much, Mr. Gildea. Jim Osos is one of my son's first internship bosses and still sings his praise. So thank you, Jim. Thank you for all your work.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
There really is nothing you don't do, huh, Jim?
I get around.
Seeing no other questions, I just want to say to you that, living in one of those rail deserts, if you will, and why stop at Waterbury, by the way? Let's go Danbury all the way to Hartford. Thank you.
I agree.
I just want to say that your enthusiasm, your passion, but also your data-driven information and all of that, I think it's made it very easy for folks who will never be affected by some of these spaces that you're advocating in. It just makes it really easy to support you. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have a lovely evening.
You too. Bye, everybody.
It looks like we have Parker Rodriguez online, and that will be followed by Katie Burrell and Jeff Iose if they're in person.
It's not, it's right, it's not Parker, it's Howard Pincus.
Howard Pincus, got it. Thank you. Come on up.
To co-chairs Senator Cohn and Representative Berger Gavallo and the other members of the Transportation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Howard Pincus, and I appear before you in two roles. First as chair of the Connecticut Railroad Association, and second as president of the Naugatuck Railroad Company. I also want to mention that I am a federally licensed locomotive engineer and conductor with over 30 years of experience operating trains in Connecticut. My colleague Parker Rodriguez from the Housatonic Railroad has submitted testimony that deal with the crew size and hot bearing detector portions of the rail bill. I'd like to address Section 4, funding for the Rail Freight Infrastructure Program, the RFIP. The enthusiastic support of the Transportation Committee for past rounds of funding have created a very successful program. We've provided some printed material that shows the accomplishments and the details of the RFIP. Please take a copy from the clerk's desk. This program improves rail infrastructure in every part of Connecticut, and it has a huge positive impact for our business customers, large and small. Rebuilding 120-year-old bridges, replacing rails made in 1927, improving railroad crossings and signals, they've all been possible because the Transportation Committee has supported the RFIP program. The rail freight operations in Connecticut, many of which are on state-owned rail lines, have been able to rebuild tracks and bridges that were long neglected. The RFIP program pays major dividends in job creation and retention, in highway traffic reduction, especially getting heavy trucks off the roads, and it also increases economic competitiveness for Connecticut. Connecticut Railroad Association and the Naugatuck Railroad respectfully request that Section 4 be supported by the Transportation Committee. Thanks for your time, and if there are any questions, I'll be quite happy to answer them.
I believe my co-chair, thank you very much, by the way, and for waiting. I believe my co-chair has some specific questions.
Yeah, before I do, I just want, I see Parker Rodriguez has come online, and I know he was set to testify, and well, we probably shouldn't give an additional 3 minutes. If Mr. Rodriguez, if you have anything to add to the testimony before we go into questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Senator Cohen. Thank you to all the members of this committee for allowing us to testify and for looking at these bills. I appreciate the accommodate. We had tried to switch spots to accommodate schedules, so I appreciate you giving me the time to speak now. As far as the two-person crew and defect detectors are concerned, I did submit written testimony on that, which lays out the preemption argument that Commissioner Euclid already described. Not only do we believe that these types of regulation of railroad operations and railroad safety are under the exclusive jurisdiction of the FRA, but it's also redundant and will conflict with federal law because the FRA already has a two-person crew rule, and it's not a blanket rule, but it applies depending on the conditions under which the train is operating. At Housatonic, we always use a two-person crew, so it doesn't really affect my railroad, but there are situations where a train can safely be operated by a one-man crew. And then as far as defect detectors, that is currently being looked at by U.S. Congress, and there's a bill that's being evaluated to require those. We're not, I don't think any of the freight railroads are opposed to defect detectors, but they aren't necessarily the right fit or the right way to spend your money on safety. And I think we're just concerned about the burden of having to install or maintain those falling onto the freight railroads. So that's really all I have to say about those two things, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. As Howard said, the RFIP is a great program. All of the freight railroads in the state operate at least partially on state-owned infrastructure. And, we have operating agreements with the state, which allow us to operate on the state's railroads. And those agreements, for the most part, obligate the freight railroads to maintain the rail, but they don't really contemplate what to do when major infrastructure improvements are needed. We're talking about $2 million a mile to rebuild a freight railroad if the track and the ties and everything has reached the end of its useful life. So that's just really, really challenging for these small railroads to bear. So this program is a massive help. And of course, freight, as you all know, is far more fuel efficient than trucks. It's more carbon and greenhouse gas emission efficient than trucks. It takes trucks off the road. It reduces motor vehicle accidents. It reduces noise pollution. It provides jobs, and it's great for the whole economy in the state. And we really appreciate the funding that we've received so far. As Howard said, it's been a huge success, and I hope you get a chance to look at the written materials we provided. And lastly, for the service to New Milford, I mentioned in my written testimony that this does affect the Housatonic because we actually own the railroad between Danbury Yard and downtown New Milford. And I don't have much to say about it other than that we fully support it. We would love to see it happen. We are ready and willing and able to work with this committee and DOT and anybody else to bring that to fruition.
Well, thank you so much to both of you for your testimony today. It sounds like we need to do maybe sit down and talk. I know we'll hear from some others who are proponents of the legislation on hot boxes, as well as having the crew sizes that are laid out in the proposal. But I understand that you're saying, well, many times there are two-person crews. There's some instances where one is appropriate, and I'd be curious to hear a little bit more about that, and if we need to modify the proposal a little bit. I also, and just, I mentioned the other day, I'm all about freight rail because certainly anything we can do to reduce carbon emissions is imperative at this point. Transportation sector accounts for the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, not just here in Connecticut, but nationwide. And we need to do whatever we can. And getting some of the trucks off the road that are creating a lot of wear and tear on our roadways as well is always a good thing. Funding is always the key, right? To get more freight rail going, we need more funding because we need to repair tracks. We need to do the work. Are there other, what else is stopping freight rail from growing in Connecticut?
Well, I would like to hear Howard's thoughts on this as well, but I would say, there are barriers to entry to becoming a customer by freight. You need to be moving material at a volume that justifies using freight. where it becomes cost effective. You need property that is adjacent to a railroad that can be served by a railroad. And while it's one thing to find the property, it's often an entirely thing if it's not rail service ready to prepare the property for that. So that means building a side track into a private property that's adjacent to a railroad, and that means you have to put a switch in on the main line and put down track infrastructure and so on. And you know, the railroads are good at this. We've done a lot of it, so we use for things like that. We tend to use what we call relay materials, which are we're basically reusing materials. So we're not paying for brand new track like we would for a main line, but it's still a significant expense. Massachusetts has a grant program that is specifically for things like that, to bring in new customers or to, so we have the RFIP in Connecticut, which I think is even more important because it really primarily is going to absolutely necessary track infrastructure and rebuilding of existing railroads. But there's also an interesting program in Massachusetts that's mainly targeted at bringing in new customers and increasing volume. Another thing that I think could be looked at is what are we doing with the waste in Connecticut? And I don't know, I'm sure I don't know nearly as much as any of you committee members do about that, but I really do think that there's, you know, an opportunity to increase the waste that's being brought out of the state by rail, both waste and recycling. We have had towns in the northwest corner of Connecticut have approached us asking if we can take their municipal solid waste, but it's a challenge because I understand that they've been told by the state that they need to take it to a burn plant in Connecticut, but then the burn plants are at capacity, and then some of them are reaching the end of their lifespan and they're closing down. So I think there's a real opportunity for that as these burn plants close down and Connecticut needs to find something else to do with their waste. I think there's a good opportunity to create more facilities to bring that up by rail.
Did you have any additional thoughts?
Yes, I do actually. Last year, the Connecticut rail freight industry took over 165,000 trucks off the highway. That's not just pollution, that's wear and tear on the roads, the bridges, etc., all of it. You want to get more rail freight? What we need in this state is coordination and cooperation. Transportation doesn't stand by itself. Rail freight doesn't stand by itself. I heard a lot of discussion earlier today about transit-oriented development and commuter rail. And, you know, with 50 years in the railroad business, I know a few things about that stuff. All important. But as Parker indicated, when we have a customer, a potential customer who wants to use rail freight, maybe they're from out of state and they want to locate here in the state and provide jobs. The infrastructure to connect them, because we've done such a wonderful job over the last 70 years of decimating our rail infrastructure in this country, not just in Connecticut. That's a rather daunting hurdle to leap over. Assistance from the Department of Economic and Community Development on a coordinated plan to get and retain and create rail-served businesses, that's something to be looked at. When you drive on 84 and you pass all the truckloads of municipal solid waste that are headed west, why isn't that on rail? There's been no coordination that I've ever been aware of between the shutdown and the lessening of MIRA and the solid waste problem and rail transportation to get it out of state. Coordination, cooperation, these things don't exist in a vacuum. It's not, you know, separate And the more of that we do, I think the more rail freight you will see active in this state. There used to be an awful lot of it. And we're trying to not just keep what rail freight we have in this state, but develop more of it. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. And I thank you for that. I thank you both for that, because I will admit I have been working on waste in the state for 6 years as a legislator, and it has never occurred to me that we should be putting it on rail, truthfully. So I'm going to leave this hearing today, and I'm going to talk to my colleagues about that. I just hasn't been something at the forefront when we've been discussing how we're exporting trash on these heavy diesel trucks going out of state. So anyway, I really appreciate that point. And I also appreciate the point that, perhaps some financial incentive is necessary to start getting businesses thinking more about freight rail. So thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe Representative O'Day has a question.
Just real brief, I handed out we got the materials, so thank you for that. What is the continued funding that you're looking for in the upcoming budget?
In the current bill, I believe it's 20 million. To put things in perspective, there was a round of funding in 2013 for $10 million. That was the first rail freight funding in probably 15 years at that point. There was a round of funding in 2020, I believe it was. And those are projects that, for example, at our railroad, we're just finishing up that project because the amount of time that it took for the funding to be available. There is funding from 2 years ago that has made it through the bonding commission after it was approved by this committee. And we're waiting for DOT Rail to give us the request for proposals on that. So at this point, there have been 3 rounds of funding since about 2003.
And you write here that our neighboring states have provided more funds more consistently over a longer period of time. Can you don't have to do it now, but if you can get to us the amount of funding that neighboring states have done for this freight rail, that would be helpful, because we're always told what other states are doing. So this would be helpful to us. So thank you.
Okay, we can supply that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. And while we're making asks, one thing that I would love to see, Parker talked about the barriers to entry for freight customers. I would love to see less from the what are the barriers to the what are actually the steps. So if you could provide that at a later time, that would be really useful, especially as my co-chair is introducing the idea on waste.
Okay, we will definitely do that. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I appreciate both of you waiting for so long and joining us and giving such useful information. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Are Katie Burrell and Jeff Iosa in the room? How about Jerry Dufresne? How about Stephen Mitchell? Well, then come on down. Good afternoon, almost evening, Mr. Mitchell, and welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for having me talking about bicycling and bicycle issues. And although I am a car dealer, for the record, I'm a huge avid cyclist. And so I will do my testimony right now without further ado. Thank you first off for having me, and thank you for what you do for your towns and your communities. Being here today, it's very educational to see how much you guys have to put up with and deal with. So thank you. My name is Stephen Mitchell. I'm a resident of Avon, Connecticut. I also serve on the board of Bike Walk Connecticut as an advisor to the East Coast Greenway. While my family's automobile business, which began over 100 years ago, occupies much of my time, my real passion for the past 50 years or so has been bicycles. As such, I am a league cycling instructor for the American League of Bicyclists, and I have been for the past 10 years. That brings us to today and my strong support for Section 6B of Senate Bill 1375, which proposes raising the age requirement for children to wear protective headgear while riding bicycles, scooters, skateboards, and similar equipment from the current age of 15 years to the age of 17 years. Additionally, I urge the committee to expand the helmet requirements beyond roadways to also include parks, greenways, and other areas where bicycles and that equipment is used. Connecticut, as you know, has an extensive greenway system, well over 100 miles of greenways in our state, and parking lots, wooded areas from mountain biking. Mountain biking is, as you know, if you mountain bike, there's lots of rocks. Talcott Ridge, there's lots of rocks. While Connecticut first enacted its bicycle helmet law, it was a significant step forward in protecting young riders from serious head injuries. However, at the time, the law did not account for the rapid expansion of greenways and increasing popularity of mountain biking. Today, Connecticut boasts over 100 miles of greenways, providing children with car-free paths to ride, yet these areas are not covered under the current helmet law. Similarly, mountain biking, an inherent more dangerous activity, was not widely recognized when the original law was enacted, leading to an oversight in helmet regulations that leaves children vulnerable to severe injuries. Expanding the helmet requirement to all areas where children ride is necessary to the modernization of our law. Research consistently demonstrates that helmets are highly effective in reducing the risk of traumatic brain injuries, TBIs, and fatalities. According to the CDC prevention, wearing a helmet reduces the risk of serious head injury by nearly 70%. Given that falls and collisions happen anywhere, not just roadways, it is critical that the helmet law reflects in realities of where children and where and how they ride today. Further, raising the age requirement from 15 to 17 ensures that teenagers who are still developing both in cognitive and motor skills remain protected. Studies show that many 16 and 17-year-olds are at heightened risk for injury due to risk-taking behaviors and lack of helmet usage. By extending the helmet requirement to this age group, Connecticut can better safeguard youth from preventing head injuries, concussions, and long-term disabilities. It is important to emphasize that this expansion—
Please summarize.
Your microphone is off.
Microphone's back on. Okay. In conclusion, I respectfully urge the Transportation Committee to focus on Section 6B of Senate Bill 1375, recommending the age increase of a law that already exists from age 15 to 17. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your time. I appreciate your perspective, and the data is important to have. I wanted to repeat what you said, which was wearing the helmet reduces the risk of serious injury by, was it 17?
70%, yes.
70%. Thank you. I wasn't sure if I heard that clearly and wrote down 17. That didn't seem like enough. And I also want to thank you for acknowledging the risk-taking behaviors at that age. I had children, many of us had children at that age, and we know that that's a very real thing. And we were all that age, and we know that I see Mr. Hotbox down here nodding his head about the risk-taking behaviors at the age. Do you have any concerns about either enforcement or whose responsibility it becomes to maintain compliance?
Yes, thank you. Good question. After consulting 3 police chiefs, Avon, Chief Melanson, Chief Arciero in Canton, and the police chief in Simsbury, and the one thing that's really hard and clear as a cycling instructor, what's the difference between a 14 and a 15-year-old? And that's really becomes problematic for them to perhaps profile or see what the difference is. I think this covers all children, and under the age of 18, you're either an adult or a child. Is that correct? Yeah. So, so that ensures, and it makes enforcement easier. And we're not looking. California has a $25 fee if you get caught without a bicycle helmet. It's a $25 violation fee. We would be the 4th state in the country to enact this law. It's also California, Delaware, and I believe New Mexico that this law exists. And it just becomes easier to enforce for police. I think in the world today, we're all aware of safety, and we've talked. I've been listening here for hours on the importance of safety, working with Commissioner Euclid, working with his new active transportation department. I also have good news. Connecticut, you may or may not be aware of this, went from 20th in the country for bicycle-friendly states. We recently got voted number 13 by the League of American Bicyclists, and that is significant. And his new active transportation department, which is headed up by Anna Bergeron, has made a significant improvement on, I would say, communication in terms of, again, I'm on the board of Bike Walk Connecticut. So in terms of Watch for Me CT, Amy Watkins and her organization, how do you get the communication out there? And that's really important since we've all gotten our driver's licenses. How many times have we had to be retested? The answer is 0. I'm also a private pilot, instrument rated every 2 years by FAA. You have to be retested, and you got to know the laws. Not only do you have to prove to a flight instructor you have to know how to fly an airplane, but you also need to know the laws. As a driver in the state of Connecticut, whenever you got your driver's license, those are the laws that were in place. I got my driver's license in 1972.
Just outed himself. One last question before I turn it over to my colleague. What do you owe us moving from 20th to 13th place? Is it that communication? What else? What's part of that?
I believe that in the past, the League of American Bicyclists has passed on the application, and DOT has handled it strictly in-house. This year, Bruce Donald, who many of you probably are aware of, being he's the chairman of the East Coast Greenway, and myself worked together with DOT this year. I believe we could get into the top 10. There's a report card you can see on the League of American Bicyclists website where Connecticut is deficient, where we're good, where we're bad. There's a whole report card on the League of American Bicyclists website.
Great. So we will reference those measures there. Thank you so much. And Representative O'Day, I believe, has a question or comment.
Just briefly, I appreciate your advocacy. It sounds very reasonable to go up to through 17. I had submitted a bill that said if you're not wearing a helmet for motorcyclists and bicyclists, that you can't get money for traumatic brain injury. So if you don't want to wear a helmet, you don't have to, but you can't, if you get hurt, sue for a TBI. The trial lawyers didn't really like that. As a lawyer, I didn't get the warm and fuzzies, but I still would like a hearing on that if possible. But anyway, I appreciate your advocacy and thank you.
One of the things that prompted me to come here before you today was the situation in Avon that occurred last October. I'm sure probably some of you are aware of what happened, where a 15-year-old got hit by a car, traveled on the car for 4 miles, and got thrown off the car. Luckily, the young man lived, but he did have three brain bleeds. Luckily, youth is on his side, and I think he'll make a full recovery. For the record, I've said that I've ridden across country on my bicycle, 1977, from New London, Connecticut to Tillamook, Oregon. In 1987, 10 years later, I did get hit from behind by a car, went backwards into the windshield. That was before cell phones. (1987) I did not, for the record. But you know that we all know and we've all seen what brain injuries can do. And unfortunately, some of my colleagues and some of my friends who also are in the same club, been hit by a car and lived to tell about it club, did not fare as well as I did. And so it's just super important. We're talking about keeping kids safe. It's really, as Governor Malloy used to say to me, it's a no-brainer.
Anything else, Rep. O'Day? You're all set? Okay. And thank you for that. I do actually think that you highlight something important, and that is that we're not just talking about fatalities. We're talking about traumatic brain injury as well, and that's something that we kind of go straight to the darkest statistic. But for someone who is suffering from traumatic brain injury, that is as dark a statistic as they've encountered.
The one thing I did not talk about, and this would apply, and e-bikes, as we all know, e-bikes are becoming more and more popular. I talked to a number of my friends who own bike shops, and it's about 50% of the sales. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. It's becoming an issue. We are hosting on May 8th our first electric bike seminar at Mitchell Volkswagen. In Simsbury, May 8th, we will have our first ever in Connecticut an e-bike seminar on specifically on e-bikes.
Thank you. And I believe Rep. Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for hanging out with us all day and waiting. And I will segue right to what you just talked about with the seminar, because what I was going to ask, either through Bike New York or if it's part of DOT's safety campaigns, do you go into schools or do you provide programs to teach kids about safety? There's so much, it is actually a little bit more than getting on the bike and just riding.
To answer your question, Bike Walk Connecticut does have a trailer equipped with 20 bicycles. And we do lend that out to schools. We charge $500 a week, which is very reasonable. They're brand new Trek bicycles for bike education. Currently, Avon, Wethersfield, South Windsor actually has their own fleet of bikes. South Windsor and Simsbury have their own fleet of bikes, but it's becoming more and more popular as we are, the number one problem in the United States right now, health-wise, is obesity. And the CDC, I've been to CDC meetings, and back in 1967, the average 12-year-old roaming distance was 7 miles. In 2013, the average roaming distance for the same 12-year-old male was a half a mile. So we wonder why we're not using active transportation. We're not walking, we're not riding our bikes the way we used to. And it's no wonder why we have a huge problem with overweight.
And interestingly, that you said it too, there was an uptick of bicyclists just around COVID because people just wanted to get outside and exercise. There was a little bit of an uptick. I recall, so Bike Connecticut, Bike Walk Connecticut, are they all over the state? Because I thought I was at an event that was sponsored maybe by a New Haven version of it. And I have to tell you that the amount of people that came out for this event seeking more and more information because they were bicyclists. And like you were saying, I mean, I used to bike all the time, but I also got hit by a car twice too. So, you know, none of them, both were very minor. And I will honestly tell you, I was not wearing a helmet, but you know, it's just, it's so different now. There's so many more vehicles on the roadways, and people just aren't paying attention. It's quite frankly, that's what it is. And as you mentioned, with the uptick with the electric vehicles, they're going a lot faster. So you really should have a helmet on because the impact of a fall or a crash, however it may be, is going to be significant. So I appreciate that. And I imagine you're getting ready for Bike New York coming up.
Yeah, actually, Bike Walk Connecticut is helping to sponsor, along with DOT this year. They're one of our co-sponsors, CT Rail. So we have something very exciting coming up this year. It will be the first version of this. Back in 2013, Commissioner Esty and I started this thing called Ride the State, where we started in New Haven Green. We rode to Southwick, Massachusetts. This year, it's still going to be called Ride the State, but it's going to be from the boathouse to the State House. So the ride will actually start at the boathouse in New Haven, which is going to be the beginning of the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail, and then go to the State House in Hartford, and then you'll get back to New Haven on CT Rail. So that's June 28th, and I would love anyone in this room to come join us. Sign up.
Okay, public service announcement, June 28th. I did see that then. Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence there.
Thank you, Rep. Kennedy. Any other questions? Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mitchell, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, it was very kind of you to kind of cite that it's quite an experience for you to see what we did earlier. Is this the first time you've testified in person?
Yes, this is the first time I've testified in person. You know, I'm not a stranger to public speaking. I'm a justice of the peace. I've done many weddings, but in terms of being a constituent and being an advocate for cycling, I'm all about safety. And anytime that we can make it safer for kids, that's specifically why I'm here. And going from 15 to 17 should not be a hard lift. And, you know, it doesn't cost the state any money to change that law. But it, again, will hopefully save lives.
I hear you loud and clear, and your testimony and your presentation is so authentic, so knowledgeable based upon your hobby and passion.
Okay.
I really wanted to point out that it is why we have the public hearing and not paid lobbyists. In some ways, they do a great job as well. But perhaps following up with the public service announcement is that we want to encourage people like yourselves that have something to share, that offers expertise, but also a different perspective from the politics that goes on in this building, to really be a refreshing advocate for issues and policies that impact you and the interests that you have. So I think more than anything else, I really want to compliment you and encourage others that may be watching this and listening, that they don't want to go through the trouble of signing up to testify, that your opportunity and your persistence to be able to offer this kind of insight was informative, insightful, and that it's an encouragement for others to participate. Do you have your testimony? Have you submitted written testimony?
I've submitted it, and it's not a Republican issue. It's not a Democratic issue. It's simply, you know, it's bicycling, and it's about safety. And I did submit my testimony, and I thank you all for what you do and the hours you put in and the efforts that you could do to make a difference and to make our state a better state. Thank you.
Well, you're a part of that process, and truly, for others that are listening, it is this kind of participation that makes it so worthwhile and helps us do our job on behalf of the people that we represent. So thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And seeing no other questions, I think we're all set. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Going back, did Katie Burrell join us? No. Jerry Dufresne? All right, it looks like we have someone online who's up next. Is Nathan Edwards in person? Okay, so we're on to Juliana LaRue, who I believe is online.
Yes, hello. Can
Hi,
everyone hear me?
Juliana.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good. My name is Juliana LaRue, and on behalf of the Sierra Club and our more than 30,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 7059 and SB 714. And I'm going to preface by saying this is going to be a little bit different than what you've heard today. I'm going to base my comments off of the climate crisis we are facing that demands really bold action. The Sierra Club is really dedicated to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by addressing the grave threats posed by climate change and pollution, and transportation remains one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut, and transitioning to a clean, efficient, and reliable public transportation system is essential for us to meet our climate goals. So HB 7059 is a step in that transition. This bill not only restores funding for the New Haven line, but also increases bond funds for rail improvements and initiatives, initiates a study on hybrid trains and line expansion. These provisions are more than just investments in our transit system. They are investments in a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future. Reliable public transportation is one of the most effective tools we have to reduce carbon emissions. Every time a commuter chooses a train over a car, we cut down our air pollution, ease traffic congestion, and move closer to our goal to a zero emission transportation sector. Public transportation does emit 45% less CO2 per passenger mile than private vehicles. If we are really serious about tackling climate change, we must make rail travel the most attractive and viable option for Connecticut residents. And one of the most forward-thinking components of this bill is a feasibility study of hybrid trains. Hybrid trains, which combine battery electric and diesel electric power, significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality. They offer a cost-effective bridge to full rail electrification, which cut emissions as well. And in high traffic areas like Fairfield County, where air pollution is which disproportionately impacts public health, transitioning to cleaner train technology is not just beneficial, it's necessary for people's health. Reducing reliance on diesel fuel also makes our train system more resilient. As Connecticut needs to advance towards its climate goals, hybrid trains represent a smart, strategic step forward to a fully green travel. As well, Sierra Club also supports Senate Bill 714 to restore services on the Shoreline East rail line to the same level of service that existed prior to COVID-19. Returning services provides greater access to safe, sustainable rail service for Connecticut residents. And I will say, people are back in office, and a lot of my colleagues are taking the train into Hartford every single day to be at the Capitol. And so I think that that part of the bill is very important. So thank you for your time and consideration. And I think I'm a little bit over, so I apologize about that.
Thank you so much, Juliana. It is very good to see you. And I actually just wanted to point, I'm not sure if you were listening when Jim Gilday of the Connecticut Public Transportation Council was speaking, but his words about electrification and hybrid trains and the feasibility study were super encouraging as as an entity that we take some of our cues from as we write legislation, it was great to hear that he's also in support of the same kinds of things that you are for the same reasons. So thank you for that. I don't see any questions, but I want to thank you for your time and I appreciate you coming and waiting.
Thank you so much and have a good afternoon.
You too. Take care. Is Lisa Trumbull? Is she waiting to get in? Anybody? No. Is Chrissy Monaco here? Susan Foster? We are gaining ground here. Susan is online, it looks like. Susan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can't.
We hear you.
Okay,
Wonderful.
hold on. I don't see how to get the video on. I apologize.
That's okay. It's all you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you for having me tonight. And good afternoon. My name is Susan Foster. I am here in support for HB 7057, sound barriers for type 2 highway projects. I am a board member of the Riverside Association and its former president from 2017 to 2024. I've lived in Riverside since 1990. My property abuts Eastern Middle School fields. When we first moved here, we heard no highway noise on Sundays, and the other days it was only audible at night, loud but not terrible. Since the advent of e-commerce and the preference for SUVs with larger tires, the noise has exploded and it's heard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, beyond the permissible federal limit. A major I-95 project is in the revisit planning stages from exit 2 near the New York state border to exit 6 in Stamford. Currently, this project is a type 2. In April 2022, when it was initially being planned, Governor Lamont pulled the plug due to the outpouring of residents' complaints that it would not address highway noise pollution in local neighborhoods. Governor Lamont directed the State Department of Transportation to revisit the project's scope to provide a more comprehensive solution. That more comprehensive solution needs to include sound barriers for type 2 highway projects. Neighborhoods experiencing noise pollution well above what is acceptable under the federal standards and are scheduled for type 2 projects also deserve relief. This would be a comprehensive solution. Therefore, please support HB 7057, and thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate you waiting, and I appreciate, oh, wait, don't go away, because that sounded like my close. I would like to turn the floor over to Senator Fazio, who has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Susan, for testifying. You know, you had mentioned that the noise pollution on these major thoroughfares, along these major thoroughfares, have gotten worse over time. Maybe you could talk about the type of noise pollution, the decibel levels that are being experienced in these areas, and just how densely populated residential areas that these are.
Okay, so thank you, Ryan. We've done our own, a lot of us that are involved in this in Riverside, we've gone out and measured in all different areas, and we're above the level in almost all of Riverside from 60 to 90. In the playing fields at Eastern Middle School, it ranges early in the morning and depending on the weather, but it's always above the federal level. There was a private sound barrier put in at a hotel that was renovated along the 95. And because of that barrier, it bounces the sound even more into Riverside and right down a very densely populated area. So, you know, I don't know if you're all familiar with this. 95 wasn't originally going to go along the coast where it is. It was supposed to go through the backcountry. And for various reasons, it's ended up going through the most densely populated section of, you know, this part of Connecticut, going from the border up through Stamford. So it's thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are affected by this. And I'm sure you've gotten email testimony about the health effects, which are profound, but there are a lot of health effects that people just aren't aware of that's being done to them. You know, it not only hearing is affected, but things like blood pressure, concentration. So we have a number of schools that are affected by this noise level, and the kids just are surrounded by it. They live it at home, and when they go to school, they have it. So it's really, with this project, this is a project that this needs to be addressed because the Department of Transportation won't be coming back through this area again on a major project for another 30 to 50 years. So it's either gets addressed now or it just continues to get worse.
And that's an enormous increase in the decibel level up to 90. And there are schools in Lower Fairfield County around this area. It's mixed income, from working class, to above, middle incomes. It's very densely populated. It's maybe the most densely populated area of the state in downtown Greenwich and Stamford. And as you said, there is options here. And if private organizations are doing sound barriers for the commercial interests, and the state and the utilities are clear cutting trees, and in other cases, doesn't the implementation of sound barriers when we're doing renovations on 95 on top of quiet pavement, which is probably a less useful solution, but still positive. So aren't these feasible, kind of useful implementation or additions that have been tried and are being used elsewhere in the state?
You're asking me, yes. I mean, we have a major bridge on this project, the North Mianus Bridge, or the Mianus River Bridge, which is a major contributor to the trucks, the banging sound of the trucks and the noise that passes through the community through the nighttime. And it's gotten profoundly louder, but there is a solution for that. There are these clear sound barriers. Charter Oak has them, and this would be a very logical place for that implementation to be used. So to me, it will be a tragedy if the state does not, with this project, which is the second largest highway project in the history of the state of Connecticut, to not address the noise in this area.
Well, thank you, Susan, for your advocacy on behalf of so many thousands of residents. This seems practical. It's a plug on to an existing project, and as you said, I think we would regret it if we did not implement it while we're doing this major renovation, protecting quality of life for a lot of residents in a very dense and diverse area in the state. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Senator. And seeing no other questions, thank you so much, Susan, for your testimony.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Next, we are going to First Selectwoman Peggy Lyons. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak today at your committee meeting. As the first selectman of Madison, I'm here to represent the many Madison residents who use or would prefer to use the train and would benefit from a restoration of a Shoreline East service. I did provide testimony last year in support of Shoreline East and was clearly disappointed that a more permanent commitment had not been made to improve the service, but I'm grateful at least that there was some temporary funding in place, and here to advocate to continue that, and if not, a full restoration sometime in the near future. I want to highlight that frequent, reliable train service is critical to the economic viability of Madison and neighboring shoreline communities. We offer a number of destination outdoor amenities like parks and beaches to state residents, and Madison is home to the state's largest state beach, Hammonasset State Park. This can draw up to 30,000 visitors a day from all over the state and region during peak summer months, and it results in extensive traffic jams on I-95 and a lot of congestion on state and local roads throughout the summer months. While the state has promoted using public transportation to visit its parks through the Park Connect program, and we've been grateful to participate in that, the current Shoreline East schedule really makes it an impractical option for most people to use that for recreational travel. More importantly, Madison is home to thousands of people who work in the region and commute on a regular basis to offices, hospitals, military installations, and universities. We have many residents who regularly commute to New Haven, as well as other cities to the west, like Stamford, and even a lot of residents that commute to New York City, maybe not daily, but weekly. They work at a variety of large and small companies and nonprofit groups that are essential to our region's economic success. And almost all of these employees commute by car along I-95 because rail service is so infrequent for busy professional schedules that can change very on the dime. I also want to highlight another hardship for the Madison commuter is that we are the only station on Shoreline East that does not have a second platform for boarding passengers, making scheduling for train travel difficult and train traffic management on the line even more problematic. We're grateful the DOT is investing in a new train station. It's in design phase now. We're hopeful that will continue and that new station platform will open. But the limited service on Shoreline East seems to be in direct conflict with this important infrastructure investment that the state is making. Just to provide an example of what it's like for a Madison commuter, if you want to get to work in New Haven by 9 o'clock from Madison, you have really a choice of two trains, one at 7:05 or one at 8:18 in the morning. There is a 10:44 train after that, and then there are no trains to New Haven for the rest of the day. So if you have a different meeting schedule one day, you're kind of limited in terms of your options.
We summarize?
When leaving work, you have to make the 5:18 p.m. train, or you will be stuck in New Haven until 7:52. And this was just looking recently at the schedule. I'm not a commuter, but I was trying to look at it like, how would I schedule my day around this? So obviously there's a convenience issue that it does not allow it to be a realistic option for Madison commuters. And then in addition to New Haven commuters, Shoreline East is the only cost-effective and time-efficient option to connect to Metro North and stay off the highway. Most of our residents drive to stations in New Haven or West Haven, then pick up the New York-bound trains, adding to the I-95 congestion. Excuse me?
I said your 3 minutes is up. Could you please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'll just conclude then. I just want to highlight that I respectfully ask the committee to consider restoring service to pre-pandemic levels and at a minimum consider service expansion in the future. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you so much, Peggy, for being here and for doing such a great job in terms of advocating for your residents. You know, you and so many are impacted. And as I mentioned to First Selectman Hoy, before you know, having the SCROG support as well, making this a priority, because we're hearing from not only residents, but from businesses, you know, both on the west side and east side of the line, who say that it is really important to them to have this service up and running for their workers to be able to get to where they need to be in a timely manner, but also just have better quality of life by being able to take the train rather than sitting in traffic, or you know, being able to get some work done or enjoy some music or a book while they're on the train, rather than, you know, battling, you know, any traffic time on I-95. And we've all been there, so we know it's not always the most fun. Have you noticed any changes in parking patterns at the Madison station since there was the small infusion of $5 million last year?
Probably not extremely noticeable, because, you know, Madison doesn't have as frequent a service. So I don't know if that really made a dramatic, I think it helped some of our local commuters that have more of a regular schedule going into New Haven, but I don't think there was any kind of large measurable change in terms of that at this stage.
Because a lot of your residents are going to another station, such as Guilford.
Guilford, yeah.
Yeah. Guilford if they're going to New Haven, certainly. My other question, which now I'm losing my train of thought. Interesting. Yikes. All right. Anybody else have any other? Oh, good. Representative Baumgartner to the rescue, and I will think on my question.
I don't mind stalling for time. It's thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to see you, Madam First Selectman. A question we've heard a lot in your testimony about how many folks are traveling to New Haven on Shoreline East, and also curious to hear if you have heard from some of your residents who have been impacted by some of the service reduction going eastward towards New London.
Most of it has been driven towards New Haven. We have a lot of Yale employees that live in Madison. We do have some that work up eastbound as well. Most of the people that have reached out to me have been more New Haven focused in terms of that. And I think that there's been an ongoing frustration for, several years about the changes and the reduction, and also just the congestion, but what's interesting is that the other groups of people that I've started to hear more from in the last 3 years is we saw an influx of a lot of people from the New York metro area into Madison, and a lot of shoreline communities have seen this. And these people need to go into New York or Stamford. They work in financial services, and there was a expectation that they could use the train to do that. And I know originally there was the way the schedules were connected, it was almost impossible to even connect to Metro North for a period of time. I know there's been some improvements to that, but a lot of these people still opt. And one of the things I was going to make in my statement is that I think it'd be important to really look at when people are getting on the Metro North trains, where are they coming from? I would gather there's a lot of people, they drive to New Haven or they drive to West Haven, which is easier for parking and less expensive. And they take the train from there. So I think it would be very interesting if there's a way to conduct some sort of study about Metro North riders and where they live and where they come from. And I would gather there's a lot of shoreline people that probably do that when they have to go to New York. And it might only be 1 day a week or 2 days a week. And it wouldn't be regularly like our New Haven commuters. But I do think there's probably a lot of people that choose that route because the schedule is just very difficult if you're trying to connect to New York City.
Thank you, Madam First Selectman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I did have a recollection of my question, which was pertaining to, first of all, we know that we've seen a tremendous increase in public transportation ridership in Madison. So I just want to make mention of that because there's the new extra mile system that's been going on there, which really is a complement to CT Transit as well. And certainly we want to enhance that further by having an expansion of Shoreline East. So I just wanted to make mention of that because I think that program has seen tremendous success. I was just talking to the River Valley Transit director yesterday, as a matter of fact, talking about Extra Mile and how well that's been doing. So I suspect if we make the investment, and this has long been sort of my thought around this, right? If you build it, they will come. And we really need to make the investment. But one of the things that that we've heard over and over again is that there's just not enough housing density to support ridership along this line, that we need to do a better job in terms of housing development, which I don't argue with. I think, we could develop more along the line. But I'd love for you to speak to some initiatives in Madison, not only around housing, but just economic development. Have there been new economic development opportunities that have come into town over the last few years since the pandemic, really around the line, that could benefit from an enhanced service on Shoreline East? And if you want to speak to housing development at all, would love to hear it.
Um, thank you very much. We have seen a lot of housing development, and a lot is for a small town could be a couple hundred, either dozens of units or up to a couple hundred of units. We had a project that actually just opened up 2 years ago, one of our biggest rental properties, which had 35 units, that is in walking distance to the train station, and that was one of the big selling points of this, is that you can walk to the train station. We also have, it's not considered in TOD necessarily, but we have our largest affordable housing complex that's been open in really since the 1970s, and that included 34 units, and that's about 1.5 miles. It's on Route 1, so there's bus service option to the train station for those people. And then we have other projects in the queue right now. I think, though, as a shoreline community, and we have to recognize that we're coastal, and so development is really problematic sometimes where the train lines are going, because number one, it's usually in a coastal zone or in a flood zone. Secondly, we don't have sewer systems, so we have a lot of challenges with septic. So we kind of like max out in terms of the number of units that we could develop. And thirdly, it's really some of the most valuable real estate in our community. People want to live down by the beach and by the shoreline. So Shoreline East, and the whole TOD district happens to land right where some of our most valuable properties are. So that really makes housing development more challenging. So you put all those things together. So when we come in and we're able to do like 10 units or 15 units, that's actually quite a great accomplishment for us. So it's more problematic if you're looking at 200 unit developments. We just don't have the infrastructure to support that, nor would it work within our transit oriented kind of area of town. But the town has really been focused on that, and I'm glad you brought up the extra mile program, because Madison doesn't have a lot of public transportation, and that has taken off. It's very popular now, and people are using it to move between the communities of Madison and Guilford, because we're more rural. Once you get north of 95, we're more rural, and these are neighborhood roads where even to get to a main road, you're 2 miles off a main road. So to have somebody come to your house and pick you up and take you from point to point at an affordable price, which is fantastic. That's been a big success. And I show that there's an appetite and a willingness to use public transportation if it's convenient and if it's affordable. So I think the train would even be a bigger boon, because one of the issues is coming back from the train, Shoreline East, the last train that stops. How do you get home from there? Taxis are really difficult in small towns. And so these extra mile programs and things like that just offer more options for our residents.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because I think we often talk about first mile, last mile with respect to urban centers as well. And I think it's important to highlight how wonderful it's been for the community, but not just in terms of first mile, last mile, just, in the absence of a really great train service right now, getting people to where they need to be, having that crosstown bus system has been helpful in the meantime. But thank you for that, and thank you for your advocacy. I don't see any other questions, so thanks for your time and testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Okay, so it looks like up next is Carl Chisholm in person. Is Carl here? I love when I call a name and someone stands up. This is very exciting. Come on over. Welcome.
Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Bergen, Gallagher, Senator Wan, and Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm, and I'm president of the Connecticut Employees Union Independent, SEIU Local 511. Our union represents over 6,000 active and retired blue-collar maintenance and service state workers who provide valuable service within our state facilities and our state roads. Most importantly, in this space today, our members put their own personal safety on the line every day to plow, repair, and maintain Connecticut's roads and bridges. I am here today to testify in support of HB 7060, an act concerning transportation worker safety. Newly released federal data that more workers are being killed on Connecticut's roads while on the job. But you don't have to tell me, my members, that. You don't have to tell Andrew Diamenico's family that. That work, the work that DOT maintainers do on our state's highways, and some of the most dangerous work out there. And all that we ask is that we given the space and ability to do it safely. Our union spent years fighting to make work zone safety speed cameras a permanent reality in our work zones. An initiative that finally passed just last year. And now we are back before you this year to fight for these safety initiatives now, just as we will continue to come every legislative session to fight for protections that our members do only deserve, but so desperately need. There has been an overwhelmingly increase of impaired and distracted drivers on our highways, and our state has felt the devastating consequences of this firsthand. House Bill 7060 would take meaningful steps towards safety improvements for all of us, both working on the highways and traveling public. I urge this committee to support its passage, and I thank you for hearing my testimony today. Any questions?
Thank you so much, and we're very sorry for the loss that you experienced. We've heard some very emotional testimony today, and it is critical that we continue to stand up and do whatever we can to keep those who do this work by our roads safe. So thank you for that. I just have two questions.
Sure.
Number one, is there a particular part of the bill itself that you feel more passionate or enthusiastic about than anything else? Like what's the most important piece to you?
I couldn't point out one single thing. I think the whole bill is. I mean, safety is a big part of our members, especially the part of the Department of Transportation members, is real important. I used to be on the highway years ago, so I know. Unfortunately, getting that call last year from the commissioner about Andrew was, when I got a call from him, I just knew that was it. I was in the middle of a meeting, and when he called and told me, and it's unfortunate because unfortunately I get calls from staff during the week that our members are getting hit, getting injured, or a truck hitting them, or a car, and we've been working, as I said in my testimony, a long time trying to get something in place to help our members out there on the highway. That's their office, just like this is yours, so we're just trying to do what we can to protect them. And there isn't one single thing in there. It's just the whole bill that, we just try to get what we can.
That's fair. That absolutely. And I know that we spend a lot of time talking about education and educating drivers to understand, and including drivers who have a disabled car for whatever reason. We tell them, stay in your car if something happens. We can't say that to those who are working on the side of the road here out there. I was just going to ask if you had, did mention impairment and distraction. Do you have any strong feelings one way or another about the reduction of blood alcohol content? Is that something that you're familiar with?
I'm familiar with it. Anything we can do. I mean, I don't have any one way or the other. I mean, I think we do see a lot of lately, the ones that I have heard of, people just not paying attention, to be perfectly honest. I haven't heard of any lately as far as with my unit, people being impaired. It's a lot of distraction. The first thing people say, well, we didn't see them, and we do have a lot of units out there that, a lot of signals, a lot of signage and everything, and people just don't see. I would say is a lot of distraction. It really is, you know, and, you know, I meet with the commissioner once a month and we go over a lot of things. One thing that I have, you know, we've talked about and he's trying to work in that direction is people moving over. You know, when you see tow truck or any our folks over in the lane, just move over. I don't think that message is really clear with folks yet, you know. So I think that would help.
Terrific. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I believe my co-chair has some comments and questions.
No questions, really. I just wanted to say hello, Mr. Chisholm. Good to see you again.
See you
And
again.
sorry for the loss of one of the CEUI brothers. And just want those folks to know that this committee sees them and wants to do whatever we can to make sure that their lives are valued and that we understand their safety is of utmost importance, that we do not want them going to work day in and day out, fearful that they're going to lose their lives. So
Appreciate that.
we're going to keep the nose to the grindstone here and hope that we can move this proposal forward for Andrew and all the workers.
Certainly appreciate that. And thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Rep. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to acknowledge your presence because you waited all day. And I just want to
This is
say
worth it.
thank you so much. And thank you for
important.
your continued advocacy, because as you said, it's so important to each and
It is.
every one of the men and women that work under you and that are you're supervised. So, you know, and that was such an unfortunate incident, because I can't even call it an accident, but I just want to thank you, and hopefully we recognize all that safety and we can get through it this year and bring it to the final finish line. So thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
I see no other questions. So again, thank you very much for coming up and for waiting it all out with us today.
Thank you.
Take care.
Have a good night.
You too. Representative DeFranzo is next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to the members of the Transportation Committee. I appreciate taking the time to listen today. I come to speak in support of SB 1375. Certainly would urge you to move this bill forward and continue to try to do everything that we can do to make our highways a safer place for people to travel and to work. But I'm coming to speak today in support of the bill because there's a component of the bill that specifically addresses a serious traffic and safety issue in New Britain, where I'm from and where I represent. We have an area of New Britain that is called the Brittany Farms neighborhood, which is located very close to West Farms Mall. If you're familiar with that area, there's a Costco there, there's a Target there. There's been significant commercial development on the main road that runs adjacent to where this housing complex is located. And through the course of community meetings that we've held in my district and in the city, Senator Lopes and I have begun to learn about the concerns of the residents there. And essentially the issue is that there is a one lane or one way in and one way out of that housing complex. There are, I would say, about 150 housing units there. There are apartments, condominiums, and there is a healthcare facility there called Autumn Lake Healthcare Facility, which provides memory care services to senior citizens. So the residents there are very concerned because there's only one access road in and out. In an emergency situation, there's no traffic backs up there. It's very difficult for them to leave the complex. It's very difficult for them to come in. If anyone has been to Costco there, the traffic backs up off the exit onto Route 9. It's very difficult for them to even get to work in the morning. Coming home, sometimes they have to go past the exit that they need for their development and go to the next exit and come in the back way. So it's a very difficult situation for them. This was really borne out last year. A tree fell across the road where they would drive in and out of their complex. And the tree was there for about an hour before the Public Works Department could get there and cut the tree up and allow access again. And so the residents there were rightly nervous that if there was a heart attack in the complex, if somebody at the nursing care facility needed emergency assistance, there would be no way to get there. And so Senator Lopes and I have been trying to work with DOT to come up with some solutions for the residents there. Part of this bill would put a temporary pause on any commercial development on the main road that's adjacent to this complex. It's called Hartford Road, until DOT does a conclusive
please
traffic study
summarize.
about what can be done. It's not anything that would be a long-term pause, but it would be a temporary halt on development there until we can get a firm idea of how to make the traffic situation there better. When this housing complex and nursing care facility were built, there was no Costco, there was no Target, there was no development that included a Starbucks, a mattress store, and a fried chicken place. The only thing that was there was West Farms Mall. So as you can imagine, the amount of traffic flow has increased significantly over the last 10 or 15 years. And the residents there are really worried about their safety. They're worried about the safety of their children that take the school bus in and out of that complex on a daily basis. So I would just urge your support of this bill and ask you to move it forward in the legislative process.
Thank you so much, Representative. It looks like we have a question online from our, is that, yes, it is, Senator Lopes. Senator Lopes, it's all you.
What a coincidence. He says my name and I appear.
The esteemed senator.
I do want to reiterate what Representative Franz has been saying. From a personal perspective, I grew up in that neighborhood many years before, 1976. I was in that area. My mother and brothers still live in that neighborhood, and it became 20 years of being unable to visit my mother from Thanksgiving to Christmas because of the traffic backups coming off Route 9 and going through those roads. And now it's come to the point where it's every day, even today, on the way to visit my mother this morning. I could not get off the Route 9 exit. It was backed up a quarter mile onto Route 9. And what is commonplace. You're used to it. So you pass that exit, you drive further down Route 9, you get onto Route 84, and then you get off the Route 84 Corbin's Corner exit, and then you backtrack back to that neighborhood, and you do the reverse of that when you leave. And then, of course, it's expounded by even being worse during the holiday shopping periods. And the bigger push of this is the development's not stopping. There is continued development. There are 3 or 4 brand new stores on that strip, and apparently that there's still going to be further development there. And I believe that has to be halted until more of a study is done and maybe some road improvements are done. You can't imagine 150 units of housing. You're looking at maybe 500 people, including a nursing home, with one road going in and out onto Hartford Road that is absolutely dead stopped from Thanksgiving to Christmas every single year, and they cannot come in or out. Fire trucks, ambulances cannot come in or out, cannot get through. Every single day from Thanksgiving to Christmas, there is police there directing traffic because the traffic lights and the timers do not work to manage the amount of traffic there. It is a significant public safety problem that I get to see almost daily. I am going to ask Representative DeFranzo to describe the public meeting we had at the Spotswoods Church, and just if you could recount what some of the people discussed.
Sure. We had about 50 people total there. I would say there were probably 14 or 15 people that spoke just to this traffic issue from that neighborhood. They recounted stories of issues with their children and grandchildren's buses, issues with ambulances getting tied up in the traffic trying to get to the nursing home. They recounted the tree story that we talked about earlier. So number of issues with security and safety issues that they've raised. They're not necessarily opposed to any development. They just want to make sure that they are able to get in and out of their buildings in a timely fashion. And one of the things that they said was when they are leaving for work, they have to budget in basically an extra 15 or 20 minutes just to get out of their complex. That's even before they get onto the highways and things like that. So it's a quality of life issue for them as well, and also a safety issue. I do want to add, the last time that a traffic study was done of that area was in 2013, prior to the opening of the Costco store. So there's been a number of developments since then that have also increased the traffic flow. And so there may be some short-term fixes like changing the timing on the lights. There may be some longer-term fixes, which may include, adjusting how the lanes are set up or how the traffic flows. But I don't think we're talking about anything that would be any type of cost overruns in terms of budgetary expenses. But we are talking about some folks getting out there and taking a look at the situation and making some recommendations for us.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. I would go a bit further to say that I think development must be stopped until either a second entrance to that complex has been created, even if it's a one-way entrance, to allow emergency vehicles to go in, and development. Yeah, I would push harder to say development should stop until a traffic study is done. I'm pushing a little bit harder on this than some of the others. It is something I face daily, and it is a major problem. But I'm done with my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. And Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here, and always grateful to the good Senate Vice Chair for weighing in on issues. This one is obviously very important to your district as a delegation. Just curious, I've worked with the DOT on a number of issues, particularly traffic studies in my district. I represent 8 towns. And there's no shortage of traffic issues in my district. So I'm just wondering if DOT's been engaged at all, and if not, I anticipate they certainly will be now. But I'm wondering to what extent either the town, does New Britain have a traffic unit, or do they use I know a lot use their police?
Yeah, so we have a traffic department within the police department. So we have reached out to our local police department, who has submitted a request to DOT for some recommendations in terms of changing the timing on the lights, which would be the initial step. But we need DOT to really be proactive in taking part in a full-on study to make some real concrete recommendations in terms of what we can do to alleviate the problem long term.
Okay, that's great. I just would suggest that based on my experience with them, they'll be more than willing to come to the table and hopefully help to, perform a full-blown study, so that you can have some guidance on what the best next steps would be. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, as you and the senator stated, I know that intersection really well, coming from Newington and going shopping there at Target or Costco, and it's a complete mess. A holiday's even worse, like Senator Lopes mentioned, but just the amount, I just feel like perhaps there should be no further development there at all. But if there's going to be, I think what we have proposed in this bill, that there's a full traffic, study that's done, and then there needs to be some changes, like you mentioned, some immediate fix, but maybe some like serious changes in the turns and in the roadway direction in different things, because it's such a mess there. But right now, Representative, there is a developer who's interested in building something, and is if so, can they not go forward with the city approving any development without the DOT certification?
To my knowledge, they can continue to develop right now without anything additional from DOT. There's a new development that just was put in within the last year and a half, which is 4 stores and a standalone Starbucks that went in without any DOT traffic considerations at all. So there certainly have been developments in the past recently without consultation from DOT, so far as I know. And we asked DOT for any studies that they've done within the last 10 years.
But that's the city of New Britain approving it without concern to the traffic situation?
It's my understanding that the city of New Britain did not reach out to DOT to make any requests in terms of traffic flow or congestion issues. And they did very little outreach to the residents there in terms of listening to or hearing their concerns about the issues there.
That's disappointing to hear.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And seeing no other questions, I want to thank you as well, Representative. I appreciate you waiting around and,
Thank you for having
and
me.
contributing to the conversation today. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Next up is Anna Maria Terepka. Don't see her online. AJ Beliveau. AJ Beliveau, present. Come on over. Great to see you. Have a seat. And you got the mic right there.
Okay. Yeah, my name is AJ Bellevue. I'm president of the Central New England Railroad, short line operating on state-owned tracks in South Windsor, East Windsor, and Enfield to the Massachusetts state line. The one up on Howard on me, I'm also a federally licensed locomotive engineer. Okay. So of course, I'm very in the House Bill 7059 for funding for infrastructure work on freight railroads in the state. Let's see, wait a minute. Gotta get my glasses. We operate 2 lines. The Griffin's line, it's only limited service right now because they changed our customer that was there. They don't do it, only a small amount of freight that they used to do. We still have some current customers on the line. Then we have our line, it's called the Armory line, which I was just talking about, up to the Massachusetts state line. We need to do some major work on some bridges. We have customers up there that want rail service and we have to get to them somehow or another. That's pretty much it, unless you want to go into detail. Lots of tie work and ballast and realigning the tracks. We're putting the last private grade crossing in right now. And that's about it.
It looks like Rev O'Day has a question for you. Thank you for that.
Okay, sure.
So thank you for waiting all this time. What
Yeah.
kind of, which of the 2 lines and what is the cost you're looking for, you're estimating for the work?
The estimating, let's see. This is the Armory line, which goes up to the Massachusetts state line from South Windsor. We got an estimate of 2.8 million.
Okay.
For the track alone. We have to do a couple of bridge decks, the new timbers track on top of the steel bridge. But 2 more of those we did part of one over the Scannick River that already has the timbers on it, but it's got to be finished and the rail put on.
And what's the other one?
The other bridge?
No, the other line.
Oh, that was the Griffin's line. Yep.
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
That's the one that goes from Hartford, a little north, connects to Amtrak by the Albany Avenue Tunnel, just north of the passenger station in Hartford. And it runs just up into the tip of Windsor.
Okay.
8.5 miles, something like that.
And what's the, so 2.8 for the other, and how much does that work?
I think
Did you put that into your testimony? I was looking.
Let's see, that might be for the whole thing here so far. Well, the armory line alone is 2.8 million. I think we have the other, as part of the FRIP grants, we got a hand-me-down of welded rail from Metro North. This was several years ago in 2019, I think. We laid about 4 miles of that, all new handrail tie plates and everything. It rides like a magic carpet, believe me. What the rail that was on there, and this rail it was rolled in 1930s, 40s, okay? The rail that we're taking out, and it's about that tall. The more stuff we put in, the stuff that's in there is rolled in 1896 in Scranton, Pennsylvania. We're only exceeding its wheel load, axle load capacity by 100%. So when we put this bigger stuff in, it was fantastic.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Very good.
Thank you, Representative. I see no other questions. I appreciate you waiting and your testimony. We're all very grateful that you stuck around. Thank you. Have a great night. Next up is Joshua Caskey, who I believe is online. Joshua, I see you. Can you hear us? I'm going to move on to Travis Woodward, who is also online, and we'll come back to you, Joshua. Oh, there's Joshua. Hang on, Travis. Let's go with Joshua for a moment.
Yeah, I'm just making my way back to my room. I'll just be back in just
Joshua, should we move on to the next person and come back to you?
no, I'm just walking into my dorm room right now, so
Oh, your dorm room. Oh, we're definitely giving you room for that.
sorry about that. Sorry about the
No,
wait there.
great to see you. Go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, so my name is Joshua Caskey, and I'm a resident of East Lyme and a student at Connecticut College, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 714 to restore funding of Shoreline East. As an environmental studies major, it's critical that we reduce our carbon and other pollution from the transportation sector. However, in the current state, Shoreline East is difficult for many to use, including myself, due to poor frequency with hours-long gaps in service throughout the day. This is why so few people take the train, because there simply is none. And this exacerbates air pollution in Connecticut with dozens of days each year. The ozone levels exceed safe levels, which is very harmful to health and causes many hospital visits every year. Also, this lack of service does not not only increases pollution, but it decreases economic output. Every $1 invested in public transit increases the economic benefits $5. So that's a great return on investment. So one way that happens is by giving more people access to communities. For example, people who don't have cars in New London or along the shoreline can take the train to New Haven to get to jobs or to visit the Worcester Square for pizza or New London to visit the Coast Guard Museum. Housing, having affordable and effective public transport also increases equity in our communities, again, by giving people who can't afford a personal car access to these great employment and economic opportunities throughout the state. Additionally, I believe that more substantial investment is also warranted. A feasibility study in 2023 showed that the extension of Shoreline East eastwards towards Warwick would be feasible and bring in an additional 160,000 riders, a massive increase in ridership. Additionally, the study showed that increasing bus service throughout southeastern Connecticut was also a good way to increase ridership. Lastly, I believe that while this is a good initiative, more can be done to support Shoreline East and other rail transit across the state by implementing transit-oriented development and reducing parking minimums. So in closing, I support SB 714, which will reduce pollution and increase economic access. I just want to reiterate one point that some other people made about how many people don't take Shoreline East to connect to Metro North. I can say that I've done that before or I haven't done that before, just because it's so hard to connect at times that make sense with my schedule. Lastly, I want to speak to my support of Bill HB 7059 to increase funding for New Haven line and to study the funding for the Danbury branch with hybrid trains and increasing or extending the line to New Milford. This
Please
again
summarize.
what was that?
Your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that I support these bills to increase train ridership throughout the Connecticut state to build economic opportunity and reduce pollution. And I just want to say that we should do more to support electrification of rail lines and to support state of good repair on the New Haven line. So thank you. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Joshua. First of all, I have to apologize to you because in trying to find people who were present in the room, I didn't alert you to the fact that you were going to be up next, which made you have to sprint back to your dorm room. So I do apologize for causing you to be winded or exhausted in any way. And I just also want to thank you for a very well thought out and thorough testimony. It's so important to hear from students, especially students who are here in the state using what limited seemingly transportation we have. So thank you so much for that. And I do believe that my co-chair has some questions for you.
Hi, Joshua, and thank you so much for testifying. I know that your schedule is probably busy and appreciate you being committed enough to wait with us and patient enough to be with us all day and race down back to your dorm room, winded, and try to give that testimony, which you did beautifully. So thank you for that. I wonder if you can tell me, number one, if any of your fellow camels take Shoreline East, or you notice that they take advantage of public transportation in the area.
Sure. I can't give you a number on how many people use transit or use Shoreline East. I can say that I have used Shoreline East from Connecticut College, and I know at least a couple other people who use it. However, again, for me personally, one of the difficulties is getting that timing correct because a lot of times it just doesn't match with my classes. Additionally, it might not match with the bus. We have a bus line going through the campus. However, that also only runs 1 hour, once an hour. So increasing bus service would also be helpful in increasing how easy it is to use Shoreline East. I would say that I use it probably, I don't know, 1 to 2 times a month, I guess.
And does Con promote its use at all? Do you, I know that in Connecticut, I think Con participates in the UPass system. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, but we do get, I'm actually not sure about that, about the specific of the UPass. I do know that we do get free bus tickets to the Southeastern Area Transit District, though. I'm not sure if that's the same thing.
Well, that
But-
is certainly one way of incentivizing students to get on our rail system by providing transportation to the rails. I'd love to see our colleges, our institutions take a bigger role in promoting public transportation in Connecticut, and just sort of thinking about how we could do that, particularly with schools that are along rail lines as Connecticut colleges, getting you folks down to New Haven or other points throughout the state can certainly be helpful in building out ridership on Shoreline East and help the students as well just explore the rest of the area. You certainly seem to know a lot about our rail system in Connecticut. I'm grateful for that. Are you a Connecticut resident, if you don't mind me asking?
Yes, I'm from actually East Lyme, is where I reside for my home.
Okay, terrific. Well, it was really great to hear from you, and so happy to have young advocates talking to us about the need for public transit. I
No
concur.
worries. Glad to provide that.
Thank you so much. Don't think I see any other questions. So have a wonderful evening. And again, thank you for running to catch up with us.
Always. Thank you for having me.
Next up is Travis Woodward online, will be followed by Lynn Coker if she's present. Travis, are you there? Okay, moving on is Lynn Coker. Lynn Coker, are you able to hear us?
There we go. It looks like too many buttons to press.
Hey there.
Well,
Welcome.
hello and good evening. Co-Chair Senator Christine Cohen, Representative Amy Berger-Goffalo, and other esteemed members of the Committee on Transportation. My name is Lynn Coker. I'm the General Manager of Outfront Media's Connecticut Market, and I'm pleased to present this testimony on behalf of the Outdoor Advertising Association of Connecticut, which is a trade organization representing Outfront Media, Barrett Outdoor Communications, Clear Channel Outdoor, Lamar Advertising, and Standish Johnson Outdoor Advertising, which encompasses more than 90% of the out-of-home industry in our great state of Connecticut. This testimony relates to raise bill number 7057, an act concerning the installation of sound barriers by the Department of Transportation. Sound barriers are a common feature of roadway design in urban and suburban areas. When the concept of sound barriers was first introduced, it was to mitigate the impact of commercial industrial use, a highway being introduced into residential areas. Generally, even today, when a sound barrier is requested, that is still the case. However, land use trends in Connecticut have been changing over the last few decades, and we're seeing a lot of cases where residential uses are being introduced into historically commercial areas. Shopping centers, factories, and office buildings are being converted to or replaced by residential developments, and residential areas are being created adjacent to an existing highway. The residential redevelopment is all too often adjacent or proximal to pre-existing commercial or industrial development that derives value from its visibility to the same highway. At times, sound barriers can block motorists' line of sight to existing legally permitted businesses such as billboards, strip malls, shopping centers, movie theaters, and other vibrant existing commercial activities. The erection of sound barriers has the potential to negatively impact or eliminate the value of these legal commercial entities. This juxtaposition or pre-existing uses and non-residential impacts deserve serious consideration with the possibility of compensation in any legislation involving sound barriers. My testimony today is meant to bring these important commercial interests to your attention and the threat that erection of sound barriers potentially present to the utility and value of the public. I would caution the committee to proceed carefully in order not to adversely impact such legal commercial activities. To that end, should this proposed legislation proceed, a financial impact statement should be required that would include, amongst other things, the negative impact on commercial properties that are proximal to any proposed sound barrier project. Thank you again for your consideration of my testimony today, and please consider the Outdoor Advertising Association of Connecticut as a resource as you consider to weigh the need for this legislation.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I do want to apologize because I did, my mother's name is Lynn, so I just made an assumption. And
It happens all the time.
I also forget, it's also my middle name. So it's a problem and it's built in. I don't see any questions. Well, I see a questioning face. Let me just double check. Do you have any questions, Rep. Kennedy? I believe we're all set, but thank you for your time. Thanks for sticking around with us today and have
Okay.
a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Travis Woodward, checking back in. Are you online? Do you hear us? There he is. He does exist.
I am. I need 15 seconds.
You may begin when ready.
Sorry about that. I'm at a restaurant. I'm trying to get away from the music. Senator Cohen, Representative Berger Cervallo, Senator Huang, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired, public and private sector workers, including engineers and other professionals at DOT. I offer the following testimony on behalf of members of CSEA in support of HB 7060. I'm sure that everybody watching here has at one point or another had to pull over on the shoulder of a highway. Maybe you had a flat tire or you had to check something for your car. As you were standing on the edge of the highway, you were probably a little scared, amazed, and concerned about how fast the cars were flying past you. Now imagine that's where you work. For me and for the dedicated workers at DOT, that's something we experience every day at our jobs. Thankfully, HB 7060 will help make our roads a little bit safer for everyone who uses them, from DOT workers to commuters. HB 7060 will establish a work zone and roadside vehicle safety awareness program, make distracted driving on a limited access highway a reckless driving violation, increase the penalties for endangering a highway worker and violating the move over law, and require the installation of 6-inch wide edge lines on limited access highways. These are all important safety improvements that are supported by those of us who spend our days in transportation work zones. HB 7060 will also designate a portion of the highway in honor of Andrew DiDomenico. Brother DiDomenico was a fellow DOT worker who was killed by an impaired motorist while working alongside Interstate 91. Honoring Andrew by naming part of a highway after him is a small but important gesture in recognizing his sacrifice. Everyone who works alongside our state highways wants to be safe and return to our homes after our shift ends. HB 7060 is a step in ensuring that what happened to Andrew never happens again. I thank you for hearing my testimony. I urge members of the committee to support HB 7060.
Travis, thank you very much. And our deepest condolences to you on the loss of your brother.
Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to reiterate what you said. You know, we talked earlier about how we're trying to educate drivers if you have some sort of incapacitated car situation, if you're stuck on the side of the road, not to get out of the car. And you guys don't have that option. You're out. And so that's why this is so critical and so important. So I thank you for your testimony. I don't see, Rep. Kennedy does have a comment.
Good evening, and thank you for being here. I'll let you get back to your dinner. I just hope you were standing somewhere safe there. But thank you for testifying on this bill. It's a really important bill. And we hear you, and we know that safety is the utmost of importance to every one of us. So thank you, and my condolences as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Seeing no other questions, have a good night and enjoy the rest of your meal and music. Thank you. Moving on, Kelly Granfield, I believe, is online. Hi, Kelly.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Doing well. Thanks for hanging in with us.
All right. Good evening, Senator Cohen, Representative Berger, Gravello, Senator Wang, Representative Kennedy, and the members of the committee. My name is Kelly Granfield. I serve as Connecticut Legislative Representation for Local 1 of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees, ACRE. Our members are conductors, engineers, signalmen, rail traffic controllers, the yard masters, assistant station masters, and power directors, who all play a role in fulfilling the mission of Metro North Rail Service, getting our passengers to their destination safely and on time. I would like to comment briefly on HB 7059 before you today. House Bill 7059, an act concerning Connecticut Rail, which would provide funding to return the New Haven line back to pre-pandemic levels. I'm a conductor for over 27 years, and I work on the trains almost every day. Ridership is returning to the trains. Workers are returning to their offices. The public is eager and excited to be getting out and exploring all the areas and neighborhoods that we serve. 100% service is a worthy goal. When trains are frequent and convenient, ridership grows. We urge you to support the bill and to send it to the Appropriations Committee where it can be on the table for discussion. I'd also like to address and testify to Senate Bill 714, an act restoring service on the Shoreline East rail line, which makes sense. ACRE remains concerned about the lack of service on the Shoreline East, and we believe that the current 29% service level could lead that line into a death spiral. That level of service causes a lack of connectivity to our trains in New Haven and will lead riders to get to their locations by other means. If additional funds can be put into the line item to increase service levels, you will have more riders, and that will help on the revenue side. We realize how tight the governor's proposed budget is, and we respect your need to make difficult choices when it comes to investing in the future of our state. We urge you to support this bill and send to Appropriations Committee where it can be on the table for discussion. An effective transportation system with fully funded commuter rail component that provides safe, on-time, reliable, and well-funded service is a sound investment in our state. And I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Kelly, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate you waiting around for us. I just have one quick question. Are you currently a conductor?
I am, every day.
Every day. That's incredible.
Well, not every day, 5 days a week.
I figured that's what you meant. Every work day.
Every work day, yes.
We're the only insane people who work 6 days a week, I think. So my question for you is, have you, which line do you, or lines do you work on?
I work out of Bridgeport as of right now to New York. So,
Gotcha. And have you noticed any ridership patterns that feel contrary to whatever you've seen data-wise? Like, what do you see there?
People are back. Weekends are very busy. They are really back. Obviously, Friday's a little not as busy, but the rest of the week is back to, I mean, it was before pre-pandemic, we had people standing in the aisles there was never enough seats. I mean, everybody's comfortable now. But it's busy. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is crazy busy. But yeah, people are coming back, and it in the past couple of months since after the holidays, it has been very busy for commuter service. You know, during the holidays, it's always busy going to New York. But yeah, people are back and want more train service, more cars. It's definitely, we're on the right direction from where we were. So
Great. That's important to understand and through your lived experience. So thank you very much for that. I see no other questions. So thank you so much for sticking around, Kelly. Really appreciate it. And have a nice night.
all right, thank you. Thanks for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, is it Eloise? Eloise, thank you for waiting so long. Come on down.
Co-chairs Cohen, Berger, Givallo, and other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for having me here. My name is Rob Alois. I'm Director of Transportation at Capital Region Council of Governments, and I'm here to talk in support of all the safety measures you have here before you. We've seen, as you know, we've seen a recent rise in Connecticut traffic fatalities that has been sobering. In response, CROG's staff has prioritized safety. We have a couple staff members that sit on the Vision Zero Council for the state. We also formed our own Vision Zero Task Force, and in general support all the safety legislation that's before you today. But specifically, I'd like to talk about bills 7058, 1375, and 1377. 7058 is an act concerning traffic safety enforcement devices. CROG supports this bill in efforts to increase the range of tools available for improving safety. Of course, municipalities have this tool at their disposal with the past legislation, and this expands it gives the state flexibility to plan for expanding it on their own state highways. So we support that. State Bill number 1375, an act concerning highway, pedestrian, and cyclist safety. Many of these measures included in this bill emanate from the Vision Zero task force like ours and the council at the state. And we strongly support sections 1 through 11, especially section 5, the open container bill, which was specifically highlighted by our policy board as a measure they support. And then also there are, we see there's sections 12 and 13, which seem to try to address other noteworthy objectives. For Bill 1377, an act implementing recommendations of the Department of Transportation, we generally support all the measures. However, in section 6, we have a longstanding concern of our towns. This section increases the distance that parking can be from crosswalks, which is I'm a bit conflicted on because I have direction to improve safety, but yet a lot of our municipalities are concerned with the elimination of parking or the needs to the costs involved with restriping or relocating parking meters or any kind of costs associated with having to increase that distance from 25 to 30 feet from the crosswalks. So I just did want to bring that to your attention regarding item 6 or section 6, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sticking with us for so long today. I'm going to go in reverse here. So starting with your concern about section 6 on the parking spots, is it a concern if existing spots, existing crosswalks are grandfathered and unaffected?
Well, I'm not sure how many. I saw that some were grandfathered, I think back to 2022. I'm not positive how many have been put in place since then or put in with the new standard of 25 feet. But this, in just 2 years, this increases it 5 more feet. And I can expect that if towns are impacted, that they would be concerned, because historically they have been concerned about that. So
I can we get the shrug on record? So, and
Sure.
end the shrug. Got it. Got it. I noted your support for open container and appreciate that. I wanted to come back. I'm very whistly here. To the 7058. Are any of the municipalities that you represent currently applying for any of the automated enforcement?
yes, we have 2 communities that we know have gotten federal grants. I don't know if those grants are still going to come through, but they're very interested in pursuing, speed cameras, especially in school zones. I think everybody's mainly starting out with that, and more. Some of the towns are more or less limiting themselves to that, especially at this initial stage. So we have 2 communities. We have 2 others that are, in addition to the 2 that got federal grants, we have 2 others that are very interested. And we actually just held a RFQ for vendors. And we are in the process of selecting vendors. This would be an on-call list that our towns could use, and as they see fit. So it provides them the opportunity to do so if they want to. We've heard from a number of communities that are considering it. We're going to host a workshop roundtable kind of thing for the communities to brainstorm together and figure out, if there's any synergy between communities on that issue.
And that just lends itself to my last question, and that is, what kind of involvement do you have as the COG in helping the municipalities get through that process?
Yeah, we've been involved with many of them just as sharing information, just deciphering the CONDOT standards, meeting with CONDOT, being a conduit to CONDOT, to OSTA, and going out for this RFQ to select vendors that are qualified. It's our understanding that many vendors in the space are startups, and so municipalities have to be careful with who they contract with. We just want to make it available if a community decides to go down that route.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I believe my co-chair has a question or comment.
Thanks so much, Rob, for being here and for your patience today. Do you guys represent New Britain?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't see any mention of that. Senator Lopes and Representative DeFranzo had mentioned the traffic study. Do you have any thoughts on that? I know oftentimes the COGS will handle some of the studies. They'll get concerns from the region.
I had not heard of that issue until I read last night, and I actually had to text the director of public works over there and ask him where that, if he was aware of it, and he was sort of aware of it.
Okay, I thought the COG will be a little bit more
Yeah,
involved
we'd
at
be
this
happy
point.
to help, to be a conduit, especially to CONDOT. We deal with their project development unit a lot. We deal with the traffic CONDOT traffic division a lot. So we have a good relationship with them, and we'd be happy to help with that issue.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyone else? It looks like there are no other questions. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate
you.
it. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks.
We have 3 more who I know are waiting. And so we have Kate Rosen, who's been waiting online. We have following Kate will be Rafi Podolsky and Alec Slatke. Kate, are you there? You're there.
I'm here. Good evening, Chairwomen Cohen and Berger Gravallo, ranking members and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Kate Rosen. It's nice to see you again. I was with you last week as part of the Connecticut Public Transportation Council, and I'd obviously like to affirm all of the previous testimony today on the Shoreline East bill. But tonight I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Cheaper Board to strongly support the proposed changes to the Cheaper program in Section 12 of SB 1375 and to offer a few key recommendations to strengthen its impact. The Cheaper e-bike program has been an incredibly valuable tool in expanding access to clean transportation, but its implementation has faced several challenges that must be addressed for long-term success. We need to establish a predictable annual funding cycle. Right now, Cheaper's e-bike funding cycles are unpredictable, which creates uncertainty for residents and bike shops alike. Unlike the EV rebate program, which has continuity, the e-bike program is subject to administrative discretion, which leads to confusion. So I would urge the legislature to ensure a stable annual funding cycle to give both consumers and businesses the confidence to participate. I'd like to see improvements in our equity and program access. The EV rebate program has no income cap. So if the threshold, income threshold is appropriate for the e-bike program, it should also apply to the EV rebates as well for fairness. In our round 2, which we're currently in, the cap for bikes had been dropped from $1,500 to $1,250. This is proving to be an issue, particularly for the low income participants who are the focus of round 2. A market analysis really should be guiding these adjustments, and I go into further detail on this in my written testimony. In round 2, we're seeing about approximately a 30% cancellation rate of awarded e-bike vouchers. And this is largely because people who are receiving the vouchers often can't be reached by email. So unlike other modern programs, Cheaper administrators lack the ability to send text notifications. So obviously, I think adding text-based outreach could significantly reduce cancellations and improve participation and just be a needed support for populations who might be struggling with technology. And then I would like to see the Cheaper board reviewed, I guess, or kind of the structure of it. As a board member, I feel like we've been sidelined in program decisions. The commissioner does not regularly attend meetings, and major changes like voucher amounts are made without meaningful board input. So the board's role should really be restored to ensure stakeholder engagement and accountability. Additionally, program data transparency is inconsistent. The EV rebate statistics are updated monthly, but the e-bike data has been delayed for months and still remains incomplete as of today. So my final thoughts are just that Cheaper e-bike incentives have been a tremendous success, but with stable funding, stronger oversight, and better outreach, they can be even better. So I urge the committee to ensure predictable annual funding, apply fair income eligibility across both EV and e-bike programs, improve voucher amounts based on real market conditions, add text-based outreach to prevent voucher cancellations, and restore the Cheaper board's role in decision-making. Unrelated to this bill, I would like to specifically thank Representative O'Day for his comments earlier today on his personal evolution on automated enforcement. I was one of the many advocates who had the pleasure of being able to work on that legislation. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that you've evolved, but I think it shows that when you believe in something and you know that it'll be good for the state of Connecticut, it's worth fighting for. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Kate. When I look around the room, usually after you speak, I notice that there are no questions because you're usually so thorough and answer everything before we even get a chance to ask. I do appreciate your suggestions to improve Section 12. Texting outreach is obviously a critical piece when we're talking about email and access to computers in homes, and so it's a wonderful suggestion and certainly something we can take into consideration. I do believe my co-chair has. Okay, Rep. O'Day.
I just want to thank you for your testimony, advocacy, and listening all day. And thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it, and I'm always trying to learn. So thank you. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other questions. Ms. Rosen, thank you so much, as always. Appreciate your contribution. Moving on, next is present in the room. Walking on up is Rafi Podolsky. Welcome. Can we say welcome to somebody who's been in the building all day?
Well, I actually have not been in the building all day. I came back especially for this. But thank you very much, Senator Cohn, Representative Berger-Javallo, members of the committee. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer and policy advocate with the legal aid programs. In particular, I work for Connecticut Legal Services, and I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 774. I did listen to a lot of the earlier testimony, which was really enlightening. And actually, sometimes people talk about lived experience, and you have witnesses come to talk about their lived experience. Committee members at this hearing have talked about their lived experience, and I think I want to tell you that your lived experience and your perceptions are absolutely correct. The organizationally, we represent low-income consumers. It seems to me that 774 is actually a win-win bill for both consumers and for the industry, and you shouldn't see it as some sort of a conflict bill, even though I think the industry doesn't like the bill. For over the last decade or more, the legislature is fiddled with disclosure. And what I think we've all learned is disclosure doesn't work. When people go shopping for cars, they're interested in the price. And the industry continues to find ways to not disclose the full price by whatever means the legislature suggests they should do it. And so this bill addresses it point blank and just says put it all into the total price. That way, the consumer can do comparison shopping. And this is really important, the dealerships are also put onto a level playing field. One of the earlier witnesses testified that one of the consequences of not having this is it pushes dealers to make the conveyance fee larger and larger so that they can make their their disclosed price, which doesn't include it, smaller and smaller, so they can compete against the people who make up these large conveyance fees and then lower the publicized sales price. When you level the playing field, you just say to everybody, treat everybody the same. All the dealers are treated the same way, and they're competing on an equal level. And that's actually a benefit to the most reputable of the dealers. The questions were asked to a witness, well, why do you have such a wide variation in conveyance fee? That's because the conveyance fee is not a fee. It's inherently deceptive, not on purpose necessarily, but inherently because everybody thinks the conveyance fee is a pass-through fee. They think the state of Connecticut is charging them that conveyance fee. But the reality is it's simply an allocation of general overhead. And the reason the fees vary so much is the question for the business, for the dealership, how much of your ownership, how much of your overhead do you want to label as being within that fee? California caps these fees at $85, which tells you something about how much it really costs for the process of doing the conveyance work. But the conveyance work is an inherent part of selling the vehicle. That's why it belongs as an ordinary overhead expense. And there's no real meaningful itemization that takes place. Otherwise, they'd all have the same fee. It would be like $300 and everybody'd have a $300 conveyance fee. How is it possible somebody's at $1,100 and someone's at $199 and someone is at $0? So I would say in terms of the discussion I heard at the committee level, improving disclosure is not a solution to the problem. Putting the whole price into the primarily advertised price is I think that's the best way you can address it. And I hope you'll do that. We've been trying to get this through for a number of years. I think this is the year to do it. And I hope everybody on the committee will support that.
Thank you so much for that. I do believe my co-chair has a question or comment.
Just a comment. Thank you, Rafi. As always, you've been such an advocate for consumers across the state, and I really appreciate that and making sure that they're protected and protected in cases of fraud. Certainly, and here, as you said, it's not necessarily that even that there's good players and bad actors, certainly, but even the good actors we're running into this with them just because folks don't know about it. And I think that there's a lot of confusion around conveyance. I was just talking to some of my colleagues here on the committee between the wide variation in the charges around conveyance, between the question of whether or not they're negotiable, because some will quite frankly say they're not negotiable. Between, seeing online, it says final price in bold, and that is absolutely not true. It is not the final price. Conveyance has not been added on at that point. To just like the fuzzy area, this gray area of online advertising and where it needs to be online, which is where consumers are most often going first nowadays when they go to shop for a car. They're going online, they're comparing dealers, and they're not seeing a true comparison because they can't find the conveyance fees. Some of these things took me 3 clicks to get there, some I couldn't find at all on these websites. And so you've been with us on this for a number of years, and when I think we've, come up with the right solution, it turns out we've got an even better one. And I do think this strikes the right balance of allowing the dealers to charge what they say are their costs involved with document fees and such, but also ensuring that the consumers know exactly what the price is and can compare apples to apples. So I just think it's a good bill, and appreciate your support of it.
Okay, thank you. I would say, by the way, the bill does not disrupt negotiation. In other words, what you're negotiating, I mean, it is common for people to negotiate. They negotiate the price of the car. And that's sort of an accepted practice in the automobile dealership industry, which is a good thing. Trying to separate out and say, oh, you can negotiate the price of the conveyance fee does not generate negotiation of the conveyance fee. It's not practical. It's not meaningful to anyone. So when you go in the direction the committee is going, you actually, I think, promote fair and open negotiation. And people then know what they're getting, and it doesn't interfere with the dealership's ability to negotiate or not negotiate.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Appreciate your time and your advocacy as always. And I'm sure we'll have further questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we now have Alex Slatke, who is in the room. Last man standing, at least in person.
Someone's got to be Mr. Irrelevant, so hopefully my testimony is a little relevant. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Slatke. I'm the Managing Director in Public and Government Affairs for AAA Northeast, but I'm here testifying on behalf of both AAA clubs in Connecticut. I've submitted testimony, so I'm just going to summarize a couple of the issues before you today. And House Bill 7060 about the we're very supportive of the roadside worker course for violators of work zone safety laws, slow down, move over laws, and of course the next generation of drivers. This is something that we're very passionate about. We know that our fleet technicians, they face these dangers every day, and they report near misses on a regular basis. Unfortunately, we've had crashes as well. So just a tremendous danger to all of the roadside workers, as we heard, of course, from testimony earlier today. We're very supportive of that. We're always trying to find ways to educate people about the slow down, move over law and about work zone safety laws. And it's a challenge to do any sort of education. Once people have passed their driver education and gotten their license, it's hard to get people to really focus on these issues, and who better to have focus on them than people who are violating the law. So I think that makes perfect sense, which is a good segue into the other issues, because so many of the cars that crash into roadside workers are people that are either speeding or impaired or both. And so I wanted to just touch on the intelligent speed assistance study that was in 1375, which we're definitely supportive of. We know that 300 people have been killed in speed-related crashes in the past 3 years in Connecticut. About 1 in 5 speeding drivers in fatal crashes had a previous speeding conviction within the past 5 years. So we know this is technology. I think Washington, D.C. has passed a bill, and Virginia, you mentioned Senator Cohen, they passed a bill. I don't know if that's been signed by the governor yet, But they passed a bill, I think last week, that would provide basically an ignition interlock type program with intelligent speeding assistance. So I think that's a worthwhile thing to study. I would add to the list of things to study, and it's a pretty comprehensive list in the bill. I would look at the cost to the state as well. The cost to the violator is an important aspect of it, and my understanding it's fairly similar to the cost of an ignition interlock device. But I think the cost to the state, if there are indigent violators, would be something worth looking at as well. We know those devices have been effective in New York City, which has the biggest pilot program for their fleet vehicles. There was almost a 2/3 reduction in time spent speeding. Senate Bill 1376 related to .05. We're supportive of .05. We know that there's evidence that there's an elevated crash risk at .05. We feel like if we're going to set a blood alcohol concentration limit, it should be at the place where there's a very clear elevated crash risk, which there is at .05. I recognize that .05 is not as dangerous as .10, which is not as dangerous as .20. But we hope and we believe that the evidence shows that this will provide a general deterrent for all those levels. And we also know that from the past 5 years of federal data, 2018 to 22, 49 drivers in Connecticut were involved in fatal crashes testing with their blood alcohol between .05 and .079. So it's still a problem. I'll just summarize quickly. We want that law to be evaluated if you do pass .05. We've heard a lot about Utah. We'd love to have another state be an example because, as we've heard, Utah has a unique relationship to alcohol culture that maybe the 49 other states don't. So we'd love to have that evaluated. Electronic warrants we're supportive of to improve collection for blood testing and the time between the impaired driving behavior and the time the specimen is collected. I would say don't study the feasibility of it, but have them make a plan to do it because most other states already have it. I know there have been guides from NHTSA and responsibility.org. I know the task force has studied it in Connecticut. So I think I would say I would beef up the language. That would be my suggestion to have them come up with a plan. And police phlebotomy is very related to e-warrants, and we'd love to see some resources for the public as well. We heard Rep. Howard earlier say that people have the misconception that police officers are sticking needles into people's arms on the side of the road, which is not the point of the program. So I'd love to see some materials developed to be public facing that explain why the program is needed and how it's conducted. Thank you for indulging me with a little extra time.
You earned a little extra time because you sat here for a lot of extra time. So thank you so much for that. A lot of what you covered, we've heard a lot about today. One of the areas that I think we've had a little bit of a deficit in information has been on the intelligent speed. So I appreciate some of that information. I just would like to ask, because I think I missed it. Did you say 1 in 5 of the crashes had previous speed convictions? Is that
This
accurate?
data is from NHTSA, and so 1 in 5, or I think 22%, in 2022, which is the last year of federal data. So 22% of speeding drivers in fatal crashes had a speeding conviction on their driving record within the past 5 years.
Fantastic. And if you have any other data related to the intelligent speed monitoring, can you please pass that on to the committee? I know that a lot of our membership is very curious about what that could look like and what it looks like, and bless you. And especially because when we first started exploring this was only a concept in Virginia, it seemed, and now that it is law, this is a new development. So thank you for that. I believe Rep. McCarthy-Vahey has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's wonderful to be able to be here with you. And I missed a lot of the conversation today. I will catch up with you and others. And interestingly, yes, the intelligent speed assistance device is kind of an area of question. I'm wondering 2 things. If you can just describe for those who don't know as much, just how that works and what it looks like physically. And then second, you said something about New York's fleet and the numbers. If you could just go back to that and repeat maybe more slowly for those of us who are tired? Because that seemed like a pretty significant statistic you were sharing.
Sure. So intelligent speed assistance comes really in two forms. One is what we would call passive intelligent speed assistance, or ISA. And that's where there's some sort of warning to the driver when they're exceeding the speed limit. Maybe the steering wheel vibrates, or there's a beep or some other way to alert the driver that they're speeding. And that's actually basically required in Europe now on new cars, that there's some sort of passive ISA. I think what the bill deals with here is active intelligent speed assistance, which is something akin to what we would describe as a speed governor, but really it's not just setting a maximum speed limit. It's based on the actual location of the vehicle, and I think the threshold in the bill is 5 miles per hour. So essentially, once you get to 5 miles an hour over the limit, if you're on a 55-mile-an-hour road and you're going 60 and you try to accelerate, then it would give you some pushback. Basically, is if you push down on the accelerator, it would give some resistance so that it's harder to accelerate once you're already at that speed limit. A lot of the models do allow for some acceleration over the speed limit as a defensive maneuver, right? Because you can need to accelerate to evade a crash. That can be a defensive maneuver, but by and large, it gives resistance to someone trying to accelerate when they're over the speed limit. And I think that's why it makes sense to do this for recidivist speeding offenders. I don't think we're talking about putting active intelligent speed assistance on everyone's car tomorrow. I don't think that's in the cards. But what New York City did, they have the largest pilot program in the country, and they took, I think, 500 vehicles on their fleet, and they wanted to study intelligent speeding assistance. And there was a fairly extensive report from the US DOT about how the program went. But basically, they found it was a rousing success, that the time spent speeding decreased by, I think it was 64%. So it was a pretty significant reduction in speeding, both on local roads and on highways. And I believe it was especially on highways that they saw a reduction. But yeah, I'm happy to share that report with the committee.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Very interesting and helpful. And we always love the information you bring here. I appreciate you, Alec. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Rep Kennedy?
Thank you. Thanks, Alec, for being here. So we've talked about this before. I would like to, can you tell me how many, do you do programs in our schools, maybe like our high schools, especially when new drivers are getting their license? Some of the speeders that are out there are these kids, just as soon as they get that license, they just drive way too fast. And I don't know if you saw recently in Milford, they picked up somebody that was driving 120 miles an hour. He was 21 years old. So have you had any success with getting into our schools to do programs there?
Yeah, we have an outreach team, and they go out into schools and senior centers and whoever else will have us to talk about safe driving. And I think one of the issues that we focus on with the schools is cannabis in driving, because I think there's a lot of misconception about, I think people have pretty much gotten the message that drinking and driving is unsafe. Cannabis impaired driving, I don't think that message has gotten through quite as well. And so I think that's what we're trying to spread the message. But we've talked about, distracted driving. And I do think speeding is probably an issue that we can talk about more. And that it's a tough one because it's fairly ubiquitous, right? Everyone has sped at some point in their life. And you probably didn't get into a crash, which makes you think, oh, it's probably safe. I could do it again next time. And then eventually that leads to, tragic results. So happy to come into Milford or any school to talk about these issues.
Appreciate that. And I know often we talk about distracted driving, but a lot of times I think it's really inattentive driving. People just have no clue about their surroundings. They're just driving. They're not paying attention that, there's a truck stopped up there, but they're not paying attention. I see people who don't even pull over for an emergency vehicle. The other thing on the same line about the education piece is with bicycles. We had the bill on the bicycles, and we're talking about the helmets and changing from 16 to 18. 16, 18 or 16? 17 through 17. And I think that's another area that really that'd be worthy of more education. I know that DOT is going to be doing campaigns, but we also heard from one of the previous speakers that electric bikes are certainly on the rise, and that is how a lot of our younger adults, kids I'll call them, are getting around, but that's a higher speed. And if you're not wearing a helmet, the impact certainly could be detrimental. So all about safety, and I know you are, and I really appreciate it, Alex, but we can talk more certainly offline, and I appreciate you being here and staying around all day. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sounds great. Agreed on all counts. Helmets, bicyclists are great. Motorcyclists are great. Didn't even mention that.
Thank you so much, Rep. Kennedy and Rep. O'Day.
I just have a couple questions on each of the bills you testified about. It'll take 30 minutes. No, I just want to thank you for sticking around and giving the testimony. And did I understand, we had a brief conversation, you were on the task force for the e-warrants?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you could, I know we talked about getting a copy of that report that maybe was it last year or 2023?
I think it was the end of 2023. I
Okay.
know the former traffic safety resource prosecutor had kind of led that effort. She has another job within the judicial branch now, but I can make sure that we get that to you.
That'd be great. And thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
You know, I wasn't even done writing down my notes based on what you asked. Usually you keep going. Aha, now he's tired. I don't see any other questions. Very much appreciate your time and your expertise as always.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Get home
too.
safely. We have one more person, it looks like online. Is Carmen Cotto there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Carmen. Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you for having me. I just really wanted to say something after watching the issue regarding the noise barriers. I have lived alongside Interstate 95 since 1978. My family has lived here, so basically 47 years. And I can tell you that when we first moved here, the noise was nowhere near what it is now. It is constant. I don't know anything about the decibels or what they should be, but I know that pretty much it's all day long. I live right along exit 22, which has a rest stop. And in the middle of the night, you can hear the trucks as they pull in when they're braking, and it wakes you up. So it's a quality of life issue, but it's a serious one, because when you don't sleep well, when all you hear is that constant pounding, and it's important. During the pandemic, I was home many days because my employer required me to work from home. And the difference between the noise level, not that that was a good thing, the pandemic, obviously, but there was hardly any traffic on the highway. And it reminded me of when we first moved here, how quiet it was. Obviously, we can't go back to that, but noise barriers are definitely needed. And for some reason, they had started, and I can't really tell you when, maybe it was 10 years into living here, they were building noise barriers, and then all of a sudden it stopped right before exit 22, which is right before where my house is. So I had heard rumors that the state ran out of money or they didn't think it was important anymore. But 47 years later, I can tell you that it is very, very disturbing to constantly have that drumming noise. But anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. And I really hope that even though it's considered a quality of life issue, it's important. And I'm sure most of the people that live along Interstate 95, which is one of the most trafficked areas in the Northeast, feel the same way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking with us and for sharing your perspective on that. It's important to hear. And we are very grateful that you stuck around with us to be our final panelist of the day. We appreciate you very much. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. You as well.
And that, my friends, is a wrap. She said to an almost empty room, except for this crew here. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.